Ryder Tiong, who's been very strong for the ROT and MKC squad. Another talented Australian, hoping to put on a great show here. Lining up alongside him on the grid. Aboard the Paralin, always a contender, always an opportunist. Jabal Umar Masalama, the Indonesian, with a big opportunity here in Macau. 9 years of age, all the way from Jakarta. So let's see what he's going to be able to give us at the start of this one. And the appropriately numbered 46, it's Rossi Yao of Australia for Team Explorer. A great opportunity for him to showcase that he is just like Il Dottore, named after Valentino Rossi, and certainly wanting to put on as good a show. Wang Zitong, the 11-year-old for the Explorer squad from Hong Kong, just over the bridge basically from here. One of the two special administrative regions of China, and a great chance right over the sharp end of the dais. The 19 also in the mix there. That is Chen Chiru for the QMA Motorsports team. The silver machine definitely ready to rock and roll from his midfield position on the grid. Well, watch out as well for the Praga from Muhua Motorsport. It is Daniel Vardanov, one of only 2 Kyrgyzstanis in the field in this competition, and he'll certainly want to come out of the blocks fighting fit.
那么我们稍后呢将会进入到的是我们儿童组的第一轮的预赛，而我们第一轮预赛呢将会由 A、B 组的2组的选手来共同的参与到争夺当中。那么从头排来进行发车的将会是我们昨天2轮儿童组排位赛的圈速榜的第1位，来共同的从头排来进行发车。那么从第1位来进行起步的将会是来自 QMA Motorsports 的16号车手王者。那么在昨天的排位赛当中呢，他也是做出了整个儿童组的一个最速的单圈。那么昨天我们在排位赛当中也是说到他的这个排位赛当中的成绩表现呢，也是和他的名字呢是名副其实。那么在排位赛当中可以说是当之无愧的王者。那么我们可以来看一下，在接下来所进行的第1轮的 A、B 组的预赛当中，他会有怎样的发挥？而他在他身旁来进行起步的将会是80号车手。来自阿联酋的埃娃劳伦斯呢，他是在昨天的第2轮的排位赛当中呢，是取得了最快的成绩。那这2位车手呢，将会在今天共同的从头排来进行发车。
So that front row of the starting grid, definitely going to be a tough one for our 2 competitors from the sharp end, Wang Shi and Ava Lawrence. China versus the UAE on the front row of the starting grid then. It's definitely going to be a fascinating battle. The 2 teams equipped to go at the top end of the field. QMA Motorsports, one of the top cadet teams in the Chinese Motorsport Brigade, and Fireball Motorsport, who have been a staple of the IAME Series Asia paddock for many a year now, out of their base in Singapore. And great to have a bit of a foreign interlocutor in the team in Ava Lawrence, coming over for the IAME Series Asia finale here in Macau. And certainly a sharp cookie right up at the sharp end of this field. It's worth pointing out that in the cadet category, there is only 1 lady, and she is right up at the front end of the field. Catch her if you can, is the message they have sent out at the start of this epic competition. If you wanted to know if girls can drive, just look on the front row of the grid. She's got the whole fleet of men right behind her.
那么我们这一轮的儿童组的第1轮预赛呢，将会有超过20位选手呢来共同的进行争夺。那么我们现在看到，在出车区已经是给出了1分钟倒计时牌呢，我们所有的参赛选手们呢都要做好最后的准备。那么在30秒钟过后，我们马上就会开始我们儿童组 A、B 组的第1轮的预赛。那么我们所有的车手们呢，都要在10圈的时间当中，去尽可能的提升自己在预赛当中的排名，那么来争取在之后所进行的超级预赛当中获得更加好的一个发车的名次。当然，在昨天的排位赛当中呢，取得最快圈速的车手们，那么也不能在这个3轮预赛当中有任何的松懈，因为在10圈的比赛里面，什么事情都有可能发生。现在我们看到的是绿旗已经挥动，我们的儿童组的 A、B 组的第1轮的预赛马上就将开始。
Let's do it. Let's boogity as the drivers head out onto the circuit to warm up the tyres and brakes the temperature. All of the cadets are ready. Exciting day for the races. There are 2 heats over the course of the day in each category, except for in the Masters, where they will only get 1. We've given ourselves a great opportunity to showcase these young talents as they move their way forward. The drivers in this competition, of course, between the ages of 8 and 12. So we've got some amazing talents on this starting grid, as all of the contenders are ready for a very exciting race ahead of them. Very curious to see how we make progress in this one. Formation lap already showcasing the amazing pace of these youngsters. And of course, in the cadet category, they've got shorter wheelbases, narrower chassis, and they've got more racetrack to play with as a result. The top speed is lower, but the racetrack is wider than it is in the junior, senior, and masters categories. There's a lot more to be done around this side. And then it is Wangshe on the inside, and we're going to go racing. First time of asking. Lights go out, and it's a great start as Ava Lawrence slots into third position behind the hard-charging Max Farage. Oh, 4 karts going off at turn 1. That's a big slide as 4 karts find themselves off in the gravel at turn 1. Everybody's still on all 4 wheels, but it's a very scary moment as into turn 1. That looks like Sir is one of them. So we've got several drivers off the loose order then, and it looks as though 2 of them are not going to go any further, as we've already got some battles in the midfield, everybody finding their feet, and that's one of the problems of this. Oh, 2 more karts coming off the road then. It's so tricky in this particular cadet battle because with the resurfacing of the track, there's so little grip out there on the opening lap.
那么可以看到，在儿童组 A、B 组的第1轮预赛的开始阶段呢，就有多位选手是卷入到了事故当中，尤其是在1号弯，似乎是有3到4位选手应该是发生了比赛事故，看起来应该是在后段又出现了2位选手是发生了比赛事故，而目前看到处在全场第1位的依然是16号车手，从杆位出发的王者，而目前上升到第2位是4号车手斯瓦里希，而从头排的另一侧来进行起步的80号的埃瓦劳伦斯现在是落到了第3的位置，而领先其他的多位车手依然是在进行非常激烈的角逐。
Battles in the midfield as everybody still wants to try and find that little bit of extra grip. We've got several parts of the course with yellow flags. The turn 1 yellow flags have been returned, by the way, but they're still flying at turn 4. So there's still quite a lot of flotsam and jetsam around the circuit. We've lost Billy McCartney, Zheng Yangzhang, Ollie Tse, John Kaheng and Lei Yimo. So 5 drivers out on the first lap alone. We battle our way up at the sharp end. Wangshe has got the advantage as Ava Lawrence is now in second place, ahead of Max Farage. Then Hudson Kelly, the Australian, really rocking on. Here comes Max Farage up the inside into turn 2, and he's there. Max Farage in second place, and Kelly's gone with him. Now Kelly's going to try and get the mid on Farage. Farage moving across the road to stop the move, and he's been able to hold on to it for the time being. So Max Farage in second place, third place for Hudson Kelly, and 4th for Ava Lawrence as they duel away with each other. They've got to be very careful, so it's going to be a tricky one as the competitors work their way forward. But out in front, it is easy pickings for Wangshe. He's disappearing and driving away.
现在我们看到比赛进入到第3圈，王者呢依然是处在全场第1位，而在上一圈，埃瓦劳伦斯是完成了对于斯瓦里希的反超，现在劳伦斯是重新回到第2个位置，而斯瓦里希现在是处在第3，凯利现在是排在第4的位置。目前看到2、3、4位之间的缠斗呢，也是让王者现在能够稍稍带开，有半秒钟左右的差距。而这一圈看到斯瓦里希是又一次完成了对于劳伦斯的反超，现在斯瓦里希呢又是重新回到第2位，而目前看到劳伦斯。既想进攻身前的斯瓦里希，又想对身后的凯利来进行防守。而这边我们看到进入到3号弯角之后，这边劳伦斯距离前方的斯瓦里希也是非常的接近，2个赛车可以说是前后相连。那么这个情况对于目前领跑的王者来说，将会是最好的一个情况，他能有机会以一个自己的节奏去进行领跑。
The battles continue. It's not been particularly easy to see how this one's going to play out on the sharp end. Everybody still has plenty to do. Tricky. Now, Wangshe on the second clear. Svarage is trying to work with his interlocutor. Svarage and Lawrence are getting the work done to close up on the race leader. Through turn 1, hard on the power, and now there's a chance on the inside, but Svarage is going to wait. So is Lawrence. They wait through turn 2. They could get a shot into turn 4. We've still got 4 laps of this. Wangshe fancies his chances to hold on to it, but Svarage is going to need to counter-attack. He does not need to be backed up. So Wangshe holding the lead, but he is holding them at ransom at the moment. Svarage and Lawrence are going to get impatient because they've got Hudson Kelly breathing down the neck. Then there's Isaac Yoon, Siamo Basalama, and then Hiron Tse and Wang Jitong on the inside. Lawrence goes for second place, gets the overtake on Svarage. And it's Lawrence now leading. Lawrence has got through Svaric up in a second place at the expense of Wangshe. Wangshe down to 5th position. It's all gone wrong for Wangshe. As down to P5 goes the Chinese ace. And it's Ava Lawrence who leads the race here in front of Svaric and the number 10 of Isaac Yoon. The Korean is now really holding his nerve on the inside. He's going to make the bid. Svaric for the lead. Svaric and Yoon are going to both get ahead of Lawrence. They make it. And so Svaric leads from Isaac Yoon and Ava Lawrence.
比赛的领先集团在这一圈，这整个格局呢是发生了天翻地覆的变化。而现在我们看到的是，原本处在第1位的劳伦斯，现在呢也是再度回到了第2位。而现在领先集团目前领跑的似乎是凯利。现在看起来凯利呢应该是上升到了前方的位置，而原本处在第1位的王者，刚才在连续受到进攻之后呢，现在是已经跌落了非常多的位置。现在王者是落到了全场的第6位，而目前我们看到的是劳伦斯，目前是依然是处在第2，而包括后方的艾萨克以及斯瓦里西，同样呢是在新的一个模式。比赛还剩下最后的2圈。
So for the first time in this competition, it's South Korea that leads the way. Yoon runs wide. Yoon drifts off on the far side of the course. Yoon has gone backwards. Wangshe drifts wide as well. And the leader is Isaac Yoon once again. Trying to hold up Wangshe. Ava Lawrence has worked her way back from 1st to 5th to 3rd. She's working her way back into contention as they come back up the far side. Wangshe all over the pace of the Korean. And Max Svaric still holding his nerve there in P4 as they work their way back into the right-hand hairpin. Onto the back straight we go once again. And Isaac Yoon's got pressure. Wangshe on the inside takes back the lead. 3rd place for Ava Lawrence. Now tucking deep to try and make her bid. In a 2nd position. The gap's there, but she can't finish the move. So Lawrence tucking in. Up the inside comes Svaric. Back in 3rd position. Max Svaric holds the nerve, but Lawrence is going to work with Svaric as they come onto the hairpin with the last lap approaching.
比赛马上将进入到最后一圈，我们看到在刚才的2圈，丢失节奏的王者现在是重新王者归来。现在王者呢是重新回到了全场第1的位置，而目前排在第2位的是艾萨克。现在艾萨克想要尝试在快速来进行进攻，但是他是被后方的2位车手所先后的超越。现在看起来斯瓦里西是处在第2位，而劳伦斯也在和身旁的1位车手在进行并排。目前看到应该是斯瓦里西现在是重新上到第2位，而艾萨克呢现在是排在第3，而看到劳伦斯呢应该是跌落了非常多的名次，他应该是在刚才的那个弯角损失非常多的节奏。现在目前的情况，对于领跑的王者来说，会是非常好的一个消息。
Wangshe has made the break exactly when he wanted to. The Chinese star has got himself a little bit of breathing space, but Max Svaric comfortable now in 2nd ahead of Isaac Yoon as there's pressure coming in from Sir. Sir fancies it. Lawrence has slipped all the way to P6. It's not been an easy lap up for her, but the second time now it's Wangshe. Wangshe gets it in front of Svaric, Yoon, and Hero Sir bouncing back in style for 4th position. A very tough opening race, but there's a lot still to do in Cadet. What a tricky one as Basalama and Lawrence come home in 5th and 6th ahead of Hudson Kelly and Chan Ho Juan. And then we've got Wang Xiong in the closing stages. A very tricky last couple of laps. Daniel Vardanov is the one that completes the top 10 ahead of Ryan Xiong, Wang Xiang and Chen Jiru. Then Mark Chichevsky in front of Xiu Chunhei, Rossi Yao and George Patrizzi, with Jensen Hammond slipping all the way to 18th after a very tough opening race for him. And then it is Puttapong Wangapachan and Sinachak Ombonoi from Taichung in a cannon, and then Sirvit Shritanakul. So big problems then, several retirements, Louis Makami, Sheng Yao Sheng, Oliver Sir, Chong Ka-hei and Imole. Big problems for those drivers, but what a start. And Wangshe ahead of Max Svaric and Isaac Yoon. There is so much to come from this week. What a crazy start for Cadet.
儿童组 A、B 组的第1轮预赛可以说到了比赛的中段时，将整个比赛的竞争是推向了白热化。那么在中段一度因为连续的缠斗而丢失节奏的王者，是在最后的2圈实现王者归来，并且最终是拿到了这一轮预赛的最终的胜利，非常出色的一个表现。而获得这一轮比赛亚军的是4号车手兹瓦里奇，而第3位冲线的则是10号车手的艾萨克。而我们可以看到8号车手谢洪泽也是在比赛的中段利用非常精彩的一轮缠斗，是上升到了第4的位置，获得第5位的是86号车手巴萨拉马。 而在这个比赛开始阶段，处于领先情况，并且有机会来争夺冠军的埃娃劳伦斯是在最后关头没有能够守住后方车手的一轮进攻，最终呢，他在这一轮比赛当中是只有以第6位来冲过终点线。凯利最终是获得第7，钱浩轩是第8位来完赛。
Very dramatic start then here at Macau for cadets. So many decent overtaking moves in the lead. A race that had several leaders at various points. We had Ava Lawrence leading, Hudson Yoon leading, Max Barrett leading, and all the way through it, it was Wang Shi who was able to put himself in the right places at the right times to make it count in his favour. But there's still another cadet race to come, of course, for the drivers in Group C versus D here at Macau. Still plenty more to do, and a very tricky second bout ahead of us. Pole position on the starting grid for this one is going to be all in the hands of Jaden Gabriel Aria, one of the youngest drivers in the field for the Rehoboth Racing Team, with a great chance for him to continue making steady progress. But on the front row of the grid, a big opportunity for him. Second on the grid beside him, the number 97, that is the Stratos team man, Big Ben, Benjamin Stivar, the British Bosnian, on the front row of the starting grid with a great chance to continue his rip-roaring season, having spent the majority of it back home in the United Kingdom, but of course doing a star turn at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in Spain in October. Here he is in Asia for the first time, and what an opportunity for the front row of the starting grid. Big chances for him, but the second row of the grid has plenty of firepower from this year's IAME Asia Series. Mason Kwong and Max Schilling, two men who are serial race winners in Asia. Both of them have taken a victory in a final in the 2025 season, so they both know how to get the job done, and they'll be going from the second row of the starting grid. Absolutely amazing opportunity for these drivers. The Freemason versus Classic Max on the second row of the starting grid. And that third row is going to have plenty of decent contenders as well, as we're going to see the likes of the 5 and the 62 on that third row. That is Zhu Zhizhe of the FSTS Racing Team, with so much British engineering behind it this week, along with the 62. That is Carson Choi. Great to see him for the Explorer Factory Team up there on the third row.
那么我们稍后呢将会进行到的是儿童组的 CD 组的第1轮的预赛。那么在这一轮比赛当中，从头排来进行发车的将会是32号车手，来自印度尼西亚的杰登阿里亚。那么他在昨天的这个排位赛当中呢，也是做出了非常出色的单圈成绩，也是帮助他获得了这一轮 CD 组第1轮预赛的头排发车的位置。而在他身旁来进行起步的将会是97号车手，来自英国的本杰明斯利瓦。呢，这2位车手呢也将会在稍后的比赛的开始阶段呢，想必也会有非常激烈的争夺。而在第2排来进行起步的将会是29号车手，来自中国香港的车手 Mason 邝崇宇。而在他身旁来进行起步的将会是92号车手 Maximilian 孔林希。那这2位车手呢，都是来自于中国香港的选手呢，他们也会在比赛开始阶段呢，向领先的位置来发起冲击。而包括看到后方我们所有的选手们呢，马上呢都是将准备就绪。稍后呢，我们将会进行到的是我们 CD 组的第1轮预赛的角逐。
So plenty of talents in this top 6 of the grid. We've already gone through the bulk of them. Jaden Aria pole position, Ben Stivar alongside him. Then of course the likes of Mason Kwong and Max Schilling. Then we've got this superstar talent Zhu Zhizhe. Then there is Carson Choi, preparing for a big show for the Explorer Factory Team, the team that has really started to come on leaps and bounds. Only a couple of months after Yukapo sealed their first international title back in the senior category in September in Thailand. 7th on the grid, kart number 11, Daniel Yoon, brother of Isaac, and the RL karting squad with their Birolats are definitely giving South Korea a big flamboyance in this competition. Great to see them up at the sharp end. And now it's time to see if Daniel can handle himself in the same way Isaac did in the opening heat. Eventually, of course, they'll get to race against each other, and that's going to be an interesting one. Then on the 4th row of the grid alongside him, it'll be the 66. For Peak Racing, it is Joey Zhou, the Australian. Let's see what he's able to produce from this first cadet race of the week. Joey is definitely looking for a hard charge forward, and he's certainly hoping to give us one. And then on the 5th row of the starting grid, we'll have 2 serious opponents to try and get amongst them. 49 and 94, they'll invert on the 5th row of the grid. It is Di Haoran, the 8-year-old from the Xingang racing team, and the number 94, Austin Lowe. No stranger to the world of IAME Series Asia now, and certainly with a big week ahead of him if qualifying is anything to go by.
那么稍后从第3排来进行起跑的将会是，从左侧从第5位来进行发车的将会是5号车手徐希哲，而在他身旁来进行起步的将会是62号选手，也同样是来自中国香港的蔡佑成。那么在后面方的一排，我们看到的是11号车手丹尼尔，那么他也是刚才我们刚刚看到的艾萨克尹的这个兄弟。那么这2位兄弟呢将会共同在这个儿童组的比赛当中呢来共同的征战，而在丹尼尔身旁来进行起跑的将会是66号选手乔一舟，那么也是来自新西兰的一位选手。那么可以看到领先集团的几位选手呢也是有非常强劲的实力，那么他们在第1轮预赛呢是由 CD 组来共同的来进行争夺。那么在稍晚间我们进行的后方的之后的2轮的预赛当中呢，也会有和其余组别的车手们来共同的进行竞争。那么3轮预赛的最终的一个成绩呢，将会来决定超级预赛的一个发车的名次。所以说整个预赛环节都是非常的至关重要。那我们稍后呢，我们 CD 组的第1轮预赛马上就将开始，我们要来等待赛会工作人员给我们打出倒计时的计时板。
So big opportunities then from this cadet grid. An amazing move forward for the drivers. They've got so much pressure on their shoulders. It is a very tough environment to come into an international competition like the IAME Asia Final. 200 drivers from all around the Asian Peninsula and even further afield than that, as drivers come from the European and American nations as well as the Pacific region. Some big opportunities for these drivers to put on a showcase right from the start of the week. And in cadets, the 8 to 12-year-olds under intense scrutiny. No other sport in the world is like this. In football, in tennis, in rugby, in cricket, and so on. All of the hard work for these kids are done behind closed doors, never televised, never under intense scrutiny until they reach the top level. Now, in the world of karting, they are broadcasted from the age of 8. It's unbelievable pressure for these youngsters, and how they equip themselves and deal with it is absolutely extraordinary. These racing drivers who come from far and wide will put on the show. Here we go, the second of the cadet heats this week, underway now.
现在看到绿旗挥动，我们所有的选手们呢都要来驶上赛道，而这边我们看到似乎是62号选手的赛车，看起来是在起步阶段有一定的迟滞，不过现在呢，他应该是能够正常的重新回到我们的编队当中，应该是蔡佑成的赛车，希望这个起步阶段的一些小小的一些插曲不会影响到我们小选手们的一个表现。那么我们所有的选手们呢，都要在这一圈出场圈来尽可能的将自己的赛车、将自己的轮胎、将自己个人来进入到一个最佳的状态，来迎接接下来我们8圈的一个预赛的角逐。
So now on the formation lap then for the second of our cadet races. This is for the drivers in Group C versus D. They're going to be putting on a very tough effort. So now all of our contenders are ready for more excitement and more drama. So let's see if we've got ourselves another chance to progress. And it'll be a very tough one from the sharp end of the field. What can our pole position sitter do to give himself a big chance to progress? Let's find out as we get ourselves, back to race order again. Yellow flags. We're not racing. The lights do not go out. So it's a false start here. Several of the drivers in the field were not up to the starting line, so we're going round again. It's a false start here in Macau, and so there are several drivers who are needing to get back into the lineup once more.
我们刚才看到，在起步阶段呢，应该是有出现一定的情况，所以呢，我们这一轮预赛呢还没有正式的来进行起跑。我们所有的选手们呢都会多一个这个编队圈，我们将会来等待我们所有的选手们呢重新进入到我们的发车区。那么在这一圈多余的编队圈当中呢，他们依然是有机会将自己的整个的竞技状态呢调整到最佳的情况。那么我们也需要来等待我们 CD 组所有的选手们要再次进行2两列队回到我们的发车区来进行我们今天的第1轮预赛的角逐。
So with the drivers getting themselves into the 2 rows of tram lines, this is a much more organised situation for our drivers. They look so much more in sync. going to be a hard charge for Jaden Adia from the pole position. Away we go. Great start from Mason Kwong. He's made a good launch forward. Matt Schilling has come from one side of the grid to the other as he tries to slot in the toe. Mason Kwong going for the lead and almost getting caught out. Has broke around the outside. Several drivers make their push. Matt Schilling is going to go for the onslaught on the far side. Jaden Adia is your race leader as Schilling is going to go wheel to wheel with Mason Kwong. Great start as they run in third and fourth and up to the lead. We're going to get a new leader onto the far side. Great start up on the far side of the course, and now Kwong and Schilling are going to make their bid on Adia as your race leader has hit the front from a long way back. Big shuffles of the deck as Schilling now finds himself in third, chasing after Mason Kwong, as Kwong is already trying to tussle for the race lead. Big battles in the midfield already, and as we come through at the end of an incredibly competitive overlap, we've had so many shuffles of the deck already. It looks like Zhu Zhizhe who leads the way. It is indeed Mason Kwong second, Schilling in third, and Adia in fourth. What a shuffle!
可以看到，在比赛开场阶段呢，领先集团的争夺是非常的激烈。而现在徐希哲，那么他是从第2排来进行起跑，现在他已经是上升到了全场第1的一个位置，而处在第2位的目前是应该是后方的孟宏宇，现在是已经来到了第2个位置，而孔林希现在是排在第3。现在看到全场前2的选手，现在是已经拉开了和后方选手一定的差距，而前2位的选手呢，也一定会向领先的一个名次来发起冲击。现在徐希哲依然是守在全场第1的位置。
Kwong is all over the back of Zhu here as the two of them are wrestling with the elements. Schilling is hoping for a little bit of assistance here from Daniel Yoon, who's got himself in the pole position. So already there's been some big charges forward off the final turn and down the home straight. It's going to be a tough one as now we've got the opportunity. Yoon got to get on the inside of Schilling and he can tuck back in and work together. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhizhe still has the race lead, but Kwong is there in second place. Yoon up to third, Schilling in fourth, Zhou is in fifth, and then Slibar in sixth position. They work their way onto the run up to turn 3. They fly out through the right-hander, and Kwong is going with Zhu. He knows that on the long-term pace, they've got a chance to stretch away. Schilling's now going to work with Yoon as Yoon drifts wide. Schilling's got to make an overtaking move here before they get caught out on the far side. Schilling holds his nerve and loses ground on the outside line. So there's several positions unfolding there. Everybody having a great tussle in the midfield. But Zhu and Kwong, first and second place, then it's Yoon. And it looks like Schilling has got himself in a 5th position. A couple of slides into the hairpin. Lots of big owners as they run through on the far side. Now Kwong is all over the back of Zhu Zhizhe.
现在看到全场前2位的车手依然是前后相连，徐希哲现在是要来防守身后的邝崇宇，而第3位的争夺也是非常的激烈。现在丹尼尔是已经来到了第3位，而乔一舟现在是排在第4，而刚才一度是处在全场第3位的孔林希现在是稍稍的落后，并且呢，他现在是受到身后对手应该是阿里亚的一个追击。现在孔林希呢现在是排在第5的位置。现在可以看到，全场前列呢依然是处在两捉对厮杀的一个状态。
Zhu Zhizhe and Mason Kwong just giving themselves the long-range forecast out front and trying to stretch away from the squabble, and what a squabble it's turning into. For third position downwards, so many drivers with a hand in this one as Schilling loses the ground there on the inside line to Jaden Adia, I believe that is, getting through. Mason Kwong though, reading the situation with Zhu as they run through together. Oh, and on the straight, into the wall goes Jaden Adia on the main straight. Jaden Adia loses the kart, and unfortunately the man who started from pole position is now down at the back on the home straight. What a disaster for Jaden Adia. He's got off on the main straight, and that is very much game over for the man who started from pole. Can he get it started again? The answer is yes. Jaden Adia is getting back into it with a round of applause from the fans in the stands.
刚才我们看到，在发车区是出现了一个意外的状况，32号车手杰登阿里亚是出现了一个碰撞情况，而且现在我们看到，在赛场上又是有一位选手是发生了意外情况，他的赛车现在是停在了缓冲区当中。现在在领先集团，目前看到徐希哲依然是处在全场的第1位，并且呢，他和身后的应该是邝崇宇之间依然是差距非常的小。
We've had another off lower down the field, but now Mason Kwong is going to launch his move on the inside of Zhu Zhizhe. and Mason Kwong takes the lead. Mason Kwong into the hairpin at turn 2, and now he heads the field. He's timed it to perfection, but we've got a cart on the far side of turn 4. Yellow flags are stationary, so Zhu Zhizhu cannot respond to Mason Kwong as the marshals are going to work, but there's no overtaking on this part of the course, and there's a little bit of wrestling going on into the braking zones. The drivers need to be aware of the yellow flags and where they are waving, a couple of them missing them in that moment. But fortunately, no overtaking moves made under yellows on that occasion. Just a little bit of haphazard nudging. But it's Zhu now second. Mason Kwong has got into the lead. And so the Hong Kong sensation, the Freemason, is leading his way out of the sharp end of this field.
在上一圈，我们是看到邝崇宇利用一次非常精彩的超越，完成了对于徐希哲的超越，现在是上升到了全场第一的位置。而后方我们看到的是丹尼尔也要尝试来对徐希哲动手，而这边徐希哲似乎应该是要尝试来对邝崇宇来进行反击。而这边我们看到全场前3位的车手之间是前后相连，现在徐希哲似乎是已经重新回到了第一的位置，而这边邝崇宇是再度来反击，两位车手之间是在走不同的一个线路来争夺领先的位置，在多个弯角是进行并排。现在前3位是将会有机会来对第1轮预赛的一个冠军来发起冲击。
Up the S's once again in this battle for 3rd position. Looks like it could still have several more stings in the tail. Joey Zhou and Ben Stivar are dueling away with the Korean Daniel Yoon. As they come off the turn, we're still going to get a few more big moments. And we got 2 carts come together on the middle of the circuit. 2 more drop out of the race as we go into the last lap. Mason Kwong trying to stretch away here from Zhu Zhizhe, but we've got 2 drivers out of the race further back. So it's definitely not all rosy as Yoon holds on here from Zhou and Stivar. Stivar is trying to work his way into the top 4 if he can, but Schilling is on his own in P6 behind. Then Zhu, Di, Zhang and Carson Choi. The battle is Yoon holding on to his 3rd position for the moment. Joey Zhou is getting up alongside him. Can he hold it right round the outside? Ben Stivar getting his weight in on the inside line and gets him into 4th place. Great work from Ben Stivar on the last lap to split the duo. But Mason Kwong is going to come through surely with yellow flags flying. No overtaking in that part of the course. So it looks to me as though it's going to be Mason Kwong all the way to the victory. He comes up the final turn and it's Mason Kwong with a checkered flag in the air. Fabulous drive from the Freemason from Hong Kong. Mason Kwong, brilliant effort up at the sharp end. Zhu Zhizhe in second from Yoon, Stivar, Zhou and Schilling.
那么在这一轮儿童组 CG 组的第1轮预赛当中，可以看到也是领先的争夺是非常的激烈。邝崇宇是在比赛的中段完成了对于徐希哲的一次关键的超越，并且最终拿到了这一轮预赛的冠军。徐希哲是获得亚军，而在第3位的争夺也是出现了一个3车争斗的一个场面。看到丹尼尔最终呢是收获了这一轮比赛的季军，斯利瓦是以第4位来完成冲线，他是在最后阶段是完成了对于乔一舟的超越，是上升到第4位。乔一舟最终呢是收获第5，而孔令希是以第6位来完赛，朱启元是获得第7，而狄浩然是以第8位来冲过终点线。
Fabulous situation for the competitors and the top 5 of the Cadet X30. But what a drive from Mason Kwong, timing his move on Zhu Zhizhe to absolute perfection. Really couldn't get it any better than that if he tried. So a fascinating challenge as the competitors continue on their journey in Cadet. Mason Kwong from Zhu Zhizhe, then Daniel Yoon in 3rd position ahead of Stivar, Zhou and Schilling, then Zhu, Di, Choi and Zhang Zhizhuan. Then it is Zhang Yicheng in front of Liban Lewis Kanan. Cruz Perilliolo is next up from Liu Chen, Rin Bonkamon and Darren Ghani. Then it is Mackenzie Nafi from Adre Amit, Mo Falik, Rex Simon, Vincent Ardina. And then we have Jaden Aria who recovered from Porsche Kalkan Janicet, who also had a very difficult race. And the retirements, Bo Chambers, Zhang Jingran and Darren Zhu. Very tricky stuff as the competitors are ready for another exciting race later on this afternoon. The cadets and the juniors will of course come out for their 2nd qualifying races later on in the day. But for the moment at least, we have started in firecracker mode in both junior and cadet with the Masters for their one and only race of the day here right around the bend. Battles across the cadet race. So many great moments over the course of it, but Mason Kwong able to control it in the far side. Really, really intelligent driving from him in the first 4 laps to go away with Zhu and then strike while the iron was hot. Very smart work from the man from Hong Kong, who's had a difficult season in IAME Series Asia. Only took a race victory towards the tail end of the year, but what a way to bounce back going into the IAME Asia Final. Don't forget, folks, that this is the very first chance for any race driver around the world to get a golden ticket for the IAME Warriors Final 2026. The winner in each of the categories across Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master will get their way there. Speaking of which, the Masters are about to head out onto the circuit. The drivers over the age of 30. We've got a stunning lineup of drivers in this one, right from the front row of the starting grid. On pole position after an amazing run in qualifying yesterday, the no-nonsense, no-holds-barred Singaporean Luke Armstrong, putting the Simon Racing Tony car on the front of the starting grid. Great to see the Simon Racing colours there on pole position. And Luke Armstrong, who's battled more than once this season at the sharp end of a Master X30 and even a Senior X30 field in various competitions. He's had a really exciting battle over the course of this year. And great to see him lining up on the front row of the grid alongside his and everybody else's karting idol, Davide Foray. He signed up with the IPK group earlier this year to sign for Praga across the motorsport spectrum in 2025. Got his first podium for the brand in the Masters Super Cup a couple of months ago. But the man has won 4 World Championships, 2 World Cups, 2 European Championship titles. He raced against them all, Verstappen, Hamilton, all of the legends that have worked their way through the karting world and onto massive things. He is everyone's idol, and to see him here at the Coloane karting circuit for the first time in 13 years is quite an incredible statistic. Great to see him back here in Macau.
那么我们稍后将会进入到的是我们大师组的一个争夺。那么我们大师组呢将会有32位车手来共同的竞逐这一轮的预赛。那么在头排来进行起跑的将会是我们的2位选手，314号车手阿姆斯特朗，他在昨天的排位赛当中是做出了47.941的最快单圈，是拿到了本场比赛的杆位，而他的身旁来进行起步的将会是313号车手达维德·弗雷。那么这一位也是在国际的卡丁车赛场上有非常精彩表现的车手。这2位车手呢也将会在本周末来对大师组的冠军来发起冲击。
There is the man himself, Davide Foray, the man who is to karting what Michael Schumacher is to Formula One, the absolute megastar of our paddock. But he's not the only superstar talent from the world of karting in the paddock this weekend. There are plenty of big-name coaches here, the likes of Marijn Kramers. We've also got Baz Lammers in the paddock. Pedro Hiltbrand is walking around. So many fantastic members of our paddock. There is Kip Foster, the Australian who's going to take on the 2 big men on the front row of the starting grid. And the JDP BRM is more than likely to take a victory or 2 over the course of this week. Leading the cavalry behind them for the 666 racing team aboard the Paralin is the Hong Kong ace, Huang Zhizhong. He really wants to come at this, and the hammer and tongs, no-nonsense nature of this exciting 42-year-old is definitely going to try and get in amongst the leading 3. It'll be very exciting from the outset, but so much is riding on this one for those who want to take on a legend in his own lunchtime. Davide Foray right up at the sharp end, but Luke Armstrong and Kip Foster are determined to show the living legend that they are able to run at the same pace, in the same race, and in magnificent grace and candor. This is where they get to showcase all that they've learned over their years and take on a living legend. If they can beat him on equal terms, then that cements their place at the sharp end of a very competitive race grid. And don't forget, the 25 to 26 or so behind the top 4, they want a piece of this action as well. This is all about commitment, determination, endurance, and stamina, as much as it is about speed. The more you continue your experience, the tougher it gets. Once you hit the age of 30 in karting, you really have to deliver your A game every single time. And nobody knows that more than the 4 men in the first 4 places of this grid.
那么刚才我们也是为各位介绍了头排起步的2位车手阿姆斯特朗和达维德·弗雷之间将会展开非常激烈的争夺，而在后方我们看到第2排来进行起步的将会是320号车手吉普·福斯特，他在昨天的排位赛当中呢是做到了48.209的成绩，是能够帮助他获得第2排发车的一个位置，而在他身旁起步的将会是304号车手。 应该是351号车手黄杰忠，那么黄杰忠呢将会和吉普福斯特一同从第2排来进行起跑，那么从第3排来进行出发的将会是304号车手彭景坤，是来自我们中国澳门的本土的选手，那他将会和383号车手易家俊一同从第3排来进行起跑。这边我们看到在出车区已经给出30秒倒计时牌，我们的比赛马上就将开始。
This, of course, is the only starting grid in our competition where we know the identity of every single finalist. There are 32 spaces on a final grid, and there are 32 drivers in the Masters X30 category. A sellout participation in Master X30 for drivers over the age of 30, and they come from far and wide, across the Asian Peninsula, across China, Hong Kong, and of course Macau, as well as Chinese Taipei, and even further afield. And the big guns are taking on Davide Foray. In the top 3, it's the Singaporean, the Italian, and the Australian. 3 big guns, all going at this through the practice sessions and through time qualifying. It's been nothing but the top 3. An amazing opportunity for these guys to move their way forward. Armstrong, Foray, and Foster. Can anybody get in amongst them?
我们大师组的第1轮预赛呢，两台圈呢也是正式开始，我们所有32位参赛选手都要在这个两台圈的过程当中呢，来将自己的状态调整到一个最佳。而现在我们看到领先的选手呢，都是已经来到了赛道的后半段，我们后方的选手呢，也是要尽快的要来追赶上前方的选手。那么在发车区之前，我们要进行2两的编队。 我们要来关注到头排起步的2位选手达维德·弗雷以及阿姆斯特朗之间究竟会有怎样的一个争夺。
Rolling start is ready as all of the contenders are getting themselves into position, and the first of our Master X30 bouts between 3 living legends gets underway. Armstrong, Foray, and Foster, and the whole fleet of superstars behind them. Who's going to get in amongst it? Let's find out for the first time this week. No, it's going to be a false start on this occasion. The back end of the field was not quite formed up, so we're going to go around again. Yellow light repeater comes on, so we're not starting just yet. Couple of drivers towards the far end, not in position. So let's try again.
大家可以看到，在大师组预赛的起步的阶段呢，也是有出现合规的情况，所以呢，我们这一轮的起步呢是没有成功。那么我们所有的选手们呢，将会再度进行一个编队圈，那么来尽可能的在这一次起步的过程当中呢，将队列进行一个完整的编排。那么到这一圈结束之后呢，我们所有选手将再度尝试2两队列来进行这一轮的起步。
Today it's appetizers and hors d'oeuvres. Tomorrow it is the hearty main course before we get the finals of dessert on Sunday. And it really is going to be a sensational charge through. But in the Masters category, it's going to be very exciting indeed. 1 race per day until we get to the Sunday Superheat and final, where they will have 2 races in the day. So this is your one and only chance to see Luke Armstrong, Davide Foray and Kit Foster going at it toe-to-toe. The Singaporean on the Tony car, the Italian Stallion on the Prada, and the Aussie on the BRM. 3 superstars of their craft. Are we going to go racing this time? Of course we are! Great start from the leading 2. Foray has dropped back into 5th position off the start. Not a great start for the world champion multiple times over as Armstrong bends off from Foster. Foray trying to get back into it around the outside as Pang and Jesus Afonso are trying to work their way back into the mix. Foray already back into 3rd position. Amazing charge forward as Kip Foster hits the front. The Aussie is in charge. Oh, contact further back. We've got several karts in the mix there. 3 in the middle of the road, and somehow everybody else take avoiding action. Big drama here as we got the 316 and the 383 in drama. That is Francis Yik, who comes together with Wang Xiwen. 2 drivers already recovering at the tail end of the field. How did everybody else avoid them?
在比赛的第1圈，我们看到应该 该是黄诗文和易家军的赛车是发生了碰撞，两台赛车刚才呢是几乎是连在了一起，而现在看到处在全场第1位的，现在应该是吉普福斯特，吉普福斯特在上一圈应该是过掉了阿姆斯特朗，而现在我们看到达维的弗雷之间也是要来进行一个争夺，达维的弗雷现在应该是重新来到了第2的位置。
Cadet back into B2, gets the run on Armstrong. Armstrong knows better than to go wheel to wheel with him. Looks like there's damage to the kart that's coming through right at the tail end of the field. So we could well get a technical flag for that particular kart. But it's Foster, Foray and Armstrong as the Aussie is doing a grand job up in the sharp end of the field. Now we wait for Kip Foster to charge away from Davide Foray. Here he comes out of the final turn. And Kip Foster onto the home straight with Davide Foray on the Praga. Then in 3rd place it is Luke Armstrong, 304 now in P4. That is the hard-charging Pankam Guan for the CKS Racing Team and the local star here in Macau.
从第3位起步的吉普福斯特是在起步阶段呢，就是超过了应该是大卫的弗雷，是上升到第2位，而现在呢，他又是再度过掉了阿姆斯特朗，现在是已经占据了我们大师组第1轮预赛的一个领先的位置。而后方我们看到，应该是达维的弗雷和阿姆斯特朗之间也在进行激烈的缠斗，两位车手呢现在是要来争夺第2的位置。那这两位车手呢，在昨天是取得了排位赛头牌的情况。现在比赛应该是进入到了第3圈，而这边我们可以看到的是后方的选手呢也要尝试来向前方的这一栏进行一个追赶。而现在我们可以看到的是福斯特是处在全场领先，达维的弗雷是在第2，阿姆斯特朗目前是排在第3位。
So behind the leading trio, which is pretty much the same order as it was, or is it? Because Armstrong up the inside of Foray into 2nd place, but he drifts wide. He should be able to hold on to that on the exit though. So it's now Foster, Armstrong, Foray. Then it's Pang and Jesus Alfonso from Mok, Yamchan, Zhao, Moon, Oh, Chung, Chen, Xiu and Wu. Very exciting stuff all the way down the field in Master as everybody wants a little piece of the pie. But Davide Foray has had to drop back in behind Luke Armstrong. But both men are absolutely resolute to close in on the Aussie. The 49-year-old Kip Foster put JDP Group on the BRM. Still lightning at the front end of a Master X30 field. And with half the race done and 5 laps still on the board, Kip Foster has a great chance to stretch away from Armstrong and Davide Foray. But can the legend get back on terms with the 2 leaders, Foster and Armstrong? Armstrong is absolutely lighting it up. He's caught right back up to Kip Foster, and he can make an overtake into turn 4. Down the railway straight, flat out through the right hand there. He's going to try and get close to Foster, not quite close enough yet, but he's definitely doing the hard work to close up on the BRM.
阿姆斯特朗在上一圈和达维的弗雷之间的缠斗呢，应该是初步的胜出。现在阿姆斯特朗呢是能够上升到第2位，并且呢他已经快速的追进到现在的领先选手福斯特这边。吉普福斯特在入弯之前，应该是车身稍稍有些摆动，这也会让后方的阿姆斯特朗寻求到一些机会。现在可以看到全场前3的车手都是已经处在了同一个车当中。现在吉普福斯特依然是处在第1，而阿姆斯特朗现在是在身后紧随其后。达维的弗雷想要在1号弯前来尝试走一个不同的线路进行超越，但现在看到阿姆斯特朗是要在内线来完成对于达维的弗雷的防守，而这边看到应该是阿姆斯特朗完成了对于吉普福斯特的超越，而这边达维的弗雷也是想跟上，但是目前看起来应该是吉普福斯特和阿姆斯特朗之间依然要来对领先位置进行争夺。
So Luke Armstrong takes back the lead for the very first time since the start of this race, but now Davide Foray is lining up on Kip Foster as well. Foray thought he could join Armstrong on the inside apex of turn 2. Had to think better of it. Now he's charging after Kip Foster once again. Armstrong, your leader. Foray on the inside of Foster and gets into 2nd place down the bottom of the hill. But he opens the door on the exit. He has to pull the Praga back across the radius to make sure he keeps hold of that 2nd place. But is there time? 4 laps to go. Is there time for Foray to get back on terms with Luke Armstrong? I know for a fact that the Singaporean was absolutely reeling in the moment of having beaten Foray in qualifying. That's the man who trained him once upon a time, don't forget. He is a former coach of Luke Armstrong. So not only has the apprentice got one over on the Sorcerer in qualifying, he's currently 0.6 of a second or so ahead of him in the race here. Davide Foray is doing his best to catch up to him, but Luke Armstrong may draw first blood here.
上一圈阿姆斯特朗是在和福斯特的缠斗当中胜出，并且阿姆斯特朗现在是取得了领先的位置。而随后我们可以看到达维的弗雷也是快速的完成了对于福斯特的超越，现在是重新上升到第2位。现在阿姆斯特朗和弗雷现在依然是占据全场的前2，而福斯特呢现在是重新落到了第3。那么目前可以看到全场前3位的一个排名呢，也 也是和我们起步的一个排名是如出一辙。然后我们现在看到应该是彭景坤304号选手，现在呢依然是处在第4的一个位置。那么他距离前方的福斯特呢有3秒的一个缠斗。如果说全场前3的选手之间有进行缠斗的话，那彭景坤也有机会在比赛的最后阶段向全场前3来发起一个冲击。
So Armstrong still ahead of Davide Fore and Kit Foster. Then it's Pang ahead of the Jesus Afonso, Mok, Yamchan, Sao, Moon and Chumpu Wan. And then we have Wu and O just on the scales of the top 10. Chen Leong and Tamya Ko. Then Lei Chihang, Chua Penchu and Suku Peng from Gudson Wen and Wang Zhizhong. We've got Desmond Lau just on the outskirts of the top 20 there as well. Ahead of Haran Zaralo, who's really struggling. Back on San. And Liu Ximing ahead of Wang Xuan and Wang Kei. So everybody pretty much keeping themselves in the game. But as for the top 3, it's as it stood. Armstrong, Fore and Foster. And with 2 laps to go, it looks to me as though Davide Fore is going to have to concede this first heat of the competition. But he knows there's still a heat to go tomorrow and a super heat on Sunday morning before we even think about the final. But what an amazing push it's been in this race from Armstrong. Fore second, Foster third, but there's still plenty of time this week for things to change. It's great to see Pang Kam Kwan taking that 4th position run and flying the flag for Macau. Last lap begins.
比赛呢马上将进入到最后的一圈，现在看到阿姆斯特朗呢依然是处在第1位。达维德弗雷在之前的一圈呢一度是做到47.676的全场最快单圈，但是目前看到他距离前方的阿姆斯特朗呢依然有半秒的一个差距。而在身后呢将会是320号车手福斯特。福斯特在比赛的初期一度是取得领先的位置，但是现在他是重新跌落到了第3位。现在全场前3位车手之间的差距呢都是在半秒左右。那我们的比赛呢马上将会进入到最后阶段，看起来这场比赛呢将会由阿姆斯特朗来取得胜利。
Well, Luke Armstrong has done what he needed to. He's taken his moments, he's calmed himself into a decent position, and he's driven away from Davide Fore. The first win on the weekend master goes to Luke Armstrong in front of Davide Fore and Kit Foster, who chills his way to the line in 3rd. What a fantastic start. Oh, we've had a driver out of the kart on turn 1, I think that is. So we've got an abandoned kart at turn 1, double wave yellows. So some very close runs all the way through. Pang still in 4th place, up to 5th in the end came Winnipeg Yamchan ahead of Carlos de Jesus Afonso. We've got a kart out of the race on the slowing down lap, so very dramatic stuff. I've actually just seen Simon Tan next to me. I thought he was racing this week, apparently not. So he's actually watching from the sidelines now. But Luke Armstrong taking first blood then ahead of Davide Fore and Kit Foster. What a sensational start to proceedings. It'll be a really exciting afternoon. 5 races done and 10 to go, but the first one of the Masters goes to Luke Armstrong ahead of Davide Fore and then Kit Foster. Pang Kam Kwan and Winnipeg Yamchan from Carlos de Jesus Afonso and Mok Leong. Zhao Jinchung, Chumpu Wan and Wu Sijian in the top 10 after a very competitive race of it. Yong and Ho Yong from Chen Yen, Zhang Wenchu and Tan Go, and Su Wen and Jiang, Suku Peng and Wang Zhizhong in front of Yang Guiming. Then to finish things off in the lower end of the field, we have Haran Zaralo in front of Wang Xuan and Lam Kim San, and Liu Ximing, Tong Chen, Wang Kei, Desmond Lau, Wang Guangdong, and of course we have the final turning on Francis Yin and Francis Yen. No start in the end for Gao Jie.
那么在这一场我们大师组的第1轮预赛当中，10圈的比赛里面，我们可以看到全场前3位的车手是对冠军发起了非常激烈的争夺。而卢卡·阿姆斯特朗虽然在比赛的初段是一度跌落到第2位，但是在比赛的后期，他是能够重新回到领先的位置。而阿姆斯特朗也是在这场10圈的正赛当中最终拿下胜利，并且呢，他也是在最后一圈做到了47.671的全场最快单圈。达维德·弗雷呢，最终是获得亚军，而福斯特在比赛初期一度是来到第1位，而最终呢，他是以第3位来完赛。304号车手彭景坤是获得第4位，374号车手埃姆维昌在今年IAME亚洲系列赛当中是拿到大师组年度冠军的车手，他在这一轮比赛当中是取得第5的位置。
So very exciting start then in the Master X30. We've got plenty more to come from them over the course of the week. 1 race tomorrow and 2 races on Sunday. This gives us a lovely little preview to what we can expect to see over tomorrow and Sunday. The trio, Luke Armstrong, Dominic Foray and Kit Foster, battling for every apex over the course of tomorrow. It'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out. But that is the end of the morning session on the first day of race action. That's what happened in the closing stages in the end then, as we had a retirement on the final lap. That looks to me like the 3.88, I think, of Peter Chua. So last minute moment there in the end of that one. Oh, I think it might have been Desmond Lau, actually, the 3.69 on the Element Motorsport CRG, losing it right at the end. Well, that's 5 races done. We've got 10 more to come this afternoon across the seniors. They will come out first for their opening heats of the week, and then we will have the second heats for cadet, junior and senior over the course of the afternoon. Plenty more still to come here from Macau.
那么我们上午的第一轮的预赛环节呢，就是为各位放送到这里。那我们在稍后，在经过午休之后呢，我们将会在下午的1点15分来开启我们成人组的第一轮预赛环节。届时我们将会进行3场第一轮的预赛呢。届时呢，也是欢迎各位朋友们再度锁定到我们的比赛现场的直播环节。我们稍后再见。好的。
Welcome to the season finale of the Infinity IAME Series Asia 2025 here in Thailand, the land of smiles. Competition from the Bira Kart circuit outside the city of Pattaya. And 12 nations across the Asian Peninsula and even from Europe participate for this round. All that's left is to prepare for the Asia Final in Macau and the Asia Pacific Games next season. We'll see you in the Infinity IAME Series Asia 2026.
A new challenge, a new competition in the heartbeat of Southeast Asia. Kuala Lumpur, the bustling capital of Malaysia. LYL International, the brand new karting coliseum, which is more than just a racetrack. It's a playground paradise, combining old school sport and leisure with modern technological adrenaline, fantastic cuisine, breathtaking landscapes, and the world's newest speed center. So in February 2026, it's your chance to conquer it. We present the IAME Asia Pacific Games, the Indy 500 of the East. One weekend, one shot to pick up a ticket to the IAME World Finals, with accommodation provided in one of the most spectacular racing resorts on the planet. Can you beat the best? Can you conquer the IAME Asian Pacific Games? It's all down to you. This is your chance to find out.
Welcome to the season finale of the Infinity IAME Series Asia 2025 here in Thailand, the land of smiles. Competition from the Bira Kart circuit outside the city of Pattaya. And 12 nations across the Asian Peninsula and even from Europe participate for this round. All that's left is to prepare for the Asia Final in Macau and the Asia Pacific Games next season. We'll see you in the Infinity IAME Series Asia 2026.
A new challenge, a new competition in the heartbeat of Southeast Asia. Kuala Lumpur, the bustling capital of Malaysia. LYL International, the brand new karting coliseum, which is more than just a racetrack. It's a playground paradise, combining old school sport and leisure with modern technological adrenaline, fantastic cuisine, breathtaking landscapes, and the world's newest speed center. So in February 2026, it's your chance to conquer it. We present the IAME Asia Pacific Games, the Indy 500 of the East. One weekend, one shot to pick up a ticket to the IAME World Finals, with accommodation provided in one of the most spectacular racing resorts on the planet. Can you beat the best? Can you conquer the IAME Asian Pacific Games? It's all down to you. This is your chance to find out.
At Macau for the IAME Asia Finals 2025, it's turning into a very sizzling hot competition with all of the competitors gearing up ready for a big showdown. And in the first of our senior X30 competitions, we've got two big names right at the front. Kimi Chan versus Danish Chen. Two big names from the IAME Series Asia over the course of the season. And this is the first time they'll go to battle against each other in senior X30. Danish Chen up from junior in 2025. Kimi Chan returning and getting on the front row of the grid after his impressive season in 1994. On the karting Coloane circuit, 1,203 meters in length, the monster of X30 karting. This place really is fantastic. The new surface makes it pretty not so grippy with a lap of rubber laid down on the racing line, but it makes things very exciting for us. Up in our commentary position on the quarter grandstand, Jake Sanson in English and Eric Liu in Chinese.
欢迎各位现场和我们屏幕前的车迷朋友们再度回到我们中国澳门的路环小型赛车场，这里是2025澳门国际格兰披治小型赛车大赛及2025亚米亚洲总决赛的比赛的现场，我是今天的中文解说陆建新，我将会和我的英文解说搭档 Jake Sanson 一同为各位带来今天下午的预赛的争夺。那么我们稍后将会进入到的是我们成年组的比赛的第一轮的预赛。那么我们第一轮的预赛呢，将会由 E 组和 F 组的车手来共同来参与其中。那么我们本场比赛，我们 成年组的参赛选手可以说是人数众多，一共有88位车手来参与到比赛的竞逐当中，所以呢，我们也是根据我们比赛的规则，也是将车手们是分为6组。那么6组的选手呢，将会两的捉对厮杀，也就代表着我们稍后的成年组的第一轮预赛呢，将会进行3场比赛。那我们首先将会进行的是 E 组和 F 组的较量。
The fans in the stands have waited long enough for the Senior X30 competition to get underway. We've got 3 rotations of race heat There is the man on pole position. Kimi Chan Yutsai, one of the stars of this competition, the man from Hong Kong who's been putting on such a great effort in Chinese F4 all season long. He goes on the grid alongside Danish Chen, the man who fought for the Junior X30 title this year. He's now switched over to the DRM racing team in the Paralin chassis, the squad based in Malaysia, and the Singaporean with a great chance on the front row of the starting grid. But on the second row of the grid, watch out for Otto Pikkanen on his croc that has come all the way from the United Kingdom. Simon Parker is here, so is his race mechanic, Christian Margerson, who's going to be working hard with Otto Pikkanen to get him up at the sharp end of the field. And third on the starting grid for each of these opening heats is a very nice place indeed for Otto Pikkanen to be. Watch out for the man alongside him on the grid, though. Plenty of opportunity for Rafael Kamal, the 15-year-old from Bogor in Indonesia. The Clover team, where his Kart Republic is based, is going to be working overtime to keep up with the pace of the top 5. And he's definitely going to be a hard charger right out of the blocks. And watch out for the man in P5 of the grid, Toby Gale, megastar in this year's IAME Series Asia Championship when he raced. He was usually in the top 3. Multiple race winner across multiple categories this year, but this is the week he really wants to bring his A game to the table. And for someone like Toby Gale, if he gets a sniff at the lead of this race, none of the other drivers will see which way he went.
那么我们稍后 E 组和 F 组的成年组的首场预赛呢，我们将会迎来27位选手来共同争夺。那么从头排来进行起跑的将会是 杆位261号车手陈玉琪，他在昨天的排位赛当中呢是做到了46.849的最快单圈成绩。那么这个成绩呢也是帮助他在这一轮预赛当中将会从杆位来进行起跑。而在他身旁的将会是232号车手的 Iwan Chen， 他是做到47.076的成绩，那也是帮助他获得这一轮预赛头排的另一侧的发车的位置。而从第2排来进行起跑的将会是259号的车手奥托 皮科宁，那么这一位选手呢，也是来自于芬兰，参与到我们本周末亚米亚洲总决赛的比赛当中。他的在昨天排位赛当中的最快单圈是做到46.953，而在他身旁的进行起跑的将会是213号车手，来自于印尼的这位选手拉斐尔卡马尔，他是做到47.361的成绩，而在他们身后在进行起跑的将会是251号车手的托比盖尔。 那么他是以47.256的成绩呢，将会在这一轮预赛当中从第5位来起跑，而在他身旁来进行起步的将会是238号车手蔡晨阳。
As well as the drivers we've talked about at the sharp end of the dais, there's also some big firepower from a little further back. We've got Wadapong Yamchan, who finds himself in the 4th row of the starting grid. The Thai driver who's been part of the F4 Southeast Asia Championship on home soil in Buriram and in Bangsen. And of course, we've got 2 ladies up in the top 10 as well. Venice Lau and Summer Mok from Macau and Hong Kong, respectively. The 2 racers definitely looking to throw their hat into the ring at the sharp end of the dais. The engine revs rise and Senior X30 gets underway for qualifying races. It's Heat 1 for Group E versus F, their first race for the IAME Asia Final 2025. So we're going to have Kimi Chan and Danish Chen on the road. Toby Gale and Sanjay Yang, Venice Lau and Yang Chan. Then Marcus Agostinho and Jose Sato, Luigi Leon and Rui Sato, Jenny Bibine and Miguel Sarmiento. Shane, Yang Snow, and Johnny
所有的车手们两两列队，即将要通过最后一关，回到我们的发车区来等待红灯的熄灭。
The back of the field doesn't quite look as formed as it could be. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do, though. Up to the start, Kimi Chan already with Otto Pikkanen and a breakdown in the final turn. That is the 2.18 of a break that doesn't get away at all. That is is Touch and Wild, the 23-year-old from Macau for Solar Racing. But we work our way out of the hairpin in turn 2 and 3. And it's already a big charge from Kimi Chan with Otto Pikkanen breathing down his neck. Toby Gale has made a terrific start, up in a 3rd position as the rest of the field swarms its way through turn 4 and down the hill to 5 as we go onto the back straight. Everybody trying to mix it and try and get close to the leader, with Kimi Chan leading the troops out in the sharp end of the field, with Pikkanen and Toby Gale giving chase.
杆位出发的陈玉琪现在呢依然是在起步之后守住自己的领先位置，而259号车手皮科宁现在是已经上升到第2位。现在车手们马上进入到第2圈，现在陈玉琪依然处在第1，皮科宁是处在第2，而托比盖尔现在是来到了第3，而头牌起步的埃文劝现在是落到了第4的位置，而第5位第5位的目前是刘思鸾，他是驾驶210号赛车，而拉斐尔卡马尔现在是落到了第6的位置。起步的第1圈呢，我们是看到有一位选手的赛车呢是发生了一些意外情况，应该是218号车手谭振华的赛车。而现在呢，我们比赛现在进入到第2圈，陈玉琪目前依然是处在领先的位置。
Chan, Pikkanen and Gale starting the week only the way they know how. Fast and furious stuff already. Toby Gale looking for his move on the inside line and up to B4. That's a great lunge from Lau. Vernie Slough gets the run on Danish Chen. So Vernie Slough, the Macanese lady, doing a great job as she works her way up into P4. Now she's got a lot of opposition as she works her way in front of Kamal, Chen, Tsai, Yamchan, Summermock and Sun Yibei. Some good performances already. Don't forget that Sun Yibei actually broke down during the practice session yesterday. The time trial did not go her way as Rafael Kamal gets in front now of Vernie Slough, and the battle for 4th position is absolutely raging. 5 cars lining up a move. Wonapong Yamchan fancies his chances to come through on the inside of Chen and Tsai, and there's all sorts of melee as they run through together off the turn and onto the back straight. A big charge forward for P4 as there's about 6 drivers who all want a piece of it, but up in the front end it is no trouble at all for Chan, Pikkanen and Gale to get away.
目前领先集团的3位选手现在是已经组成了第1集团。现在陈玉琪呢依然是处在领先的位置，皮克宁现在是排在第2，而托比盖尔上一圈是做到了47.569的成绩，是目前全场的最快单圈。而拉斐尔卡马尔在上一圈是来到了第4位，而这边我们看到应该是托比盖尔现在是已经过掉了皮克宁，现在是上到了第2的位置。而这边2位车手现在依然是前后相连，而后方的第2集团当中，卡马尔现在是在第4，而刘思鸾刚刚一度是在第4，现在是落到第5的位置。埃文劝现在依然是在第6位。
Thailand takes Finland. It's Toby Gale that gets in front of Otto Pikkanen as they work their way through the chicane and up towards the S's at the end of the lap. Very good run indeed so far from Toby Gale to get up into 2nd place once again. There's movement still, a couple of drivers retiring from the race further back as well. Not everybody has been able to get a decent run off the draw. Contact! 2 karts come together then on the bottom of the S's as the leaders have come through. But certainly for Chan, Gale and Pikkanen, it's as you were. That's Yamchan trying to close up on Sun Yibei. And here comes Wonapong Yamchan. Butter gets his line, but he can't get past Sun Yibei. The Praga still in position for the time being. Meanwhile, Chan is being reeled in by Toby Gale, as it is the SJM Theodore Racing Bremer being caught up by the Birolart in 2nd position. Charging hard, Toby Gale really going to town as Wonapong Yamchan is still pushing in behind the Praga of Sun Yibei. Oh, and there's big battles further back. We got yellow flags as we've got a kart off the road at the hairpin. Right up at the sharp end of the field, we've got battles all the way. And it looks like we've got yellow flags there in at the hairpin. So we could get a bit of a drop down the order here. Vernie Slough is still in the mix of the top 5 with the likes of Rafael Kamal and Danish Chen. As we wait to see who it is that's dropped back, it's Tao Gan. Tao Gan has fallen down and out of the race by the look of it. So Tao Gan dropping all the way down the order. We got double waved yellow, so no overtaking for Chan, Gale and Pikkanen, but that might give Gale an opportunity. Halfway round the lap, he may get his shot as we go up the crest. Through the right, through the left, and now Toby Gale fancying his chances on the inside of Kimi Chan. Can he get the move? No, he's going to wait for his moment. Down the drop, now he goes for it! Toby Gale takes the lead from Kimi Chan.
领先集团的争夺，我们看到的是托比盖尔现在是已经完成了对于陈雨琦的超越，上升到了第1的位置，而全场前3名之间的差距也是非常的小。而上一圈我们也是看到有2位选手在争夺名次的过程当中是出现了冲出赛道的情况，而其中1位选手现在是已经退出了比赛。而我们这边看到托比盖尔、皮克宁现在呢是有 是来到了全场前2位。陈雨琦刚才在守住2位选手的同时呢，现在是跌落了一些节奏，他目前呢是跌落到第3的位置，而后方拉斐尔·卡马尔现在是做到了46.946的全场最快单圈，他也是在不断的追击目前全场前3位的选手。
So Toby Gale leads, but it's not Kimi Chan giving him the pace. It's Otto Pikkanen now. Pikkanen is now all over the back of Kimi Chan, and the Flying Finn is working hard on the Mad Croc to try and get himself into the lead of this race. Engineered beautifully by Simon Parker, who runs Mad Croc back in the UK. They've made a mammoth effort to come to Macau to race Otto Pikkanen up to the sharp end. Now he's going to take the lead. Otto Pikkanen on the inside gets the move on Toby Gale, and now Kimi Chan finds his chance to get back on the tail of the Birilla. But Otto Pikkanen, the Flying Finn, hits the front in the first heat of the week. Now Chan goes for Gale, he can't get there.
全场前3的争夺现在已经进入到白热化，皮克宁是在2号弯的地方完成了对于托比盖尔的超越，现在是上升到了全场领先的位置。而陈雨琦现在也是想尝试在比赛剩余的差不多5圈的时间当中重新回到领先。现在我们可以看到陈雨琦距离前方的托比盖尔现在也是离得非常的接近，目前全场前3是处在一个领先集团，而现在拉斐尔·卡马尔依然是处在第4位，他在不断的追进身前的前3位的车手。那么目前排在第5的是埃文·劝，而刘思銮现在是排在第6。孙一北在此前也是和埃姆维昌有一个争夺，现在孙一北依然是排在第7的位置。
Well, Christian Markusson on the pit wall must be sweating cobs, and everybody back home in Finland will be rooting for him all the way. Otto Pikkanen under big pressure here from Toby Gale. Toby still working very hard to work his way further forward. But this is a big opportunity, and the 15-year-old from Pattaya in Thailand knows it. Up the hill, through the right, through the left, and working his way onto the tail, into the hairpin. This is going to be tricky for Toby Gale. He needs to pick his moment wisely. Too eager, and he opens the door to Kimi Chan too early, and Pikkanen gets another shot at him, so he's got to time it right. Out onto the main straight once again. Through turn 1, and Gale's got the slipstream here on Pikkanen. This could be the opportunity into the hairpin. He looks for the moment, he waits, he's going to bide his time. He doesn't want to rush it. Toby Gale just picking his moment. Kimi Chan is there, and look who's catching them. Rafael Kamal is closing up in P4. Toby Gale still waiting for that moment. It isn't yet.
在路环小型赛车场这样一条非常高速的赛道上面，想要去进行超越，并不是一件非常容易的事情。所以，对于我们的领先车手们来说，他们一定需要抓到最好的那个机会去完成动手。而考虑到我们成年组的竞争是非常的激烈，如果说你在比赛的过程当中丢失节奏的话，那你很有可能会丢失非常多的名次。而我们现在看到的是，托比盖尔并没有选择非常贸然的去对前方的皮科宁来动手，而是来等待最后的机会。现在比赛还剩下最后的2圈，目前我们可以看到的是皮科宁目前依然是守在领先的位置，而全场前3位都是在上一圈做出了他们的个人最快单圈。这一圈我们看到应该是陈雨琦要尝试来对托比盖尔完成超越，这边陈雨琦应该是在2号弯的地方能够上升到全场第2的位置。
Perfect timing for Kimi Chan. Back in a second position he goes then past Toby Gale. This is absolutely the way Kimi Chan wanted to run this race. He didn't want to race it too hard, too soon. He's now in the box position in second to go after the Finn Otto Pikkanen. There's Rafael Kamal trying to stay with the top 3. It looks like one of the Pragas outside the top 10 has got big rear bumper damage. That could end up being a technical flag. But up the hill and round the final bend, onto the final lap comes Otto Pikkanen. Can he hold off Kimi Chan, the man with the plan, the superstar of IAME Series Asia, the 2024 Senior X30 champion? Can Otto Pikkanen hold him off? He's been in Chinese F4 all season. He's had a string of silverware. But now that he's back in Senior X30, the first time in a car for 4 months, it's like riding a bicycle. You never forget it. And in through the left, out through the right. Kimi Chan is still setting up the perfect slingshot. Toby Gale's got to stay hungry in 3rd position behind both of these men, because he may still get his ultimate shot to go for the overtake. Here will come the chance through the left. Kimi Chan could set this up. Well, his slingshot, he's not close enough. Gale tries his best. He's not close enough either. So it's going to be the Flying Finn. Otto Pikkanen will come out the final turn. And what a start for Otto Pikkanen. He gets the win from Kimi Chan and Toby Gale. Rafael Kamal, P4 in front of Danish Chen. And the fabulous female from Macau, Vernice Lau, battling all the way with Sun Yibei in the closing stages. Yibei manages to get ahead of Vernice, but Sun Yibei and Vernice Lau doing a great job at the end.
在成年组 EF 组的第1轮预赛的过程当中，我们是看到了奥托皮科宁是在比赛的最后阶段呢是成功守住了 自己全场第1的位置。那么我们也是看到皮克宁是在这一轮预赛当中是成功拿下了冠军，陈雨琦是获得了第2位。那么他在比赛的最后一圈呢，并没有选择贸然的去超越前方的皮克宁，而是选择守住自己的一个位置。托比盖尔最终是以第3位冲过终点线，拉斐尔卡马尔是获得第4，埃文劝是取得第5位，而孙一北是在比赛的最后阶段是过掉了刘思鸾，上到第6，刘思鸾是以第7位完赛，埃姆维昌是获得了第8的位置。那么在经过非常激烈的第1场，也就是我们成年组 EF 组的第1轮预赛之后呢，我们稍后将会进行的是成年组 CD 组别的第1轮的预赛。那我们稍后的这场比赛呢，也将会有25位选手来共同的参与到争夺的过程当中。那么可以说，刚刚结束的成年组 EF 组的第1轮预赛呢，为我们整个第2个比赛日的下午呢，奠定了非常好的一个基调。那我们稍后呢，将会带来的是一个采访。那我们稍后呢将会进入到的是我们成年组 CD 组别的第1回合的预赛。那么根据我们的分组情况呢，我们 C 组的第1位将会从我们这场比赛的甘位来进行起跑呢，他将会是234号车手的 Dylan Chan。他在昨天的排位赛当中呢是做到47.026的这个最快单圈成绩，那么也将会是在这场比赛当中从甘位来进行起跑呢，在他身旁的将会是269号车手的安迪拉特。那么他在昨天的比赛当中呢，排位赛当中也是做出了非常强势的一个表现。他在昨天的第3组的排位赛当中呢，是做到了全场第2快的一个成绩。那么也是可以值得来关注一下头排起步的2位车手，稍后在比赛的开始过程当中，究竟会有怎样的一个争夺。那么在第2排来进行起跑的将会是225号的车手艾伦加西亚洛佩兹。那他在昨天的排位赛当中呢，是取得了第3组别的排位赛的第6的位置呢，也是让他能够在这一场 第一轮预赛当中呢，是从第3位来起跑，在他身旁起跑的将会是我们本赛季IAME亚洲系列赛的成年组的年度冠军车手299号车手于家宝。他在亚洲包括我们IAME中国系列赛的比赛当中，都是有非常出色的表现。
So into senior Group C versus D for this one, and the pole position goes the way of Dylan Tan. What a great start to the week he's had already. The 2:34. Looking very comfortable for the LOR Racing team, all the way from Singapore. The 16-year-old on the pole position for this one, but he's got serious competition alongside him on the front row of this one. The Frenchman, Andy Rattel, returning to international competition in Asia once again on the DRM Racing Paralympic. Great to see him up at the sharp end. Competition is going to be fierce in this one, as it was for Group E versus F. So expect big things from this second of our 3 senior X30 rotations. This will be a very tricky one. That front row of the grid is competitive, but look who's on the second row of the grid as well. Aaron Garcia, world champion at X30 level, and of course, Yukapo, IAME Series Asia champion for 2025. The first man ever to do so on an Explorer chassis, the only Asian-based chassis in this competition, and the orders have flooded in since that title was clinched in Thailand. The factory team is here in Macau, really reaping the rewards of the fantastic development that Yukapo and the squad have been working all season long with the PR1 satellite outfit. All of the drivers getting themselves ready then for the start. The 5-minute board goes up, and that gives us a little bit of a time to talk you through the front end of this starting grid. There is the man on pole position to the near side right of your screen. Dylan Tan, 16 years of age from Singapore. What a start to this week he has been able to produce. Fast and very, very competitive with it aboard that Kart Republic for the LOR Racing team. A team that's got a great opportunity to make massive progress this week. But of course, there's so many big names around them. Andy Rattel, Aaron Garcia, Yukapo, Mark Svarage, Ruben Moya. Don't forget how strong he was last year with the Pantano squad. And then, of course, we've got the likes of Wu Kaiyu, Yiri Bachichka, Liu Yude, and Huang Zhizheng in amongst that top 10. But there's your pole position sitter. The Singaporean aboard the Kart Republic number 234, 16-year-old Singapore superstar Dylan Tan. Watch for him. He's going to be lightning out of the blocks.
现在我们镜头给到的就是我们稍后在成年组 C 组 D 组第1轮预赛从杆位来进行起跑的234号车手的杰伦灿。那么他将会在比赛的发射阶段呢，受到身旁269号车手安迪拉特尔的一个非常强有力的挑战。而在他们身后的几位车手呢，同样是不容小觑，225号车手阿隆加西亚洛佩兹将会从第3位来进行起跑。而在他身旁呢，将会是299号车手于家宝。从第3排来进行起跑的将会是230号车手来自泰国的马克兹瓦里奇，而在他身旁的将会是294号车手鲁本莫亚洛佩兹。那么他在去年的IAME亚洲总决赛当中呢，是拿到了成年组的冠军。那么今年呢，他是再度的回归。虽然他在昨天的排位赛当中呢，并没有取得非常好的表现，但是接下来对于他来说的3轮预赛将会是争夺超级预赛以及正赛非常至关重要的一个过程。而在他们身后的将会是231号车手吴佳瑜以及282号车手的贝奇卡吉里。同样我们不能忽视的还有第9位出发的209号车手卢佑德以及第10位出发的黄喜正。
Second row of the grid full of serial senior X30 superstardom. Aaron Garcia and Yukapo on the second row. There is the number 230. That is the Thai-based driver Mark Svarage, based in Phuket, although they've spent the entirety of this year out in Europe. Great to see them back, though, for the season finale of the calendar. And there is the 294 aboard the Tony Kart, the very impressive Ruben Moya for the Mars Racing team. Good to see him back in Asia once again. 231, 7th on the starting grid. Wu Kaiyu, the 15-year-old from Hong Kong, aboard the Ultra Tony Kart. And there is the Praga, Yiri Bachichka, the only Czechia driver in the entire lineup this week. Well, what an opportunity for him as he continues his route aboard the Formula K chassis, which of course is part of the IPK group. Great to see him continue to put on a great display. And the 209 and 275 rounding out the top 10, Liu Yude and Huang Zhizheng. And just outside the top 10, we've got the likes of Wang Hilin, the hobbyist racer Ethan Sito, who always punches above his weight. 229, Rafael Weissen, who's been in F4 for the last part of this season. He'll go full-time next year. Tiana Runchen, Chong Yen Yip and the returning Norris Gafour. Great to see the 21-year-old Singaporean back again. Jackson Susan Harlow, the national champion of Australia, along with Kwok Lok Man, Lu Siyu and Louis Ji. And then we have Ji Jintong and Dang Ibrahim. And then we have Maria Yang, Chan Wai San and Zhong Yunchuan, who didn't get a lap time in qualifying in the end yesterday. Plenty of firepower through this field, though. And there's quite a few drivers just on the outskirts of the top 10 who are desperate to get back into it.
那么刚才我们也是介绍到了全场前10位的车手，那么也不能忽视在10名左右的车手呢，同样也是有机会向前方的名次来发起进攻。那么我们所有车手呢，都将会来进行3轮的预赛。那3轮预赛的总和的成绩呢，将会来进行积分。那么积分的这个前列的位置呢，将会决定他们的超级预赛相对靠前的一个发车名次。那么包括像第11位发车的217号车手王鹤龄，279号的车手 Ethan， 以及229号车手拉斐尔韦森，以及第14位出发的286号车手田润成，都将有机会利用这一场第1轮的这个预赛呢，来提升他们的场上的一个名次。现在我们可以看到发车区的裁判呢，已经要准备来就位，来开启我们这场成年组 CD 组的第1轮的预赛。
So with the second of our Senior X30 rotation heats ready to get underway, this is a very difficult one to predict. It's all very well being quick over 1 lap, but being quick over 10, that's very different. It's going to be easy to get this wrong, as all of the drivers know just how intense it can get around this Coloane karting circuit. Not too far away from the Gia Grand Prix circuit, where so many great Formula One stars of the future are honed and trained. Let's go racing again then, here at Macau, as the drivers are preparing to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature and go around this course once again. But for Dylan Tan and Andy Gretel, they've got all the pressure on their shoulders heading into this rolling lap.
那么这场比赛，我们 CD 组的成年组的第1轮预赛呢，将会有25位选手来共同的争夺。那么12圈的比赛里面呢，他们将会为了自己更靠前的一个名次来发起冲击。我们看到这边在进入到编队圈之后呢，所有的车手必须要将自己的轮胎和车手自己的本身的状态呢，提升到一个最佳的一个工况来应对接下来12圈的一个比赛。那么在头排来进行起跑的吉恩灿以及安迪拉克尔将会在比赛的开场阶段占据一个优势的位置，我们可以来关注一下2位车手在进入到1号弯的时候会有怎样的一个对决。
Dan, Rattel, Garcia, Yu, Zvaric and Moya. So unpredictable in amongst that top 6. Any one of them have the skills to take the victory in the first race of the day, but only one of them is going to emerge victorious unless all hell breaks loose. And then it's going to be someone from even further back that gets the shot. It's well formed out of the 2 tram lines out of the final turn, so I think we're going to go racing. First time of asking, we do! Great start off the pole position from Dylan Tan. Straight in with him comes the 3rd place man, Aaron Garcia. We head through turn 1. Back ends start to come around, but everybody's keeping it nice and loose. Into the first corner, big slide from Garcia, who tries to get the move into the first corner, and it's Dylan Tan who's had to hold back. Garcia gets the jump forward. Great start from Aaron Garcia from 3rd on the grid to P1, and so Garcia now has Dylan Tan giving chase into the hairpin. Everybody trying to keep it nice and tidy through 4, out through 5, down the hill and along the back stretch. So it's Garcia who leads the way. The Spaniard has got the jump on the Singaporean.
尽管在比赛进入到1号弯的时候，看到吉伦灿是能够守住领先，但是目前看到处在领先位置的是225号车手的阿隆加西尔洛佩兹。现在呢，他依然是处在全场第1的一个位置。现在我们可以来关注到中油集团的争夺呢也是非常激烈，而现在我们可以看到是阿隆加西尔洛佩兹是处在第1，安迪拉克尔是来到第2，刚位出发的吉伦灿现在是落到第3的位置，马克斯瓦里奇现在是在第4，而鲁本莫亚洛佩兹目前是排在第5的位置。
The Europeans have come to storm the Asian fraternity here because Andre Rattel has managed to get himself in there behind Aaron Garcia. It's Spain versus France. At the front end of the field as Dylan Tan tries to get back close to them. But Andre Rattel is going to play the long game here behind Aaron Garcia. He does not want any of the rivals behind him to even get a sniff of the race victory. He's going with Aaron Garcia. And so they start to pull clear. Garcia, Rattel, and closing up on them. We are not done yet for this victory because we've got Mark Svarage and Dylan Tan starting to get close to them once again. Up off the turn and onto the home stretch once more. Mark Svarage down in P4 now, back behind Dylan Tan. Then Ruben Moya, Bachichka, Wang, Yu, Wang, and then Wuka Yu up the inside. That's Svarage into 3rd place. Mark Svarage gets the run. So that's into P3 then, back on terms with Dylan Tan, and already he's starting to knock on the door. But Andy Rattel is giving it even more big guns to go after Rattel, and up the inside, that's the charge forward. A big lunge on the inside line from Ruben Moya. He gets through, oh, and there's contact further back into the barriers. 2 carts spin out of 3, and there's 3 that end up connecting with the barriers, 2 out of the carts. But it looks as though both drivers are okay. It's unfortunate, but they managed to get away with that one. So Aaron Garcia leads the way from Rattel, Zvaric, Moya and Dylan Tan.
比赛现在进入到第4圈，我们刚看到在中后集团有2位选手的赛车呢是发生了碰撞，现在他们依然是在赛道上要尝试来重新回到比赛。而现在在领先集团过程当中，我们可以看到前5位目前是处在领先集团，阿伦加西亚洛佩兹目前依然是处在第1，安迪拉特尔是排在第2，而上一圈马克斯瓦里奇是过掉了迪伦灿，顺势过掉了还有鲁本莫亚洛佩兹。现在这2位车手呢是分别上到了第3和第4的位置，迪伦灿现在是已经落到第5位，上一圈马克斯瓦里奇也是做到了47.227的全场最快单圈，现在领先集团的争斗依然是在继续。
Chong Yen Yip and Maria Yang were the 2 that got involved in that incident on the previous lap. Both of them have recovered, by the way, and got back into the race once again. But Andy Rattel hasn't even got that on his mind right now. Aaron Garcia is the only man in his eyesight. Behind him, he's still got pressure from Svaric and Moya. They're going to keep working their magic hard here. Through turn 1, flat on the chat, up to the hairpin. Is this going to be the move from Rattel? No, but they've got a slower kart in front. Up to 3rd place comes Moya. He gets the run on Mark Svaric. So Ruben Moya up into 3rd position. The Spaniard is going to close up on these 2, but they've got a slower kart in front of them. That's going to cause an issue. That's Chong Yen Yip. And of course, he's missing his front fairing. He's got to get out of the way of the leading carts. He does so he pulls to one side, allowing the leaders to come through. That doesn't affect the 2 leaders or 3rd and 4th. So it's all okay. But the race is still going to continue on regardless. For the leaders up front, they're going to have a very tricky time of it as Andy Rattel wants to pull clear with the hard-charging Aaron Garcia, with Zvaric, Moya and Dylan Tan not too far away. In through turn 1, going for the move into the hairpin. Is this going to be the chance for Andy Rattel? No, he's going to continue to pull that gap.
那么在上一圈发生事故的应该是211号车手钟应业以及201号车手杨雨桐，而2位选手在重新回到比赛的过程当中呢，他们也是遇到了目前处在领先集团的快车，所幸他们也是很快的让出了线路，没有影响到领先集团的格局。现在阿隆加西亚洛佩兹依然是处在全场领先的位置，安迪拉特尔上一圈应该也是要比前方的洛佩兹要快一些，目前呢他依然是处在第2的位置，而上一圈鲁本莫亚洛佩兹现在是已经来到了第3的位置，他是过掉了马克兹瓦里奇。 而兹瓦里奇现在是落到第4，迪伦灿现在依然是处在第5。
This is not over yet by any means at all. We're only half done in this particular heat. Rattel is trying to stick like glue to Aaron Garcia, but the battle for 5th position is actually coming closer to the top 4. Pachichka, Tan, Huang and Yukapo all trying to work in unison to close up on the top 4, and they're doing a good job of it. It looks as though the Formula K chassis of Yuri Bachichka is getting close to the top 4, gradually, lap by lap. Up on the inside, big dive forward for 6th position. That was Wang Zhizheng getting through on Dylan Tan, who runs wide. Yukapo, I think, may have been able to squeeze up into P7. The drivers work their way through, and yes, Yukapo is now up to P6. He's got ahead of first Dylan Tan, then Wang Zhizheng. So that puts him into P6 behind Yuri Bachichka. Yukapo is still pushing hard on the Explorer.
上一圈我们看到黄喜正和于家宝是先后超越了第6位的迪伦灿，现在黄喜正是来到第6的位置，而这边我们看到于家宝应该是完成了对于黄喜正的超越，于家宝现在是来到了第6，黄喜正呢在上一圈是做到46.887的最快单圈，他是过掉了迪伦灿，现在是排在第7位，而在领先集团我们看到现在已经是从5强争霸的格局，现在变成了一个前2强争霸的情况。
That's a mechanical failure up in the top 5. I'm trying to make out who it is that's in trouble, but certainly one of the leaders is gone. I think that might be Yuri Bachichka, who was up to P5 at one stage. So we're trying to work out, but it's an absolute disaster if that is the case, because obviously it was already going full guns blazing up at the sharp end of the field. We need to look at who it is that drops out of the sharp end. It's Aaron Garcia! Aaron Garcia broke down! Oh my goodness, Aaron Garcia was the leader of this race, and he comes to a spluttering halt while in the lead. I can't believe it. Aaron Garcia dominating this race in front with Andy Rattel, and he suddenly splutters to a halt on the way towards turn 4. He cannot believe it. He is stood absolutely frozen to the spot, and he is absolutely enraged. It leaves Rattel leading Moya, Bacichka, Svaric, and Yukapo.
非常令人震惊的一个场面，处在全场领先的阿伦加西亚洛佩兹是出现了赛车的机械故障，导致他从领先的位置退出了比赛。现在269号车手安迪拉特尔是来到了全场第1位，而鲁本莫亚洛佩兹现在是来到第2位，而贝奇凯吉里现在是上到第3，于家宝是上到第4，他在上一圈是过掉了马克兹瓦里奇，现在迪伦灿是排在第6，而吴佳瑜是过掉了黄启正，是上升到了第7的位置。
There's a roar from the crowd as Yukapo gets ahead of Mark Svaric. That puts the Explorer driver into P4. He's got a lot of ground to make up if he wants to be in the top 3, but he's certainly going about it the right way. Andy Rattel, meanwhile, has not got it easy. He's got Ruben Moya, the other Spaniard in this race, closing right up. But it's Heartbreak Hotel for Aaron Garcia, and he needs a spare room for the night. Absolute disaster as he works his way into the lead and then splutters to a halt. Now we've only got 2 laps to go, and Andy Rattel leading the way here in front of Ruben Moya. But for how much longer? Because Ruben Moya is taking his time about making his ultimate bid. So it's going to be fascinating to see how this one continues to appreciate. We've got another couple of karts in trouble up at the hairpin. The leaders are going to get to that in any moment now. And it's Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya's gone in front of Rattel. He's made the move. So Ruben Moya comes up into position. Excellently done as Ruben Moya moves forward and grabs the place.
Ruben Moya Lopez 在比赛的后期，现在可以看到他是已经来到了全场领先的一个位置，而现在安迪拉特尔依然是紧随其后，他要尝试来进行反超。比赛还剩下最后的2圈，那么在经过这一圈之后呢，马上将会进入到最后1圈。现在可以看到的是。 贝奇凯吉里现在依然是处在第3位，于家宝是排在第4。而比赛进入到最后1圈之前，看到鲁本莫亚洛佩兹这位去年的亚洲总决赛的一个冠军，现在是来到第1的位置。
Last lap and Andy Rattel is sold the dummy. He gets the move and moves in front of Ruben Moya on the last lap. Now he's going to defend like crazy. Moya around the outside. They both drift wide, and who's going to get there? Yeni Bacichka trying to come around the outside and snatch it. He's done it. Yeni Bacichka takes the lead. No, he doesn't. Drifts out wide. Rattel comes back in. They're battling like it's the final. Bacichka splits them both. He almost leads. Now he does to the inside. Rattel protects it. Drops out wide. Here comes Moya for more. Bacichka's got to hold him. Moya gets back in front. And Andy Rattel takes the victory. What a last lap duel. Absolutely incredible. In the second heat of the week, they duelled like it was the final. Amazing as Rattel takes it from Ruben Moya and Yeni Bacichka. What a duel on the last lap.
最后1圈的冠军争夺是陷入到了白热化，安迪拉特尔和鲁本莫亚洛佩兹之间的缠斗，让第3位的贝奇卡吉里一度是有机会上升到全场领先的位置，但是在最终，安迪拉特尔依然是守住了自己的领先，并且率先冲过了终点线，拿下了成员组 C 组 D 组的第1轮预赛的冠军。亚军是归属于鲁本莫亚洛佩兹，贝奇卡吉里是最终是以第3位冲过终点线，于家宝是获得第4，马克兹瓦里奇是获得第5位。 黄喜正是收获第6，迪伦灿是以第7位完赛，第8位的是王鹤林。非常精彩的 C 组、D 组的成年组的第1轮预赛，那么也正式印证了我们亚米亚洲赛事最为激烈的一个组别，也就是我们的成年组。 这个周末呢，我们是迎来了88位车手共同来挑战我们 Senior 成年组的一个最终的桂冠。相信这样的预赛的非常激烈的竞争场景呢，也将会带入到我们之后的2轮预赛以及超级预赛，并且最终我们将会有32位选手进入到最终的正赛的对决。 Come on. 是的，他
Such an exciting start to the week in Senior X30 already. 2 great races in, and Otto Fickanen has taken a victory, and now so too has Andy Rattel. I'll let him and his mechanic put the kart back on the trolley, and then I'll grab a quick word if I can, with Andy Rattel. Andy, that was so difficult out there. So many drivers in the mix. You were behind Aaron for most of it. Once he spotted to a halt, it looked like it was going to get even tougher from there.
Yeah, it was hard. At the middle of the race, I have a problem with his engine. And after I tried to stay calm because we need to save the tires the maximum because, you know, we have 5 hits, 1 super hit with the tires. So we need to stay calm. Ruben come back. I stay behind him. I overtake him in the last lap and that's it.
That last lap was pretty intense with Ruben, and you guys almost let Yiri come through as well. It was very tricky to hold on to. Would that last lap have done anything severe to the tires going into the next one?
No, we'll see. But in the last lap, I tried to do something on Ruben. I never tried because he know me a lot. So I need.
That dummy was pretty good.
Yes, I try. It was good. So we'll see at the next one.
A great start, Andy. Well done.
Thank you.
Very difficult indeed for Andy Rattel. I'll let him continue on my way. Goodness me. An amazing start here in Senior X30. If that's what the racing is going to be like in the heats, goodness knows what it will be like in the super heats. And in the final, we could be in for one of the X30 races of the season. Back over to Eric Liu. We'll continue on as we get ready for Groups A versus B.
那么也是感谢 Jake 为我们带来的赛后的采访。那么刚才安迪拉特尔也是复盘了在比赛最后阶段的最后的一个精彩的缠斗。
Well, if that's what the first 2 heats of Senior X30 are going to be like this week, we're going to need new lungs. It's going to be very, very difficult to hold our nerves for this one. It's going to be tricky all the way. But now we come to the fastest 2 groups from yesterday's time qualifying session. It's already been pretty good. Now we get ourselves ready for Group A versus Group B. The 2 fastest groups from yesterday, and there's going to be absolutely no holds barred. On the front of the grid for the United Kingdom, Zach Drummond. Great to see him out in the IAME Asia Final. And he's alongside a former IAME Warriors Final winner, Danny Carinini. He always comes back to Macau when he gets a chance. And this time, this year, it's personal. He means business in 2025. He's let it slip through the fingers a couple of times before, but this year, only the best will be good enough. And look at the array of Chinese, Macanese and Hong Kong talent that's lining up behind him. Lin Chengxuan is there in 3rd position, a great chance to put his flag up on the sharp end of the dais. A very big opportunity for the 16-year-old from China for Free and Nova. And alongside him on the grid is the junior champion from last year from Malaysia, Zadiev Raikal, for the DRM racing team aboard his Paralin. But welcome back to Asia for Zach Drummond, and certainly for the very first time to Macau. What an opportunity for him from the front of the grid. The FIA superstar going up alongside a living legend of IAME. It's always wonderful to welcome him back to the paddock. But the 246, Danny Carinini, is back in town. The former IAME Warriors Final winner. He's back in Macau, and this time, only the win will be good enough.
成年组 A 组和 B 组的第一轮的预赛呢，马上就将开始。而这2个组别 A 组跟 B 组也是我们在昨天排位赛当中做出最快圈速的2个组别的选手们。而从杆位来进行起跑的，将会是我们在整个 Senior 成年组 排位赛当中做出最快圈速的293号车手，来自英国的扎克·德拉蒙德。他在昨天的排位赛当中是做出了46.682的全场最快单圈，而他也是凭借这个圈速呢，是在最后时刻刷掉了246号车手丹尼·卡雷尼尼的一个46.700的圈速，这也让丹尼卡雷尼尼是从第2位来进行起跑，而在第2排的将会是287号车手林敬轩以及250号车手扎里耶夫雷克尔。那么这2位车手呢，同样也是在亚洲赛场有非常惊艳表现的车手。从第3排来起跑的将会是281号车手的凯伯克以及240号车手的赵子俊。
Third row of the grid, we'll see Kai Burke and Zhao Zijun. And what about the man in 7th on the grid? He's another man with scores to settle here in Macau. The 24-year-old from Indonesia, Prasetyo Hadia. Never before has he had such a great chance of conquering this week. He's struggled a little bit in qualifying. 7th is not where he wants to be, but he's definitely not going to stay there for long. He'll be pushing his way further forward with no hesitation whatsoever. And alongside him on the grid, Zhao Yunqing. This will be a very good week for her. Let's see if the 17-year-old from the Xinjiang racing team could put a woman on the overall podium. There's a big chance for her. And at the Xinjiang racing team, she's got great expert work to help her forward. 295, one of the only 2 Kyrgyzstanis in the field. That is Efim Dedunov, the 15-year-old from Mars Racing. What a chance for him to continue his progression as he wants to climb the ranks. And then, of course, to round out the top 10, we have the 255, the 15-year-old for the Explorer Factory team. That is Xiao Mozhuan. Let's see if this is going to be a year when he can really step forward and claim a top-level prize. The top 10 is very, very competitive indeed. And then, of course, we have the likes of Tang Zhizhuan, the 270. That is the 15-year-old for the Xinjiang racing team. Teammate, of course, to Zhao Yunqing. And while he is behind her, there's still an opportunity for Tang Zhizhuan to step further forward. 12th on the grid for the 249. That is the over-competitiveness of Chen Boru. It didn't quite work out in qualifying yesterday. P12 for the racer from Chinese Taipei. But there's a great chance to step further forward again as the fast Nijar race driver is definitely on the fringe of something big. Watch out for Enoch Mi as well. Good to see him right up towards the sharp end. He had a difficult year last year, but the 16-year-old returns in his 2nd campaign with the 7 Rings racing team, looking for glory. And there's a good chance of that, but there's also a good chance for this man. Li Mingyi with a good opportunity to continue the steady progress. James Lee of the Darkstar racing team. So many great talents from China, Hong Kong and Macau, many of whom are likely to be racing on the Grand Prix circuit down the road in years to come.
那么从第4排来进行起跑的将会是从右侧第7位出发的268号车手，来自印度的选手普拉塞约哈迪亚。那么在他身旁呢，将会是257号车手赵云清，也是在亚米中国系列赛当中有非常出色表现的一位选手。那么在第5排来出发的将会是295号车手埃菲姆，在他身旁出发的将会是第10位的255号车手邵墨轩。那么同时我们也不能忽视在10名左右这些选手呢，同样也是有机会向前列来发起冲击，包括像270号车手唐子轩以及249号车手陈柏如，他们将分别从第11位和第12位来起步，包括像后方第13位出发的273号车手密西朗，以及第14位出发的262号车手李明义呢，也将会向领先的位置来发起冲击。
Good to see the talents of Thomas George, Daniel Jegai, Dominic Braden Benedict and Zhu Karan also in the mix. There's Aaron Mechta getting himself ready aboard the Kart Republic, number 277 for Auto Inc., based out of the Singapore factory team of Auto Inc. Aaron Mechta doing a good job there, 277. Alongside him on the grid, that is the 253. The very, very talented and very convincing pace of Shania Quiñones, the younger sister of regular competitor in Senior X30, Miguel Quiñones, hasn't had too many opportunities to leave her native Philippines for big races, but the 21-year-old from Santa Rosa in Laguna with a chance to work further forward on the Paralin from Dr. Q Motorsports. Great to see her here in Macau for international competition. The front row of the grid, though, takes shape. And it's once again those 2 powerhouses of world karting on the front row of the grid. Great Britain versus Italy. Zach Drummond versus Danny Carinini. It's written in the stars that this is going to be a very big week indeed for these 2. And for Zach Drummond, aboard the Zero Lag Motorsport colours of the FSTS Racing Squad, This is a great chance for the Scotsman to come to Macau for the first time and showcase that this is just the next chapter in a long legacy of lusciousness. Up at the sharp end. Zach Drummond, though, has got big pressure from Danny Carinini. And, of course, from Martin Liu, who's going to be there. Martin Lin in third position on the grid. And Zadia Braikal in the mix, of course, as well. Keep an eye on them as they elevate themselves further forward. A spin coming out of the pit lane. That's not the best way to start at all for the 254. That is Daniel Jagai. So Daniel Jagai, the Malaysian, having a little bit of a spin coming out of the pits. Fortunately, he's able to rejoin at the back of the field. As long as he can get himself back into his original grid position by the red line, then all is fine in Love and War. But now it's time for Drummond versus Carinini, Lin versus Raikal, Burke versus Zhao to the first turn. What can Prasetyo Hardia and Zhao Yunqing do from row 4? And will Efim Dedonov and Xiao Moshuan get their chance?
我们这一场 Senior 成年组的第一轮预赛的最后一场，马上就将打响。27位车手呢将会整装待发。刚才在出场圈的时候，我们看到应该是254号车手，来自马来西亚的耶吉。刚才应该是出现了一些小小的插曲，不过现在呢，他应该是能够重新回到比赛当中。而现在我们将会来关注到 我们第一轮预赛的最后一场 A、B 组的对决，可以看到是头排发车的，从右侧来进行出发的扎克德拉蒙德将会来和246号车手丹尼卡雷尼尼进行直接的对决，包括第二排出发的林敬轩以及扎里耶夫雷克尔也将会从第二排的位置向前来发动进攻。
Get ready in Scotland, get ready in Italy. This front row of the grid is full of superstardom talent here on the beautiful karting Coloane Coliseum. Let's see if we go racing first time. We do! Drummond gets a good launch. Carinini has to tuck back in as the rest of the field swarms into that flat-out first turn. No worries at all for Drummond. Carinini is going to try and hold his station. It's all good for the moment. Lin Xingzhuan has got a good start as well. It's all going to come down to who's going to have the run down the run. Carinini on the inside of Drummond, side by side through 3. And it's going to be Drummond, but Carinini to his right side. Drummond holds it. Carinini is going to keep it very present on this first lap. The Italian does not want any doubt as to who's going to win this one. Couple of drivers kicking up the gravel on the far side. Few drivers running through, but Drummond in front of Carinini. It stays as it is for the time being, but Danny Carinini hungry for the lead.
那么在比赛发车之后，我们可以看到的是扎克德拉蒙德也是顺利能够守住自己的位置，而林敬轩虽然是在起步阶段呢，更胜一筹，是一度过掉了丹尼卡雷尼尼，但是现在卡雷尼尼依然是保住了自己第二的位置，并且他也是要来进攻身前的扎克德拉蒙德，进入到2号弯的地方，德拉蒙德在入弯的地方也是走了一个相对靠内侧的线路来防守身后的卡雷尼尼。现在林敬轩呢目前是处在第3的位置，扎里耶夫雷克现在依然是处在第4，凯伯克目前是排在第5，而我们现在看到领先位置的争夺也是愈发的激烈，扎克德拉蒙德也要来对丹尼卡雷尼尼来进行一个非常激烈的防守，要来守住自己的领先位置。
Raikal, Burke and Zhao have all managed to get ahead of Lin Jingxuan, so he's down to 6th position. Not a great lap for the Chinese ace from Frianova, but now Danny Carinini is hungry, and there's a reason for it, because right behind him is the teenage sensation, Zadia Raikal of Malaysia. He wants to work his way further forward. Last year was pretty disastrous for Zadia Raikal. Not in 2025. He's learned his lessons. He's ready to charge forward. Here he goes, Carinini, and Raikal's going with him. Carinini and Raikal both get the move on Zach Drummond. Now they come off the turn, and there's a lot of opportunity for Prasetyo Hardia. He's working his way forward with Tang Jizhuan and Ling Jingxuan. But Zhao Zhijun still right up in the mix there in P5 ahead of Dedonov and Zhao Yunqing. Then Inuk Mi from Chen, Li, Benedict Zhu, Xiao and Jacob George.
这一圈在进入到2号弯的地方，看到丹尼卡雷尼尼是顺势杀入到内线，完成了对于扎克德拉蒙德的超越，现在是来到了第1的位置。而后方的扎里耶夫雷克尔也是能够完成对于德拉蒙德的超越，现在是来到第2，德拉蒙德现在是跌落了2个名次，排在第3。不过现在可以看到德拉蒙德依然是跟在前方的雷克尔的身后，现在凯伯克是上升到了第4的位置，而上一圈依然处在第3位的林敬轩，现在看起来是已经落到第3位。而这边我们看到领先位置是发生了变化，应该是扎里耶夫雷克尔 和丹尼卡雷尼尼之间有一个名次上的交换，现在看起来是扎里耶夫雷克尔现在应该是来到领先的位置。
There's not a lot that Carinini can do about this. Zadia Raikal hits the front. It's exactly what he wanted. The Malaysian moves forward. Raikal from Carinini, Drummond, Burke, Hardia, Tang, Zhao, Lin and Dedonov. Oh, and there's contact and a roll. Someone's got upside down there, up at turn 4. So we've got a kart upside down in the S's, and I think we're going to have a potential stoppage here. We've got yellow flags up at the corner, but we've got slow boards out already. Slow boards out on the circuit. So already it looks as though the circuit has been neutralized. So we've got another couple of drivers out of the race further down the field. So we've absolutely got ourselves into tough positions out there on the course, as everybody is in close proximity positions. The drivers know that under slow boards, they've got to reduce their pace. But it is Zaryeb Raikal who leads under full course yellow. Then Karanini, Drummond, Burke, Hardia, Tang, Lin, Zhao, Derenov and Zhao.
那么在上一圈，我们是看到赛道上是发生了一个意外的情况，也是有一位车手的赛车是发生了翻车。那么现在我们赛道的工作人员呢，是必须要尽快的来对赛车来进行清理工作，同时我们也是出动了这个慢速的板，也是需要让所有的车手呢要来相对的减速，来通过赛道上的这个事故的路段。不过现在我们应该看到，发生事故的车手呢，应该是能够自行离开了赛车，那么应该是没有大碍的情况。那么包括在赛道的后段呢，也是有一台赛车是停在了赛道上。那么现在的情况应该是扎里耶夫雷克尔依然是处在全场领先的位置，扎克德拉蒙德现在是反超了丹尼卡雷尼尼，是上升到了第2位，卡雷尼尼现在是落到了第3，而第4位的目前是268号车手哈迪亚，他是在上一圈过掉了伯克，上到第4的位置，伯克现在落到第5，排在第6的是270号车手唐子轩，林敬轩目前是处在第7的位置。
So 2 retirements then on that previous lap. It is Alvin Tian, or Tianzhi if you are Chinese, who parked his Dark Soler kart in the chicane, on the far side. The driver that went up and over was the Watt Motorsport teenager from Thailand, but the Sundachit Rungrang. So Sundachit Rungrang, unfortunately, out of the race, but I can tell you that he is okay. He's being assisted by the marshals to a safe vantage point. So we're under slow boards here. We're not going to go starting just yet. We're going to back up the pack a little bit more. So for any of the drivers that were out of position, this is a great chance for them to have a little bit more time to close up this field. But it is the Malaysian Zaryeb Raikal who leads this field. The former Junior X30 champion from last year, the 15-year-old from Kuala Lumpur, won the 3rd round of the championship in senior back at LYL in Malaysia in the spring. So he's a real top contender in Senior X30 and could win the whole thing this week. He's already up at the sharp end, and he's got a man 9 years his senior directly in front of him. So this is going to be tough pressure from Zaryeb Raikal when this race gets restarted. And it looks as though we're going to go green flags this time by. So Raikal's going to back up the pack when he chooses to go on the throttle. That's when we're going to go back to racing conditions. Up to the final hairpin. It's all on Zaryeb Raikal. Now he goes for broke out of the final hairpin, and he's going to be pushing it on the main straight. Green, 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 green. Once again here at Macau, as Zaryeb Raikal leads Drummond. Then in 3rd place, it is going to be the hard-charging Karanini from Hardia, Burke, Tang, Lin, Zhao, Derenov and Zhao Yunqing. And on the inside already, big charge from Karanini. He gets through on the inside of Zach Drummond. Drummond gets an opportunity on the outside, but he's not going to hold it. He waits and gives Prasetyo Hardia the chance to work with him. Big dive! Oh, big opportunity on the inside as Karanini takes the lead. The Italian stallion is back at the helm.
在比赛重启之后，我们可以看到卡雷尼尼的表现是非常的出色。虽然雷克尔在重启的时候是建立了一定的领先优势，但是卡雷尼尼是先是在2号弯超越了扎克德拉蒙德，上到了第2的位置，而接下来他又马上过掉了雷克尔。现在卡雷尼尼现在应该是来到全场第1的一个位置，而后方的扎里耶夫雷克尔和扎克德拉蒙德现在依然是处在第2和第3位，3台赛车之间依然是要来进行非常激烈的争夺。而现在看到268号车手的哈迪亚现在是过掉了德拉蒙德，是上到了第3的位置，而凯伯克现在依然是处在第5位。
So with Karanini back in front, he's now going to have the pressure of Raikal from coming round the outside. He's going to keep his nose in. He nearly got a chance to throw it up the inside of 4. Karanini holds the wide line, but he's backing up the pack. This is not good news for anybody. Raikal with a chance to steal, but he's opened the door for Drummond. Now he's going to get up the inside line, and through comes Prasetyo Hardia. Prasetyo Hardia now in a 2nd place. A great chance from Hardia. This is what he's good at, but Drummond's come back on him. Drummond's back in a 2nd position. It's not done yet. We've still got 3 laps of Macau to navigate, but Danny Karanini is out in front. Can he get away from Drummond, Hardia and Raikal? Burke is there in P5. And then we've got Lin, Tang, Derenov, Zhao and Zhao Yunqing.
比赛还剩下最后的3圈，可以看到卡雷尼尼在上一圈取得领先位置之后，现在依然是处在第1。而现在我们可以看到第2位的争夺是非常的激烈，扎克德拉蒙德和哈迪亚现在是要来争夺第2的位置。而后方看到应该是有。扎里耶夫雷克尔应该是有出现一个情况，现在可以看到第2位的争夺，现在依然是非常激烈，多车将会来对第2和第3位来展开激烈的缠斗。
It's a wrestling match between Hardier and Drummond as they battle over 3rd position. Raikal is the one who's been able to sneak away into 2nd position. And there comes the barrel out of Kai Burke. He's right up in the mix of it. Kai Burke, the Australian, has been able to sneak into 3rd place as a result of all the badinage. So Kai Burke is now in a 3rd. Here comes Drummond. Slices on the inside of Prasetyo Hardier. How dare you swap paint with me? Beautiful move from Drummond. And now he's going to have to hold up the charge because Prasetyo Hardier wants business again. The battle for 6th position is making big guns as well. Here comes Efim Dedunov. Dedunov wants to dive in on the insiders, right round the outside. A couple more moves are creeping in the midfield. It's getting personal out there. But Danny Carinini and Sadia Raikal are disappearing. Can the Malaysian catch back up to the Italian with enough time to challenge? The answer seems to be, so far, absolutely.
多车争夺第3位的场景也是让丹尼卡雷尼尼和扎里耶夫雷克尔现在应该是坐稳了全场前2的位置，而现在看到目前处在第3位的应该是哈迪亚以及应该是凯伯克，现在哈迪亚呢是被扎克德拉蒙德所超越，现在德拉蒙德是重新回到第4位，而哈迪亚目前是排在第5。上一圈看到扎里耶夫雷克尔是做出全场最快单圈47.197，而这边我们看到雷克尔也是凭借着自己的速度优势，现在在不断的追击前方的卡雷尼尼，比赛已经进入到了最后1圈，看一下卡雷尼尼能否守住他自己的一个领先的位置，而现在第3位的争夺也依然是非常的激烈。
Drummond has found the move on Kai Burke going into the final lap as well. So the Scot gets ahead of the Aussie, but it's not done yet. Prasetyo Hardier still thinks that there's an opportunity to get into 4th place, and he's trying his best to get there. Kai Burke is not giving him any space, so it's going to be tight to the line, but it will be Danny Carinini. The Italian opens his form book with the win ahead of Raikal, Drummond, Burke and Hardier. What an opening race for Groups A and B. They really gave us an amazing show. And guess what? They've got 4 heats to go before we can even think about the super heat. Amazing.
非常精彩的12圈的第1轮的 A、B 组的预赛，可以看到卡雷尼尼在通过慢速区域之后的一个非常漂亮的重启，是上升到了领先的位置，并且最终是拿到了我们这一场第1轮预赛的胜利。那么获得第2的将是250号车手的扎里耶夫雷克尔，扎克德拉蒙德在比赛的最后1圈是过掉了凯伯克，是上升到了第3的位置。伯克是驾驶281号赛车，是取得第4，而排在第5的是哈迪亚，是驾驶268号赛车。林敬轩是获得了第6的位置，埃菲姆是取得第7，密西朗最终是上到第8，唐子轩获得第9，而赵子俊最终是以第10位来完赛。
Well, that surely was an exciting one for the man who is already an IAME Warriors Final winner of the past. Checking over the times, making sure it all looks hunky-dory, but that was a tough one. Danny Carinini, that's a great way to start. Welcome back to Macau, straight up into P1. How does that one feel?
Thank you so much. Hard race for sure. I didn't expect this for the first heat, but this is racing. Really happy.
So let's walk and talk. You've obviously got to go and work on the kart. Any changes that you need to make now going into race 2, knowing what you know from the first one?
Yeah, it's possible. I need to change something because the speed was not super. I was in the front. For sure, it's really difficult to go away with the slipstream, but I'm really happy about this.
A great start. Go and get yourself a drink, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic start for Danny Carinini. Never easy around this circuit. Nothing is left to chance, as you can see in Senior X30. And what a start for the IAME Warriors Final winner 2021. That's everybody having done at least one race now across all 4 categories. So we're going to go around again, and we'll kick off the afternoon's second races with the juniors.
3场的第1轮预赛呢，也是暂时落下帷幕。我们稍后呢将会进入到的是第2轮预赛的角逐呢。我们首先将会登场的将会是青少年组。那么在青少年组 B 组和 C 组的选手呢，将会在这场比赛当中率先的来捉对厮杀，来进行10圈的比赛的角逐。
In we go again for the Junior X30s then. This time we'll shuffle the grids and it's B versus C. Every driver in the competition has already raced on the Coloane karting circuit at least once this week. Now they're going to do it a second time, and this time it's going to get tougher than ever. A little bit more rubber's gone down on the road. The heat has increased, and so has the desire to win. This man gets to go back from pole position once again. Axel Nokom, very fast indeed yesterday. Difficult opening race for the Philippines. Youngster didn't quite get to produce the result he wanted from the first one, but what an opportunity to bounce back. A great chance as he works to elevate himself from that front row of the grid to a race victory. Alongside him on the grid this time, expect the unexpected. It's Yubel Wen, the Mars Racing driver, front row of the grid again. And this time he wants a little bit more than he was able to get earlier on. He got a victory, but he had a lot of pressure to make it happen. So now he wants a nice, easy task at the office, please. Not that he's going to get one. It's Junior X30 in 2025 for the IAME Asia Final. Nothing is easy from here. 133, Zheng Shihan, the 13-year-old for the Mars Racing team. Big opportunity for him from the inside of the second row of the grid. Opportunity knocking for him. He's definitely shown some amazing pace over the course of this week. A lot of consistency as well. He's a very measured, very smooth driver, and that will certainly help when his tyres are starting to scream. The Mars Racing driver, alongside him though, the American star, Bruno Fu, the only man who carries the Star Spangled Banner through this week, and he will be working his way to continue his charge from the second row. So much talent behind him on the grid though. Keep an eye on the 101. Nathan Arya had a lot of bad luck in his first start, and the Indonesian will definitely want to bounce back for more in this one. Let's hope that this time it's a lot stronger a result. But the man alongside him knows it all this year. Leonardo Mori, the Malaysian, has definitely had a lot of great opposition this year. He's been one of the most improved drivers in Junior X30 in 2025 in the Infinity IAME Series Asia series category. So let's see what he's able to do here in Macau. Third row of the grid, plenty of opportunity to climb.
那么我们青少年组的 B 组和 C 组的选手们呢，也是即将准备就绪。我们看到从杆位来出发的将会是118号车手，来自菲律宾的车手阿克塞尔诺科姆。他在今天早上的第1轮预赛当中也是有着非常不错的表现。那么在这场比赛当中呢，他将会从杆位来进行起跑，而在他身旁的将会是171号选手，那么也是来自中国的文玉博。那么文玉博呢，将会和阿克塞尔诺科姆一同从头排来进行出发。 而在他们身后的将会是133号车手曾思涵。曾思涵呢，是效力于 Mars Racing Team， 他将在这场比赛当中呢，从第3位来进行出发。而在第4位来进行起步的将会是197号车手 Bruno Fu。那么这几位车手呢，在早上的第1轮预赛当中呢，都是有非常不错的表现。我们接下来可以来关注到第2轮预赛，他们会有怎样的发挥。
So things are really starting to intensify as the day goes on. We keep coming back to this point, but it's worth mentioning a few times. This circuit, having been completely resurfaced since last year, it makes it very tricky. The circuit is slightly faster, but it's definitely less grippy. The back end wants to turn around on the front several times in the lap. And just looking out at turn one, the marbles really are accelerating. It's getting very dirty indeed on the outside of that first line. So at the start, anybody that's on that right-hand side going through turn one is really going to need some upper body strength, because holding that line is going to be increasingly difficult as the day goes on. The more races we do, the higher that marbles increases and the trickier it is to get through turn one safely. It breeds more drama. There is Liu Qinlong, the 115, the 13-year-old, part of the AAMC's karting academy. They've got a great team of youngsters here. The 167 in the mix there as well. That is the very impressive Dang Rahman, the CW Motorsport driver from Malaysia, certainly having a partial season in Infinity IAME Series Asia, only basically able to race when time and opportunity allows. Hopefully there'll be a full-time campaign next season when he steps up to seniors. And there is Chan Chek Leong, the Hong Kong superstar for the Ultra team with the 114 machine. He's going to be there on his Tony Kart operation, hoping to work his way further forward. The CRG in the foreground, though, that is the very talented Sirapach Ketsuwan, 195, the 12-year-old for Forza Motorsport P1. Just getting started aboard his CRG, really, in the world of Junior X30. He's still got at least a season and a half to work his way back up the grid. And that's the other important part of this week. You have to take into account that not everybody learns at the same rate. Not everybody is the same age. They've all got to go through the colours their own way and at their own rate of development. Junior is fascinating when you see how drivers work their way forward. There's Fong Nagochit, the 113. That's the 14-year-old from Macau, another of the AAMC Karting Academy drivers. 175, just towards the tail end of the field there, that is Hobart Yao, still making his first real impact in international competition. He's not been racing anywhere near as long as the drivers around him. This is still the end of his first full competitive season. And the 13-year-old, already part of the Explorer Factory team from Hong Kong. And bringing up the rear, Mika Slabbert. A disaster in qualifying yesterday, but a chance to charge through. He wants to be the missile like Mario Kart, surging his way from the back to the front. I took one look at him as I walked past him just a moment ago. He looked me in the eye and said, no looking back. Good man. He's ready for the charge forward. He's going to need it, but he is one of those who is designed to excel. So all of these Junior X30 drivers preparing for another tough race ahead of them. It's always tough at Macau, but this year it's tougher than ever. We know it's going to be changeable through the week. There's rain predicted tomorrow. There was a little rain yesterday, not a lot, but certainly enough to get in the heads of a few of the drivers out there. Bone dry all the way today on a slippery, greasy track. Make good use of it, make smart choices, and in Junior X30, keep your head straight. It's never easy when the pressure and the tension elevates. But going into this second heat of the week for these drivers, there's opportunity, but there's also an easy route to disaster. Just keep it smooth. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
我们 B 组和 C 组的青少年组的第2轮预赛呢，马上就将开始。我们现在看到出车区绿旗挥动，好像有一台赛车应该是起步稍微慢了一些，不过目前看起来应该是没有什么大的意外。196号的赛车呢，应该是能够起步，但是这边我们看到应该是133号的赛车，看起来是没有办法从发车区来起跑了，看起来是从第3位发车的曾思涵的赛车看起来是出现了一些问题，那么他看起来应该是没有办法参与到这场第2轮的预赛当中，这是非常大的一个打击对于他来说。要知道我们3轮预赛的最终的总成绩呢，将会来决定到超级预赛的一个发车的排名。如果他没有办法参与到预赛的其中一个环节的话呢，对于他的积分将是非常大的一个损失。
What has happened to Zheng Xixin? Something has gone very badly wrong indeed, and the Tony Kart is now being edged away from the grid. He's not even going to get out onto the start of this race. That is disastrous for the 13-year-old for Mars Racing. But the Chinese talent is out before the race even begins. Absolute disaster for Zheng Xixin. So that is game over for him, and a very difficult race start ahead. So coming off the turn, everybody else is going to get themselves into their 2 tram lines. No problem at all for our men up at the sharp end of the field. It's going to be a very difficult start, but who's going to have the brains and who's going to have the nerve? We'll find out. Here goes Axel Nocom. Charges to the inside line, but he's going to get squeezed. And there's already a little bit of nudging through turn 1. Can everybody make it through? Just, but there's a big shuffle of the deck as Axel Nocom throws his foot on the brake. Leonardo Mori trying to push him round turn 2 nearly as they work their way back up to power. Axel Nocom leads, Mori second, and in third place, that is the 101 of Nathan Aria. So some big moves already. Everybody trying to work their way through on the first lap. Sensible in the midfield, good performances as drivers are definitely making good use of the grip. But out in front, good start from Axel Nocom. He had to work hard for that, and he holds the advantage early doors as Wenyu Bo and Bruno Fu are going backwards.
比赛起步阶段，我们几乎是在1号弯看到了3车并排入弯的一个场景。不过刚位出发的阿克塞尔诺科姆现在依然是能够处在全场领先的一个位置。比赛现在进入到第2圈，我们现在看到的是，应该是莱昂纳多·毛里现在是已经来到全场第2位，而内森·阿利亚现在是上升到第3。而这边我们看到，从头排来进行起跑的文玉博呢，看起来第1圈并没有特别的一个 出色的一个情况，他现在已经落到了第6的位置，看起来他应该是在第1圈的争夺当中出现了一些问题，而现在目前处在全场领先的依然是阿克塞尔诺科姆。
Well, Cooper Foley and Tony Casciaferro have made it even worse for the Chinese and the American on the first 2 rows of the grid. Big disasters for them, so they go even further back down the order. So it's Nocom, Mori, Aria, Watson, Sakano, Foley. Then it is Wen, Casciaferro and Bruno Fu, and I think they've shuffled the deck in the midfield another go. So let's see how it's going to turn out. But the top 4 is pretty much as it was. Axel Nocom still ahead of Mori, and then it is Aria. No, it's not. My apologies. The 125 has come forward. That is the Japanese driver, Taigan Sakano. So Taigan Sakano having an interesting one towards the inside line. That's a good run from Aria. He gets the long on the inside line there. So still shuffles of the deck up in the sharp end. Oh no, that's Casciaferro. My apologies. So Casciaferro gets the run there on Yubo Wen. But he's got all sorts of people around him to battle with. Mika Slavitt's charging his way through, trying to make up some ground. So that's good news for the Malaysian. He finds himself now in 10th, just having got ahead of Dang Rahman. So that's top 10 for Mika Slavitt, having started from the back, much better than the earlier race. So let's see if that continues. The trajectory is good for Nocom, leading the way. Nocom, Mori, Sakano, Aria, Watson, Wen and Casciaferro. So it's already looking good guns up front.
比赛现在进入到第3圈，看到阿克塞尔诺科姆现在依然是牢牢守住自己的领先位置，并且已经是带开了后方的车手，已经有半秒钟的差距。现在莱昂纳多·毛里是排在全场的第2位，而在上一圈板野太贤来自日本的这位选手呢，是驾驶125号赛车，在上一圈是做出了全场最快单圈，而这一圈，排在第4位的布兰登·沃森是做到了全场最快48.345的成绩。
Oh, it's a big shot. Big shot.
这边看到是有2位车手是发生了碰撞的情况。
3 drivers involved in that one as they all try to recover. But it's a very difficult moment indeed as one driver ends up with a cart on top of his shoulders. Don't tell me it's Mika Slavitt again. I think it might be. So the rest of the drivers work their way through. It looks as though everybody else has managed to recover, but we've got yellow flags at that same point of the course again as Taigan Sakano gets his move into 2nd place into turn 1, gets the move on Leonardo Mori. So Taigan Sakano has come through into position. And it looks as though the driver that was involved in that has actually got going again. And I'm afraid to say, not for the first time this week, Mika Slavitt having absolutely no luck at all. So Dang Rahman is the one who dropped back along with Bruno Fu. So Mika Slavitt and Bruno Fu getting involved in that one, along with the very talented Dang Rahman. They're down at the back end of the field now, I'm afraid. We're going to see a replay of it. And there is the end of that incident. Goodness me, poor Mika Slavitt. Not a lot he could do about that one. He was in the middle of a rock and a hard place. So very unfortunate, but he manages to recover and continue to circulate. Meanwhile, Taigan Sakano, the Japanese driver, fancies his chances to go for the victory. Axel Nocom is clearly catchable on the inside line. That's a big charge forward from Wenyu Bo. Wenyu Bo gets his move into 3rd position there, up into P3 past Leonardo Mori, so he's not far away from Taigan Sakano either.
这圈我们看到的是文玉博，应该是 超过了莱昂纳多·毛里，现在是重新回到了全场前3的位置，而现在阿克塞尔诺科姆依然是处在领先。板野太贤上一圈是做到47.980的全场最快单圈，现在他也是在不断的追击前方的阿克塞尔诺科姆。现在可以看到全场前2位和后方3、4、5、6的这个集团呢，也是越来的越近。而在上一圈出现事故的3位车手呢，现在应该是有2位车手是回到了维修区当中，应该是戴恩·拉赫曼以及米卡斯拉伯特这2位选手呢，看起来没有办法继续今天的比赛了。
Here comes the Japanese driver. Taigen Sakano fancies his chances to go for the lead, but he's not going to take it yet. He's still got 4 laps left, and he knows that if he works with Axel Nocom, he's got a chance to pull away from the drivers behind. He knows that Wen Yubo, Leonardo Mori, Braden Watson, and Nathan Ardia are not that far away. So there's still opportunity as up the inside goes the move from Nathan Ardia. He takes on Braden Watson. Good overtaking move there from Ardia. And behind them, we've got Tony Cacciaferro, Cooper Foley, Nadalim Chipanya, Wujin Cheng. Couple of big moments further back in the pack, but that's Hobart Yao up on the back of Wujin Cheng. Good progress as Siripat Ketsuwan drifts wide on the CRG. So there's a couple of moments still in the midfield, but look at Taigen Sakano, the Japanese driver in second place, all over Axel Nocom. It's a question of when he goes for the move, not if. Will he go for it into the hairpin now? Not yet. One more lap, I think.
可以看到，现在处在第2位的日本车手板野太贤，距离前方的阿克塞尔诺科姆之间是越来越近。刚才在进入到2号弯，其实是一个非常好的超车点，但是他的这一圈并没有选择贸然的动手。现在进入到赛道的中段，板野太贤依然是紧跟在身前的阿克塞尔诺科姆。现在文玉博在上升到第3的位置之后，现在是领先第2集团，他必须要尝试来甩开后方的莱昂纳多毛里以及内森阿里亚。现在3、4、5、6是处在第2的集团当中，而现在要看到处在领先集团的2位车手板野太贤，现在是要尝试通过不同的走线来向前方的阿克塞尔诺科姆来进行施压。
2 laps to go then for Taigen Sakano, the Japanese driver, in behind Axel Nocom. Turn 1. Into turn 2. Is this going to be the moment for Taigen Sakano? Waits for his moment. In through turn 2. Back along the railway straight. Now he's going to pounce. He's going to make a very unexpected charge forward. And Taigen Sakano takes the lead here in Macau. The Japanese driver hits the front for the first time. Taigen Sakano is your leader from Axel Nocom and Wen Yubo. But there's still battles behind as Nathan Ardia tries to dive in on Leonardo Mori. Can he get through up the hill? Yes. Lovely overtake from Nathan Ardia. He's not done yet. Still big opportunities for him as the 14-year-old continues to push his weight around. Mori now has another crack at him and gets back through. But Taigen Sakano's lost the lead again. Axel Nocom's back in. Into the last lap we go. Watch for Wen Yubo. He's going to be threatening.
可以看到板野太贤在上一圈一度是有机会超过阿克塞尔诺科姆，而现在看到文玉博要尝试从第3的位置向前2位发动进攻。现在他在出弯的地方和前方的板野太贤是实现了并排。接下来进入到3号弯的地方，这边文玉博依然是尝试来并排，但是这边看到板野太贤依然是守住位置，而这边文玉博是完成了超越，上升到第2的位置。而2、3名之间的缠斗也是让前方的阿克塞尔诺科姆现在是稍稍跑远了一些。诺科姆看起来是能够在最后一圈守住自己领先的位置，而文玉博在最后一圈是过掉了日本车手板野太贤，现在是上到了第2的位置，而这边板野太贤应该还是想尝试来发动反击，但是这边进入到赛道的最后关头，应该可以看到阿克塞尔诺科姆是能够率先冲过终点线，而这边文玉博应该是能够领先板野太贤，是冲过终点线。莱昂纳多毛里是以第4位冲线，而第5位的是内森阿里亚。
Axel Nocom takes the win as Wen Yubo comes up with one of the overtaking moves of the week so far. An excellent start to Wen Yubo's week. He just manages to conquer Taigen Sakano, then Leonardo Mori from Nathan Ardia, Braden Watson, Cooper Foley, Tony Cacciaferro, Wujin Cheng, and Nadalim Chipanya, just a whisker in front of Hobart Yao. And then it is Chan Chak Leong and Liu Kin Leong from Siripash Ketsuwan. Not a single other finisher in a very tough race. My apologies. Fongnadot Shit does come through. But then after Raman, Fu and Snabat had their incident and Zheng Shihan didn't start, we only get 4 finishers less than we should have. So we've only got 15 finishers. Axel Nocom takes it. But Wen Yubo, what a battle from him. And one of the moves of the week from the Chinese ace.
可以说，在比赛的最后阶段，我们可以看到阿克塞尔诺科姆和板野太贤之间在领先的名次上是一度发生了变化。而阿克塞尔诺科姆在完成了对于板野太贤的反击之后呢，似乎板野太贤是丢失了一定的节奏，这也是让文玉博能够在最后一圈是抓住机会上升到全场第2的一个位置。这也让文玉博在经历了一个可能并不是那么出彩的开局之后呢，最终是能够收复失地，拿到第2的位置。板野太贤最终是以第3位冲线，以第4位完赛的则是莱昂纳多毛里，第5位冲线的是101号车手内森阿里亚，而布雷登沃森是以第6位来完赛。库珀弗里是驾驶196号赛车，是以第7位完赛。托尼费雷是以第8位冲线。吴金城是获得了全场的第9位。
Until the second last lap, it was 3
Very difficult indeed to predict how it was going to go, but Axel Nocom able to hold on to it. Axel, that was very, very tough all the way through. Not easy to hold on to that one. Just talk us through how you were able to balance it in the middle of the race when the tyres were starting to push on a little bit into those apexes.
I think in the middle of the race, I started to lose a bit of pace. I made a slight mistake, and then the person behind me started to catch up. But then when he passed me, I passed him back immediately, and then I took the win.
It was a very difficult circuit out there as the race went on. Is it getting slipperier, or are you actually finding that the grip starts to develop better?
I think right now the grip is developing more because now the sun is shining, so the grip is like more now.
A much better result than the first race. You don't have to race again until tomorrow now. How are you feeling after the first day?
I'm feeling great after the first day, good points in the bag, and hopefully tomorrow will be a great day as well.
Great job so far, Axel. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
A great start for the Filipino. Fantastic battle of races there from the juniors. It's definitely getting trickier for them. The back end is definitely starting to come out on these karts as the grip is getting a little bit quicker, but there's still excess marbles starting to move to the middle of the circuit a little bit in some of these races. So it's not easy, but it's great to see that the juniors are ready to roll up their sleeves and go for it. One more junior race left in the day.
那么我们青少年组 A 组和 D 组的第2轮的预赛呢，马上就将开始。我们这边可以看到的是，我们所有的选手们呢，都是已经来到发车区来进行就位。而我们可以看到头排发车的选手，158号车手来自澳大利亚的杰伊科斯泰基，他在早上的第1轮预赛当中也是有着非常不错的表现。他在接下来下午的第2轮的预赛当中呢，将会在这一组别的预赛当中呢，从杆位来进行起跑。而在他身旁的将会是121号车手，来自中国的刘博文。那么刘博文的赛车呢，在今天上午呢是出现了一些这个非常遗憾的问题，那么也是导致呢并没有取得非常理想的成绩。那么在下午的这个第2轮预赛当中呢，他将会从头排的另一侧，也就是第2位来进行起跑。而从第2排来出发的将会是143号车手安德烈加林贝蒂。不论是在亚洲还是在亚米中国的赛事当中呢，都有非常好的表现。而在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是102号车手杰米安布罗塞，他在今天上午的比赛当中呢，同样也是在领先集团有非常出色的表现。那么接下来我们可以看一下这几位选手在领先集团是否会有非常好的发挥。
A lot more chapters still to write in this one in the junior category. This is their last race of Friday because, of course, there's going to be a lot more for them to do tomorrow. Pole position Jay Kostecki, the youngest man in the Junior X30 field, the reigning mini champion, and of course the cousin of Brady Kostecki, who took the victory in the Bathurst 1000 a couple of years ago. Definitely from his very strong roots in motorsport. Liu Bowen, definitely wanting a little bit more luck than earlier on. He had a very disastrous start to his campaign. Hopefully this time he's going to be there from the front of the grid and he'll be battling for the win. Andrea Galimberti, the reigning junior champion, won the title 3 months ago, based out of Chengdu in China, but of course originally from Italy, based out of the fabulous town of Sicile in Pordenone. And there is Jamie Ambrose, the British driver who really has made Asia his playground in the last few months. Did a fantastic job at the season finale in Thailand. And now he's here to go for the title in the Asian finals. 168 for the Force Racing. It's John Hahn, the very talented man from Hong Kong. Good to see him right up at the sharp end. 11 years of age, now a junior, a very successful cadet. 132 and next in the mix, Brandon Adjur, the Canadian for the Stratos team. Good to see him continuing his journey as he makes big waves here in Macau. But there's plenty more where that came from. What about this boy, Bo Casagrande? A great start to the week so far for the 13-year-old on the Lenzo chassis. It'll be a good chance for the Australian to continue his chance forward. He's definitely looking very hungry over the course of the week. And there's definite opportunities knocking for him. And of course, we've got the man aboard the 104, the Kart Republic of Wei Jiaxi for H2O. Good to see him in the top 10 of the grid for this one. Lining up in the mix, we've also got the strong talents of the 199. That is Ma Mangqian, the CFS driver, doing a very good job so far this week. And he lines up alongside the Paralympic driver, Huang Zhiheng, for the Treble 6 racing team. Good to see him making good opportunities come his way with a lot of consistency in the lap times. But all the way from Australia, aboard the BRM chassis, it is Jackson Gate. What a chance for him. 12 years of age for the JDP group. Good to see him continue his launch forward. And he'll be sharing that row of the grid with the 105, Li Jiaheng, 13 years of age on the Praga for Muhua Motorsport, under the coaching this week, of course, of Davide Foray. Good to see some amazing drivers work their way forward. There's a lot of great talents in this field, even further back as well. Good to see everybody getting their mix up, moving further forward. Just in on the far side of the grid, we've got a couple of drivers who'll be wanting to make up some progress, including the likes of Wang Tsawei, the 14-year-old from Hong Kong, the Alma Racing team man, who's being coached this week by Peng Junjin, who is a very talented GT racer in his own right, has won many fantastic competitions all over the Asian Peninsula and, of course, in the European Le Mans as well. And on the very back row of the grid, after a disaster in qualifying, Panya Yamchan, the latest member of the Top 1 Motorsports team from Bangkok. She'll be charging her way through from the back of the grid. And having had some very strong days at the office so far already, there's plenty more opportunities where she has already developed. So out we go. The contenders are ready for more, as there's problems going out onto the circuit initially for the 199, but it looks as though Ma Mingqian has been able to get going after all. So everybody now steering clear of disaster and getting themselves back into the mix. Who's going to get the win this time? Your guess is as good as mine.
那么青少年组的 A 组和 D 组的第2轮预赛呢即将开始。那我们所有的选手在经过今天上午所进行的第1轮预赛之后呢，对于现在这个赛道，对于自己的赛车状况呢，应该是会有更好的了解。那这也会帮助他们在这下午的第2轮预赛当中呢，力争也取得更好的发挥。不过目前整个下午的一个天气的状况呢，是要和上午是。这个在气温方面是有所不同，目前在这个阳光的照射下呢，整个气温呢是不断的在上升。那么这也会对于我们所有的青少年组的这个选手们呢，也会有在体能方面有一定的考验。10圈的比赛马上就将开始，从头排来进行出发的将会是杰伊科斯泰基以及刘博文。
So we get ourselves into the 2 tram lines once again as Jay Kostecki goes up alongside Liu Bowen. The latter is absolutely desperate for a result after a disastrous opening race when he didn't even get out of the grid. So let's see if this is his chance to bounce back. We're in the tram line, so we're going to go straight to race. We are! Good charge forward. And it's Jake Kostecki and Andrea Galimberti who control the pack as they absolutely charge through turn one. Is everybody going to get through? Little bit of tank snapping, but everybody's just about made it through in one piece. Big charge forward from our Paulson and Kostecki. And there's a spinner further back in the pack, getting back onto the circuit again at turn two. So everybody's made it through, but it's a little bit haphazard. Out in front though, Kostecki, big charge forward as that is a big nudge on the back of Andrea Galimberti. He almost gets pitched into a spin through turn three. He manages to catch it out of four. And so very tricky as they go back up the crest, but Jay Kostecki has got things exactly the way he likes them. The 11-year-old from Henley Brook in Western Australia near Perth. What an opportunity for him as he continues his amazing first week in junior.
比赛在完成了第一圈之后，我们目前看到刚位出发的捷伊科赛基现在依然是能够守住领先的位置，而安德烈加林贝蒂在第一圈的中段是发起了非常猛烈的进攻，他现在是已经上升到了全场第二的位置。杰米安布罗塞现在是来到第三，而刘步文目前呢是落到了第四的位置，卡萨格兰德目前是排在第五，而我们现在看到捷伊科赛基目前依然是处在领先的位置，并且呢是有一定的这个领先的优势，而现在看到应该是第三位的缠斗是非常的激烈，应该是杰米安布罗塞和刘步文之间现在是要来争夺第三的位置。
Kostecki, Galimberti, Ambrose, top three very close together. Liu Bowen still up there in the top five. Then Casagrande, Najur, Ma, Wei, and Huang Zhiheng. Very good battles all the way through. Few opportunities still knocking as competitors want to get the most out of this one. But for the moment, Kostecki and Galimberti are almost uncatchable. Here comes Liu Bowen to take on Jamie Ambrose. Ambrose is going to have to keep his wits about him, and here comes Brandon Najur. Can he come through on the inside? Yes, he gets the overtake on Bo Casagrande. So the Australian has to give best for the time being, but he is going to try and bounce back pretty quickly. So Casagrande through turn three, up towards turn four again. Some big overtaking moves. Everybody really looking for some good moves up in the opening stages of this race. But the top three still the same as they were. Kostecki and Galimberti with Liu Bowen challenging Jamie Ambrose's authority. And the two of them are wheel to wheel as they go through the early phases of the race. Oh, a little bit of contact. And that's at the expense of Jackson Gate. So Jackson Gate drifts wide there on the far side. One car to the tail end of the field in trouble. That is yet again Panya Yamchan. What a shame for the Thai. She's never had any luck this week. So hopefully next year it's going to go even better.
那么目前我们可以看到，目前处在领跑的捷伊科斯泰基是处在一个非常好的领先的位置。目前呢，他是已经拉开后方的加林贝蒂，已经有0.8秒钟。那么整个的一个情况呢，一定是按照他的预期来走的。而加林贝蒂呢，现在也是想来尝试来追击前方的科斯泰基，但是两位车手现在之间的速度上的差距呢，依然是非常的小。现在科斯泰基呢，依然是手握差不多0.8秒左右的优势，而杰米安布罗塞和刘波文之间的缠斗呢，也是愈发的激烈。而后方我们可以看到的是，刚才在超越卡萨格兰德之后，现在布兰登是已经上升到第5的位置，而且布兰登是追到了前方的刘伯文和安布罗塞。这边刘伯文应该是完成了对于安布罗塞的超越，上升到第3的位置。
Big dive on the inside line, inside the top 6. Looks like a change of position for third. Ambrose has got more pressure than just from Liu Bowen. Because now in the mix we've got Brandon Ajur. He wants a piece of it up on the inside line. He can't get past either of them. But he certainly had a good go of it, and Bo Casagrande is just a few inches behind them in his bid to move forward. Good midfield squabbling again. Couple of overtaking opportunities going begging. So let's see if there's an opportunity again in the latter part of the lap. Brandon Ajur still swarming all over the back of Liu Bowen, with Jamie Ambrose having got back into 3rd position, I do believe. Certainly looks like Jamie Ambrose back in position once more. And now 4th position is up for it. Brandon Ajur gets a little bit too close for comfort there on Liu Bowen. Can he dive through on the inside line? No, he's going to have to wait. And now he makes a very late bid on the inside line. Is that going to be Liu Bowen? He has to wait as Brandon Ajur tries to get through on the inside line. And instead he has to defend. What about Bo Casagrande? Brandon Ajur is really nudging Liu Bowen into these braking zones. He's got to be careful. He doesn't need a warning flag.
这边我们可以看到科斯泰基依然是 遥遥领先，目前他已经手握1秒钟的领先优势，并且在上一圈是做到了全场最快单圈。而我们看到目前在第2集团杰米安布罗塞和刘博文之间的一个缠斗，现在已经形成了和布兰登以及卡萨格兰德之间的一个4车混战。现在我们可以看到的是，应该是安布罗塞依然是能够守住第3的位置，刘博文现在是要受到身后应该是布兰登的非常大的一个进攻上的压力。这边进入到2号弯的地方，看起来布兰登目前还没有尝试在这里来发动进攻。现在可以看到刘博文需要守住后方的布兰登以及卡萨格兰德，这将会是全场第3位以及第4位之间的一个缠斗。
So now Bo Casagrande has been able to give himself the best opportunity to move forward, and he's not the only one getting in there, because that looks like John Hahn trying to work his way forward too. So some good opportunistic moves. John Hahn has got ahead of Lin Chihao. So Bo Casagrande now all over Brandon Adjur, the Canadian. Brandon Adjur still looking fairly strong, but here comes Jake Kostecki leading once again. Galimberti trying to catch him. That's the mini champion and the junior champion. Now teammates here in Macau in Junior X30 in 2025. And Kostecki's out of Galimberti. Oh, and into the barriers. Oh my goodness. That's a big shot. We've got 2 separate incidents, one into the hairpin at 2 and one out of it, and a separate incident with 2 karts coming together. So I think we're going to have a slowboard out on the circuit any moment now. Certainly a very nasty moment there at the tail end of the straight in the run up to turn 2. Slowboards are out. And that is no surprise at all, given the severity of the impact into turn 2. And there's another couple of karts, 3 karts stationary. One of them is Jackson Gate, and there's 2 more that have tangled in there. So we've got slowboards around the course. And that's Jake Kostecki and Andrea Galimberti holding them up. Well, guys, you've got slowboards. You need to brake earlier than this. So the field is slowing down. Slowboards on the circuit in a race of total attrition. Some very nasty moments indeed in this one, as everybody's realised just how tricky the race has become. But we have gone slowboards around the circuit with only a couple of laps left to endure.
那么刚才在比赛的过程当中呢，也是发生了一起比较大的事故。那么这个事故呢，也是让赛会是出动了慢速的板。现在我们需要来关注到我们的事故车手是否能够这个在身体状况上面并没有大碍。现在呢，我们所有的领先的赛车呢，现在都需要慢速来进行行驶。那么以帮助我们的赛会的工作人员呢，去清理到赛道上的一个事故的赛车。这边我们看到受到影响的。车手呢，包括181号车手的杰克逊盖特，包括104号车手的封加西，121号车手的刘波文，同样的也是卷入到了事故当中。而现在我们看到杰伊克斯泰基依然是处在全场领先的位置，加林贝迪目前是排在第2，而布兰登在上一圈呢是过掉了安布罗塞，现在是来到了第3的位置。
A very nasty incident indeed. Hopefully it's going to be sorted fairly quickly. But we're under slowboards here, of course, as the marshals are going to work to make sure everybody's okay. Jake Kostecki just controlling the pace of the field once again as we continue under slowboards. So second is Galimberti in front of Ambrose, then Adjur, Casagrande, Hahn, Ma, Dung and Lee. The retirements, well, Liu Bowen was the one who went big time into the barriers, unfortunately. Li Jihao and Wei Jiaxi involved in separate incidents along with Jackson Gate. Panyo Yamchan is now up to 14th as a result of the problems around her, but she at least has now been able to catch up to the back of the pack. But looking at where we are in terms of the running of the race, we are getting towards the final 2 laps now, so we may either get a 1-lap sprint or we're going to finish this race under slow boards. And I have known it been done before. We're not going to start racing until it is absolutely safe to do so. And if there's any doubt, then we will obviously complete the 10-lap distance under slow boards. And it looks to me as though we are not going to restart this race under green flag conditions. We will go through into the final lap. In fact, we're already on to the final lap. The checkered flag is going to come out, and Jake Kostecki will take the win in front of Andrea Galimberti and Jamie Ambrose from Brandon Adjur, Bo Casagrande, Han Ma, Deng Ji and Zhang Zhizheng in front of Enzo Gabriel Tepe, Tenejena Jatupat, Wang Tsawei and Panya Yamchan. No other finishers.
那么在比赛后期的这次事故呢，也是让我们的所有车手呢是在慢速区域的情况下是完成了这一场10圈的比赛。而在这场比赛当中获得冠军的是158号车手杰伊科斯泰基。那么他在整场比赛的表现呢都是非常的出色，是领跑了每一圈。那么最终呢是在慢速区域的情况下呢是完成了这场比赛，并且最终拿到冠军。143号车手安德烈加林贝蒂是取得亚军，那么杰米安布罗塞呢是最终是拿到季军，那么132号车手布兰登是最终以第4位来冲线，而卡萨格兰德是获得第5位。168号车手韩兆恩是以第6位冲过终点线，马明谦是获得了第7，邓志天是排名第8，李嘉恒是排在第9，而黄志恒是以第10位来完赛。
So a very tough race again in Junior X30. Let's grab a quick word with Jay Kostecki. 2 out of 2 so far for you as a first-timer in Junior, the youngest in the field as well. But it looked like a pretty difficult race out there compared to the first one. I'm only kidding. It was very easy for you out in the lead. Were you expecting a bit more of a tougher challenge from everybody? Because it was just about keeping the gap, essentially, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. When the yellow flag come out, I was a bit scared because if it went back to green, he would have had my slipstream, but the checkered flag come out, so it was good.
So after 2 race wins so far, there's obviously an opportunity to make it 3 tomorrow. Love that. Nice little handshake there from Jamie Ambrose. Good to see you, buddy. Difficult race, but going into tomorrow, the confidence has got to be sky high, surely.
Yeah, hopefully we can win the heat tomorrow and then finish off on the pre-final and final and win the weekend.
Good job, Jay. Not bad for a first-timer in Junior. Well done.
Thank you.
Good effort from the 11-year-old from Perth. Now, obviously, we had to end that race under yellow flag procedure. So now we're going to get ourselves into the procedure for the next race out on the circuit, which is going to be the first of our second rotation for the cadets.
那么我们刚才呢是完成了青少年组的第2轮的预赛呢，我们接下来将目光转到儿童组，我们将会进行2场第2轮的预赛。那我们首先将会进行的是儿童组 B 组和 C 组的第2轮的预赛的争夺。那么在今天上午的第1场比赛当中呢，我们也是已经看到了我们儿童组的选手们是为我们奉献了非常精彩激烈的角逐。那我们接下来看到的是 B 组跟 C 组的第1场的儿童组的第2轮的预赛。那么在这场比赛当中，从头排来进行起跑的将会是80号车手埃娃劳伦斯。 那么在今天上午的比赛当中呢，也是在领先集团有非常激烈的缠斗，而在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是32号车手，来自印尼的杰登·阿里亚。那么这2位从头排起步的选手呢，一定是希望以一个预赛的冠军来争夺更高的预赛的积分。
Back into the action for our cadets. It's going to be a front row of the grid that sees Ava Lawrence go onto the front row of the grid alongside Jaden Gabriel Aria. 2 very impressive young talents on the front row of the grid, all ready for another exciting bout on the course. 3rd position on the grid. That is going to be the number 96, holding a decent position there on the inside. Jensen Hammond, tucked up behind his fellow United Arab Emirates racer. But then, of course, 4th position on the grid, it's the Freemason. Mason Kwong looking good in P4 of the starting grid. Looking for a very strong result once again after taking a win earlier on. Would certainly like to get another on the board. But it's not as easy as just saying it. You've got to get the job done over the 8 laps here for the heats in Macau. Very tricky races in the offing for our contenders, of course. And 8 laps around this circuit is very intense in the best of times. But it seems to be getting more and more intense as the races wear on. 2 cadet races and 3 senior races still to come. And then we will conclude proceedings for Friday before we get ourselves ready for the next big one. There's the number 5, Zhu Zhizhe, who had a very decent start to proceedings earlier on today. Had a very competitive race up at the sharp end. He's looking for another one in this occurrence. He lines up on the grid alongside the 77. That is going to be Chan Ho Huan in the 5th position of the grid. Keep an eye on the superstar Australian in the mix there as well. Hudson Kelly on his BRM for the JDP group, and he will be lining up on the grid alongside kart number 11. He's going to be there. Daniel Yoon, the Korean star for RL Karting. So there's definitely going to be some big opportunities for the drivers to put on a good showcase. But it's always going to be competitive, always going to be intense right from the start. And there's a lot of big moments for these competitors still to come. The cadets are definitely going to give us plenty of entertainment. Not quite as fast as their Junior X30 counterparts, but they are shorter and narrower, which means there's even more racetrack to play with in the cadet categories than there are in the juniors.
刚才我们也是已经介绍到了头排发车的2位选手，艾娃劳伦斯将会驾驶80号赛车从杆位来进行起跑，在他身旁的将是32号车手阿里亚。那么从第2排来进行起跑的将会是来自阿联酋的车手96号的詹森尼古拉斯哈蒙德。那么在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是来自我们中国香港的选手29号车手梅森邝崇宇。那么他在今天上午的第1轮预赛当中，同样也是有着非常不错的表现。那么在第3排来进行出发的将会是2位中国车手77号车手钱浩轩以及5号车手徐希哲。那么在第4排来起步的将会是73号车手哈德森凯利。那么在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是11号车手丹尼尔。那么在后方来进行起跑的将会是86号车手巴萨拉马以及49号车手迪浩然。
So with the drivers lined up and ready in position, the last couple of recoveries are being swept away from the grid in the junior category. May take a couple of minutes for the cadets to be ready as a result of that, but well, it's definitely been a very tough race day so far. The juniors are done for the day, as of course are the masters. We've got just 2 cadet races and 3 senior races still to come before our Friday activity comes to a conclusion. We've got the 1-minute board now at the end of the pit lane, and all eyes go to the front row of the starting grid, where it's going to be Ava Lawrence on pole position alongside Jaden Gabriel Aria. And these are 2 drivers who are definitely determined to take a victory from the front row, particularly for Ava Lawrence, so quick over the course of yesterday for the Fireball Motorsport team in the Yaz Heat colours with the Iron Dames insignia and the message very clear on the back of the helmet, catch me if you can. She's definitely going to have a very tough mission, but all of the men know exactly how tough she's going to be to beat. Ava Lawrence leads out the boys in the Cadet X30 category. Let's see if anyone can keep up with her.
我们这一场儿童组的 B 组和 C 组的第2轮预赛呢，马上就将开始这一轮了。我们将会有24位选手来共同的来进行争夺。那么可以说，领先集团的几位车手埃瓦劳伦斯以及阿里亚呢，将会是在这一场预赛当中，他们一定会向冠军来发起冲击。包括像第2位出发的詹森哈蒙德以及梅森邝崇宇，同样是有机会在起步阶段来取得一个比较有利的位置。那么他们在经过第1轮预赛的较量之后呢，他们势必是想要获得更多的积分，来帮助他们在明天所进行的超级预赛开始之前，来取得一个更好的发车名次。那么接下来我们将会来关注到这一场儿童组的 B 组和 C 组的第2轮的预赛，8圈的机会留给我们的车手们。
This is a tough moment for the cadets. It's certainly a hotter circuit surface than it was for race 1 earlier today, but now they've got the flow of the land, and for many of them, they've at least got 1 race at Macau under their belt. Many of them would not have even had that at the start of the day. So this is a tough circuit to get right. It's an easy circuit to get wrong, but the cadets are now in no doubt as to how tricky things are going to be. From this moment forward, they will obviously want to put in a very tough showcase out there. So let's see how difficult things are going to be for the front row drivers. Ava Lawrence versus Jaden Gabriel Area. And we do not go racing. It is a false start. So the repeater light comes on. And so the drivers will go round again. It's easy for the start to go wrong, particularly in the cadet and junior categories. 1 driver left at the tail end there. That is the number 6 who was not quite there. That is the Philippines youngster Vincent Ordina. So Vincent Ordina not quite up at the sharp end with everybody else. And so another chance is given to the front row drivers to get it right.
我们这次儿童组 B 组和 C 组的第2轮的预赛呢，在第1次起步阶段呢是并没有顺利的进行，那么也是有车手在编队的过程当中并没有跟上前面的大部队，看起来应该是6号选手阿尔迪娜，现在呢他应该是要在后方来再进一步的来追上前方的集团。那么我们领先的选手们呢，在进入到赛道的最后一段，将会再度的来进行2辆并排，来进行我们今天的第2轮的预赛。从头排来起步的将会是80号的埃瓦劳伦斯以及32号的阿里亚。
So off the turn and into the 2 tram lines once again. The Cadet X30 drivers in these groups are ready to go to battle once more. B versus C. Get ready for another exciting bout out on the Karting Coloane Coliseum. Out of the final turn, Lawrence versus Aria. Are the lights going to go out this time? Yes, they do. We're under starters' orders. And Ava Lawrence and Jensen Hammond have got a magic start through turn 1. Exactly what Lawrence and Hammond wanted into the first corner. Everybody just about keeps it together without incident, and we go through the first hairpin. No problem at all up at the front end of the field. Everybody's made it with a little bit of jostling in the back, but Lawrence is your leader as they come into turn 3. She's still got the pace on Jensen Hammond, who's got problems round the far side. 2 big moves up the far side, and Lawrence is away clean. What a gap back. A big shuffle of the deck as 5-6 drivers squabble away for second position. It's a fairy tale for Ava Lawrence. No one's going to get near her the way this race is playing out. The battle for second is an absolute rout.
刚位出发的埃文劳伦斯可以说这一次起步呢是非常的梦幻般的，因为第2位的名次争夺是非常的激烈，有多台赛车是在弯中出现并排的一个情况。这个情况对于目前领跑的埃瓦劳伦斯来说，可以说是非常棒的一个开局。现在在完成第1圈的比赛之后，埃瓦劳伦斯是占据领先的位置，而邝崇宇现在是已经来到了第2位，徐希哲目前是排在第3，而在发车阶段是上升到第2位的哈蒙德，现在是已经落到了第8的位置，而杰登阿里亚现在则是已经落到了第9位。
Lawrence has dropped back. Lawrence has been caught and passed by both Kwong and Xu. So now she's down to 3rd position. They've been able to get back on terms. So now the headache comes away from Ava Lawrence. What was a huge lead is now an invincible battle. So the top 3 are pulling clear. If they've got the maturity, then Lawrence is going to tuck in behind Kwong and Xu, and they're going to start spreading away, because in 4th place, that is Hudson Kelly. The Australian fancies a chance to move forward. So he wants a piece of this as well. They're going to work their way onto the back straight. It's easy to lose ground, but it's very, very difficult to get back on the horse. But Ava Lawrence is tucked up behind Xu, looking for a gap. She's got good slipstream. They're going to make mincemeat of Mason Kwong down to the hairpin. It's going to be a tough one, and Xu is trying desperately to get the move through. Ava Lawrence on the inside in a P2. Lovely move. Splits the 2 of them, and now is already going big guns after Mason Kwong. Hudson Kelly goes for the move in 3rd. He's forward, so the leading 2 have got clear. Kwong and Lawrence can now dictate this. Hudson Kelly through the third, past Ju, and then we've got fifth and sixth up for grabs. That's Chan and Daniel Hoon. So excellent stuff so far, but it looks very tough indeed. Now it's going to be Mason Kwong, the serial race winner in 2024 and 2025 of the Mini X30 IAME Series Asia, versus the superstar from the UAE, Ava Lawrence, with Hudson Kelly snapping at their heels aboard the BRM.
艾娃劳伦斯在经过梦幻般的第一圈之后呢，在上一圈是跌到了第3的位置，不过他很快又是重新过掉了徐熙哲，是重新回到了第2位。而现在这个情况让梅森邝崇宇现在是占据全场领先的位置，艾娃劳伦斯目前是处在第2位，并且想要尝试在2号弯来发动进攻，不过目前艾娃劳伦斯依然是排在第2位，而这边哈德森凯利现在是已经过掉了徐熙哲，目前是上到第3的位置，徐熙哲目前是排在第4，而丹尼尔目前是在第5位。
Lawrence down to third now. Hudson Kelly gets the move on the inside into B2. So the Australian looking confident, but Lawrence is back on the inside line. She's not going to get shoved around. Back into B2 comes the UAE lady. Brilliant run from Ava Lawrence. Look at a squab of a 7th downwards. We've got about 5 drivers chomping at the bit to try and work the way through. As up into second position again. Lawrence has had to work hard to cover that move on the inside. Still big moves. Mason Kwong still holds the advantage as he comes off the turn, but up to B2 now. Ava Lawrence and Hudson Kelly are going after Kwong. This is a big opportunity. They know that if they just work together, they can go after Mason Kwong. Good work from Hudson Kelly. He's had his breakfast. He knows that if he works with Ava Lawrence rather than overtakes Ava Lawrence, they will close up to Mason Kwong in unison. This is smart thinking from Hudson Kelly. Think long. Think big game. If you work together with Ava Lawrence, the two of you will catch the leader.
目前处在第2位和第3位的艾娃劳伦斯和哈德逊凯利之间，目前是在争夺第2的位置，而这个情况也会让目前领跑的梅森邝崇宇现在是能够处在第1的位置。而上一圈我们看到应该是有2位选手是发生了意外的情况，应该是59号车手卡南以及23号车手达伦加尼是出现了意外的情况，他们目前呢应该是已经离开了自己的赛车，而现在比赛进入到半程的阶段，目前梅森邝崇宇依然是处在全场的第1位，而目前可以看到艾娃劳伦斯和哈德森凯利之间目前依然是在共同的协作，想尝试来追进到前方的梅森邝崇宇。到了比赛的后半段，领先集团的争夺将会是非常有意思的一大看点。
Up to 4th position now has come Daniel Yoon, the Korean star. But the big news here is that Lawrence and Kelly are closing in big time on Mason Kwong. 2 karts go through the air faster than 1, and as they go through the hairpin onto the back straight, now both drivers have a crack at Mason Kwong. Oh, and off into the grass. Someone's got off in the midfield there and gone through the gravel, managing to get back on the course then. Only a few places are lost. At least the race is not gone. And Lawrence is actually dropping Kelly a little bit. This is great pace from the Fireball driver. Another chance to go after Mason Kwong. As long as she can get into the toe, then there's another chance of the victory here for Ava Lawrence. She's close enough, but the battle for 4th position is raging now because Zhu has got ahead of Daniel Yoon, the Korean, and they're going to try and close back up to Hudson Kelly. Here comes the move. Zhu up the inside, Yoon up the inside. Up to 3rd and 4th they go at the expense of Hudson Kelly, who's clearly got an issue with the BRM. Dropping back into 5th position once more and into the clutches of Chan Ho-Shan. So Chan Ho-Shan has got a chance to work forward. But all of a sudden, Mason Kwong's massive lead is only a few kart lengths. Ava Lawrence seems to be in the tow.
可以说，原本处在第3位的哈德逊凯利，目前他的赛车的速度上面现在是出现了一些滑落，他在上一圈应该是跌落了2个名次。目前可以看到，在排在第2位的艾娃劳伦斯现在呢，也是在不断的追进前方的梅森邝崇宇，而现在领先集团应该是形成了一个6台赛车的一个火车的状态。比赛进入到了最后关头，可以看到梅森邝崇宇目前依然是处在第1，艾娃劳伦斯是在第2，而徐熙哲和丹尼尔在上一圈是先后超越了哈德森凯利，上到第3和第4的位置，而钱浩轩同样也是处在这个集团当中，目前全场前6名之间的差距都是在1.5秒左右。
Daniel Yoon gets the move on Zhu Zhizhe as Ava Lawrence goes defensive into the hairpin. So now there's going to be a big battle. They come side by side. Ava Lawrence is having to hold on line. Beautiful defence from Ava Lawrence to hold on to 2nd place there. She had 1 on the left, 1 on the right. No way are you boys getting through. Good defensive tactics, but that's left Mason Kwong with a big advantage up front. The Freemason leads the way. Lawrence in 2nd. 3rd position, that looks like Daniel Yoon struggling to hold on to it. It is, in fact, Zhu Zhizhe who's got through into 3rd position now. 4th place, that looks to me like the hard-charging number 6. The number 11th, sorry, of Daniel Yoon. Still trying to keep himself in this one. But now the checkered flag is out. It's Mason Kwong who gets the job done. Ava Lawrence in second place. And third position for Zhu Zhizhe. What a tough race that one was. And a very good start to the day then for Mason Kwong. 2 from 2 with Ava Lawrence fighting beautifully in the closing stages to hold on to that P2 in front of Zhu Zhizhe, Daniel Yoon and Chan Huozuan.
在比赛的最后一圈，我们是看到了5号车手徐希哲和11号车手丹尼尔是在最后一圈尝试对前方的艾娃劳伦斯来发动进攻，而艾娃劳伦斯也是凭借着非常出色的防守的技巧，是守住了自己的第2的位置。但是这一轮的进攻也是让处在领跑位置的 Mason 邝崇宇是能够守住自己的领先位置，并且拿到这一场儿童组 B 组和 C 组的第2轮预赛的冠军。那么他在最后的领先的优势呢，也是达到了2秒钟之多。艾娃劳伦斯最终是以亚军来完成这场比赛，徐希哲获得第3。丹尼尔是以第4位完赛，获得第5位的是钱浩轩。哈德森凯利在比赛的开始阶段一度是处在前3，但是在比赛的后半程看起来他的赛车速度呢是有一些跌落，最终呢是以第6位来完赛。巴萨拉姆是以第7位来冲过终点线，而詹森哈蒙德最终呢是只有获得第8位。黄子彤最终是以第9位冲线，而狄浩然是收获第10。
Leave no doubt is clearly the message from Mason Kwong after the opening 2 cadet races of the week. Let's get out of the fast lane because Ava Lawrence is going to bring her car forward. Mason, fantastic start. That's exactly the way you were hoping this week was going to go, but 2 clean races. What's your reaction after the first 2?
My reaction is very calm, and yeah.
In terms of the battles out there were quite a few drivers that were trying to take it off you. Where was the race won for you in that one? Was it looking after tyres or just finding the good gaps?
For me, it's just finding a good gap and keep focusing.
This is a very tough circuit. Then resurfacing, how much more difficult is it than it was last season?
For me, it's a bit better because they resurfaced the track. It's a lot more smoother.
So going into tomorrow, the confidence has got to be fairly high. Everybody's doing the job that they need to do. What's your focus going into tomorrow like?
Same plan, and yeah, just keep focusing and don't look back and just look forward.
Great job, Mason. Good start.
Thank you.
Fantastic work. Mason Kwong and Ava Lawrence doing a fantastic job there in that one to really maximise their point scoring potential. That's one of the 2 second rotation of cadet races we've got. There is another one right on the way, and then we've got a hat-trick of seniors.
那么我们稍后将会进入到的是儿童组的 A 组和 D 组的 第2轮的预赛的争夺。看到我们所有的选手们都是已经来到了发车区来进行最后的准备。那么在这场比赛当中，从头排来进行起跑的将会是16号车手，来自中国的王者。那么可以说他的这个表现呢，在排位赛当中也可以说是名副其实。那么在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是97号车手，来自英国的本杰明·斯利瓦。那么他将会在比赛的开场阶段呢，和王者来展开非常激烈的一个缠斗。
A very interesting front row of the grid this time. Wang Shi in his silver machine on pole position alongside the British Bosnian Big Ben Stivar on the front row of the starting grid aboard his CS55 chassis named after the Formula One driver Carlos Sainz. On the second row of the grid, two familiar faces to anyone who's a fan of the Infinity IAME Series Asia. We've missed Max Farage over the course of this season as he's raced predominantly in Europe, but classic Max has always been up at the sharp end of the dais in 2025. Winner at LYL in round 2, of course, and definitely finishing this season on a high note, and he's got plenty of opportunities to make it happen. There is Max Farage, third position aboard the Paralin. He has a great chance to work his way forward for the DRM squad. The eyes have it. Classic Max is back, right up at the sharp end, ready for a big race ahead of him. He got unlucky in the first race. He had the speed. Lady Luck wasn't with him. Hopefully this time, she certainly will be. There is the number 8, Hirot Sir, another familiar face in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock. He won the season opener at LYL all the way back in February of this year. The 62 is in the mix there as well. That is Carson Choi. Great to see the 12-year-old from Hong Kong who's about to step into the world of juniors, of course, next season. This will be his final ring ding in the world of cadets. So it'll be an interesting battle to continue to move forward. But on the fourth row of the grid, there's a lot of firepower as well. Number 10, Isaac Yoon, the Korean ace, who's working a very good strategy here for the RL karting team. And he lines up on the grid alongside the 66, Joey Zhou, the Australian for Peak Racing, looking for another big opportunity in this race. A lot of great talent in this particular class and a lot of opportunity to move forward. But as the sun sets over Macau, there are only a few laps left of Friday for these cadets. 8 laps of the course to come for their final race of Friday's activity. And all of the engines rise, the green flag flies, and leading us out, it is Zhe and Stivar.
那么儿童组 A 组 D 组的第2轮预赛呢，马上就将开始。看到发车区已经是挥动了绿旗。那么可以看到，在头排发车的2位车手王者和斯利瓦。 将会从头排来起步的，从第2排来起跑的将会是4号车手马克思兹瓦里奇以及92号车手的 Maximilian 孔林西。那么在第3排来出发的将会是8号车手谢洪泽以及62号车手蔡佑成。那这几位领先的选手呢，也马上将会在我们的第2轮预赛当中8圈的争夺，来尝试获得一个更好的完赛成绩，以帮助他们在预赛当中取得更多的积分，来决定他们在超级预赛当中的最终的一个排名。
So let's see what the drivers will give us in the 4th and final cadet race of the day. There's only going to be 6 races in total for the cadets before we get into the action on Sunday for the superheats and the finals. But everybody knows exactly what to expect of the competitors as they surge forward for another big race battle. Everyone expecting big things from this week here in the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock, and here as guests of the AAMC on the Macau circuit, the IAME Asia Final. Definitely going to be a tough one for our contenders in the cadets. But on that front row of the grid, oh, we've got a problem. That looks like Baby Senna having an issue there. That's the number 3 coming across us. Siu Chun Hei. Are we going to get started though? As the lights do not go out, so we are under false start proceedings. And I believe that is so that the number 3, who's quickly earning the reputation of the nickname Baby Senna, well, he is going to get himself back into this field. Why is he known as Baby Senna? Well, his kart is in Senna graphics, and he's got a Senna tribute helmet.
然后可以说，我们这场儿童组 A 组 D 组的第2轮预赛呢，在第一次起跑并没有成功，因为我们看到的是3号车手来自中国香港的肖俊熙，他应该是在编队圈的过程当中出现了一些小小的问题，不过现在呢，他也是重新回到了我们的队尾。那么他在这场比赛当中呢，也是采用了致敬车神埃尔顿塞纳的一个非常特别的黄绿色的赛车涂装，包括他所使用的这个头盔呢，也是 对这个车神来进行致敬。那么现在要看一下他是否能够快速的回到车阵的末尾，来准备来进行我们的第2次的一个发车。
So the cadets work their way back into their positions, looking for a fast start from the pole position. Wang Shi, the QMA Motorsports rider in his silver machine, the 11-year-old from China, and alongside him on the grid, Ben Slivar was a real contender in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup a couple of months ago in Spain. What can he do in Macau? We're about to find out. Here we go. Good start from Slivar. Brilliant start from the number 4. And it was almost no start at all from the pole position. All sorts of difficulties there for the 16. Svarich is going to work his way forward up to the fast end of the field because the pole position said it was nowhere to be seen. Where was the 16? Didn't see him. So big problems there as Wang Shi has fallen away from the page. As further forward, we've got the hard charging Max Schilling gets into the lead from P4. Great battle that he's having on the opening lap as Max Schilling hits the front. Classic Max is back.
可以说，在比赛起步的过程当中，也是有多位的领先选手在进行非常激烈的缠斗。目前我们的计时屏上并没有看到16号杆位选手王者的这样的一个名字，而这边我们看到领先的名次又一次发生了改变，应该是4号车手马克思兹瓦里奇来对前方的应该是 Maximilian Schilling 在进行一个进攻，而这边我们看到的是孔林希 Maximilian 现在依然是能够处在领先的位置，而马克思兹瓦里奇现在是排在第2位，乔一舟现在是来到了第3。
Svarich is up the inside trying to make his play into the lead of this one. It's a very tough mission in Cadet as they come off the turn. Schilling still leads it. Svarich is still right there. He's battling away with Slivar, who dives up the inside. Slivar comes through up into 4th position. Good start then from Slivar as Svarich has fallen away down into 5th or 6th position. A big hustle going through these first couple of laps. Schilling has the pace up front and he has the lead, but he's obviously got some pressure from Joey Zhou and Suwon Chakra, Hiro Sir, I think that is, my apologies. So Hiro Sir is now trying to work his way into the lead, and in fact has done so. No, that's not Hiro Sir leading, that is Joey Zhou. Joey Zhou has gone into the lead of this one. He's doing a grand job as the 66 now leads the way, and it's Hiro Sir in 2nd. Then it is Schilling, Slivar, Yoon, Svarich, and then it is Rossi Yao in front of Choi, Chambers, and Zheng.
比赛现在进入到第2圈，可以看到整个领先集团的格局又是发生了变化。乔一舟现在是已经来到了全场第1的位置，他是驾驶66号赛车，而在他身后的则是驾驶8号赛车的谢洪泽，他是在上一圈呢也是超过了孔林希，现在孔林希是已经落到了第3的位置，而本杰明斯利瓦现在是落到了第4的位置，艾萨克尹现在是在第5的位置，马克思兹瓦里奇现在是落到了第6位。
There's no denying that when these guys have got the pace, they're going to bring the A game to the table as Hiro Sir now hits the front. Hiro Sir is your race leader. Big charge forward on the inside of Joey Zhou, and he now takes command of this race. So Hiro Sir leads the way. Joey Zhou in 2nd place, and in 3rd, that looks to me like Schilling is under some big pressure now from Yoon. The Korean is working hard here, Isaac Yoon, to move his way further forward. Still some big battles coming, but as they go into the hairpin one more time, couple of big moves as Yoon has come into 3rd position. Slivar's gone with him, I think. No, he has to hang back behind Schilling. So Schilling still P4, but it is Yoon up to 3rd position, and now we've got big pressure as Hirutsu gets a nudge, and through comes Joey Zhou. Joey Zhou manages to get the overtaking move with a love tap. Well, that was very NASCAR, I'm afraid, there from Joey Zhou. Not quite X30 style, but he gets through. Hirutsu manages to gather it up into 2nd position. And now he's going to be very annoyed. That's not the way I want to lose a lead. Thank you, as Slivar now dives on the inside of Schilling with a very similar style maneuver. So Slivar hunts and hustles Schilling and drops him to 5th position. Here comes Hirotsu. He's back for more in a turn 1. Lovely move from Hirotsu. He retakes the lead.
谢洪泽和乔一舟之间在进行非常激烈的争夺，可以看到这边，这边看到应该是第3位的，应该是
That's Yoon，
这应该是艾萨克尹，是发生了一个打滑的情况，这也会让他跌落非常多的名次。而现在看到乔一舟现在依然是处在领先的位置，谢洪泽目前依然是在和他争夺领先，而目前排在第3位的，看起来应该是本杰明斯利瓦。
Isaac Yoon spins on the inside radius of turn 2 and drops right to the back. What a shame for Isaac Yoon. He was going so well, but that now means we've got Joey Zhou in the lead from Hirotsu, and then Ben Stabar, Max Schilling, and Rossi Yao. What a run from the doctor. Rossi Yao doing a great job. as he comes up to the final hairpin. Out through the turn, and it's great guns for Hirotsu. Not bad from Joey Zhou. But in third position, Max Schilling has got Rossi Yao. Rossi Yao is on the warpath here, up in the fourth position, and he's got ahead of Ben Stevar. What a run this is from Rossi Yao, who is having an amazing push forward. This is a great charge forward from the Explorer driver from Australia. Rossi Yao suddenly finds himself in the hunt for the top three. He's closing up, trying to go for another big move. Is that him in third position? It is! Rossi Yao now into third place. He's worked his way further forward again. This is a great run from the Aussie.
可以看到这一圈表现最为出色的，毫无疑问是驾驶46号赛车的 Rossi Yao。那这个英文名以及他的车号，毫无疑问是在致敬非常传奇的瓦伦蒂诺·罗西。而现在他是已经上升到了全场前3的位置。而现在我们可以看到，在领先集团的争夺也依然是非常的火热。现在谢洪泽依然是守在第1，而这边我们看到处在第2位的乔一舟，现在是在受到身后 Rossi Yao 的一个非常猛烈的进攻。接下来来到2号弯，看看有没有机会来发动超越。这边看起来杀入到内线 ，Rossi Yao 应该是已经来到了第2的位置。
Rossi Yao is having an amazing run. That's now P2. Rossi Yao in a second position. What a charge forward. He has been so smooth in this one. He gets ahead of his countryman Joey Zhou. And now there's not a lot really they can do except hope that they can team up and go after the leader. Hirotsu has got a gap, but we're running short on laps here as we get ourselves to the closing stages. Just 2 to go now. And so it's all down to unison, but what a charge from Rossi Yao as the likes of Ben Stevar and Max Schilling have been shunted down to P4 and 5. We get to the final furlong as the drivers are working hard. Hirotsu ahead of Rossi Yao. Rossi Yao doing a great job as up the inside. That is Max Schilling. He's pushing hard here to maintain the move on Carson Choi. So Carson Choi is now hunting down a P5 finish as out of the turn. Carson Choi looking good here behind Max Schilling. But Rossi Yao, a brilliant run in second position. There could still be one final bite of the cherry as Zhou defends. And Schilling is having to cover. Carson Choi with a chance to move forward into P5. Still can't quite make it for the moment. Schilling protects his line as we get ourselves ready for the closing stages. The checkered flag is in the air, ready to be waved. Hirotsu is not going to be challenged, but there could still be one final push from Ben Stevar. He's going to try and take on third place Joey Zhou with a few meters to go out of the final turn. Hirotsu gets the victory. Great race. Second place for Rossi Yao and third for Ben Stevar. Ben Stevar grabs third position on the finish line. What an amazing race in Cadet.
比赛的最后阶段，可以说第2位的争夺是非常的激烈。谢洪泽是以1.5秒的领先优势，是率先冲过了终点线，拿到这场儿童组的 A 组 D 组的第2轮预赛的胜利。而在第2位冲过终点线的，毫无疑问应该可以说是本场的最佳车手，46号车手 Rossi Yao。他是从后帮来进行出发，但是最终是一路超到前列，并且最终是拿到第2的位置。本杰明·斯利瓦在最后一圈是完成了对于 Joey Zhou 的一个绝杀超越，并且呢是上到了第3的位置。Joey Zhou 最终是以第4位来冲过终点线。Maximilian 孔林希他是驾驶92号赛车以第5位冲过终点线，第6位冲线的是蔡佑成。
Well, a very smooth run all the way after a very difficult race out there. Let's have a word with Hirotsu. We'll bring him out of the way because obviously it's going to get quite busy down here in a minute. Hiro, that was tough. That was very difficult to get up to the front. What was the race like from your side?
So in the start, we didn't. We had a pretty good start, at least better than the one in Heat 1. and then just kept following people to overtake eventually max average, and then I battled for the lead. I kind of went wide in T4, but I managed to recover and pull the gap.
So now going into tomorrow, knowing what you know about the circuit and what the tyres are going to be doing, is the confidence a little bit higher, or is there still a little bit more to do for tomorrow?
My confidence a bit high, but you always need to stay humble, because if you stay too cocky, you might make mistakes, and yeah, just I just don't want to get too ahead of myself.
But the team are doing a fantastic job to give you the best materials to make the job happening, and that must be such a relief when you're battling away with some really top talent out there.
Yeah. Thank you for my team and my family for supporting me. I also, my team also, because I really like this setup, this heat, and yeah.
Great job so far, Hiro. Keep it up.
Thank you.
A great start to the week so far then for Hirotsu, getting a victory right when it matters in a very difficult situation. Real sorry that his brother Max couldn't be here either. He actually broke his finger a few weeks ago, so he's still in the rehab procedure to try and get that ready. He'll be back, of course, in the 2026 motorsport season. That's juniors, masters and cadets wrapped up. Bring on the seniors one more time.
那么在2场精彩绝伦的儿童组的第2轮预赛之后呢，我们马上将会进入到我们第2比赛日的又一个重头戏，那也就是 Senior 成年组的第2轮的预赛。那我们第2轮的预赛呢，同样将会进行3场的比赛的对决。那我们首先将会进行的是 C 组和 F 组车手的第1场的第2轮预赛。那么在本场比赛当中，从头排来进行起跑的将会是杆位车手234号的 Dylan Tan， 在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是232号车手的 Iwan Chen。那这2位车手呢，在今天早上的比赛当中呢，也是有非常不错的表现，或者我们应该说是第1轮预赛的表现也是非常的不错。而在他们身后也将会是非常强有力的挑战者，225号车手阿伦加西亚洛佩兹以及213号车手拉斐尔卡马尔也将会为了本场预赛的胜利而发起冲击。
Back into the action we go then as we get ourselves ready for the second time today for the Senior X30 Brigade. Boy, is this going to be a very difficult race to win for any of the competitors on the grid. Pole position, maybe where Dylan Tan wants to start from, but it's all about consistency that will keep him there on the front end of the grid. Boy, has he got a big contender to go up against in the front row. Danish Chen, superstar in the Junior X30, stepping up to senior for this season finale. And looking good from the front row, the starting grid, the Singaporean. The man who was robbed in his earlier race. Aaron Garcia led the way in his opening heat. The engine failing on him while leading. Now he's got to bounce back and come up with the goods. Nothing less than 1, 2 or 3 will do for Aaron Garcia for the rest of this week. 2, 1, 3 on the front 2 rows of the grid though. Not a bad opportunity for Rafael Kamal. The Clover driver from Bogor in Indonesia. Great opportunity for him to continue making big progress. 4th on the grid and certainly 4th in race 1, but he wants even more than that. 2-3-0 on the grid in the mix there as well. What can Mark Svarage do? The 14-year-old from Phuket. He spent his entire season out in Europe to get himself into the mix of the big guns. And also Zhao Jilin, the 19-year-old from China for the Seven Rings Racing team. He'll be one to watch out for up at the sharp end of the dais. And there's quite a few drivers outside the top 10 that will want to surge back, not the least of whom is the Australian national champion Jackson Suzlin Harlow, who romped to the victory at the season finale of the IAME Series Asia in Thailand in round 6 3 months ago. If he can surge his way back, he's still got a decent fighting chance in this week for even more glory.
那么稍后我们的成年组 C 组和 F 组的第2轮的预赛呢，马上就将开始，看到所有的车手呢都是已经在发车区准备就绪。那么刚才也是提到了，从前2排来进行发车的车手，那么从第3排来进行发车的将会是从右侧第5位发车的230号车手马克兹瓦里奇，而在他身旁来起步的将会是206号车手赵子琳。吴佳瑜将会从第7位来进行起跑，在他身旁的将会是210号车手刘思伦。卢有德将会驾驶209号赛车，从第9位来起跑，在他身旁的将会是驾驶214号赛车的莫申雅。那么，包括在10名左右的车手们呢，也将会有机会在这场预赛当中呢，向前列来发起冲击，来争夺更多的预赛的积分。
So with everybody wanting to have a strong run to continue their amazing squabbles here at Macau, it's not going to be easy to make good opportunities come their way. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, and certainly everyone believes they deserve a shot at this victory. Absolutely incredible battles to come here. But for sure, we're going to see a really tough mission ahead of us in Senior X30. All the drivers know that we're going to have a very difficult battle all the way to the finish of this one. It's a very late form of the grid here. I'm not entirely sure this one is going to be a clean start. The drivers will come off the final turn. They've got seconds to get themselves into position, essentially, off the final turn in the 2 tram lines. Will that be a good start? No, it will not. False start. I did think it was going to be a bit of a difficult one for the drivers to get right in the latter stages. Drivers are fighting to get themselves back into their original starting positions as we get a false start.
那么我们看到这个第一次起步呢，也是并没有顺利的发出。那么我们后方的几位车手呢，在临近我们这个编队圈结束了之前呢，还没有回到自己的这个发车的位置上。那么我们也是看到赛会工作人员也是早早的挥动了黄旗，也是让这一次的起步呢并没有成型。那么接下来我们所进行到的第2个编队圈，也需要让我们的车手能够尽快的来进入到他们两编队的一个模式，来开启我们这场12圈的预赛。我们看到我们领先的车手们现在已经是回到了赛道的最后的阶段，看到头排发车的2位车手 Dylan Tan 以及 Aaron Chen， 他们已经要整装待发，要来准备开启我们这场12圈的预赛。
So into the final 3 races of the day, and they are all for the Senior X30 category. So now we're going to be working very hard indeed to get through this 12-lap battle. C versus F, are we racing? That's more like it. Now we go to battle. Up to the first corner, everyone flies their way through, hoping for a little bit of space. A couple of drivers having to take avoiding action. A couple of drivers off the road already. So yellow flags through turn 1, as everybody hopes for an opportunity to swing their way through side by side, as Aaron Garcia fights back and takes the lead already. Aaron Garcia from 3rd to 1st. Big start, and already there's a retirement in turn 1. We've had one driver fall off the road already. I'm trying to make out who it is from here, but we've got more drama, as already we've got a retirement. Meanwhile, Aaron Garcia has just kicked on and galloped away.
我们看到在起步阶段的阿隆加西亚洛佩兹现在是已经上升到了领先的位置，那么他是对前方的迪伦才有非常猛烈的一个进攻，而这边看到后方也是有车手发生了打滑的情况，跌落了非常多的位置。
More carnage around the middle of the lap as more drivers drop down the order, so it's definitely not a clean start in Senior X30 this time by. And you do wonder if this race is already decided over the sharp end, because Garcia, Tan and Zvaric are well clear of everybody else. The battle really is on for 4th place between Liu, Chen, Wang, Wu, Zhao, Weisen and Rafael Kamal, who have all had very difficult starts to this one. Looking down through the pack though, there's a lot of drivers out of position. Already we've had retirements from Tam Chenhua and Zhong Yunchuan. She was the one who retired from the race there. So Zhong Yunchuan already out of the race. The 22-year-old, she's out of it. That's very unfortunate indeed, as she now has to watch this race from the sidelines. But for Aaron Garcia, this is just what he wanted, and he's pulling clear. But further back, there's already drivers. Oh, a spinner out in the middle of the racetrack there. And it looks like we've already had more than one problem, and now we've got another one as it all goes horribly wrong for one of our drivers in the midfield trying to recover, and I'm afraid to say that is an absolute devastation for one contender in particular, trying to see who it is that's dropped all the way down the field. But there's too many drivers in the pack, unfortunately. Well, Tam Chunhua had fallen already to the back of the grid. It's Maria Yang. Maria Yang. So what is it about the ladies in this race? They are being spat out of the running like pinballs.
看到201号车手杨雨桐也是非常遗憾，在赛道的后半段是发生了一个打滑情况，也是让他损失了非常多的时间。而目前在领先集团，我们可以看到阿伦加西亚洛佩兹在取得比赛的领先之后呢，现在是已经进入到了自己的节奏。他在完成2圈之后，现在是已经手握1秒钟的领先优势。而后方我们可以看到的是，迪兰灿正在受到马克兹瓦里奇的一个进攻，而这边看到马克兹瓦里奇现在应该是已经上升到了第2的位置，他是过掉了迪兰灿。 而现在对于他来说，他一定要来去追击目前领先的阿伦加西亚洛佩兹。
So already big problems as the competitors are trying to work their way further forward. It's a very difficult race battle up front, but the leader is no longer as dominant as he was. Aaron Garcia can see when he checks over his shoulder that he's got big opportunities coming from Svaric and Tan. If these two are able to gain any more ground, then there's opportunities knocking for a potential victory, but they've got to stay hustling together. So Dylan Tan has got to stay with Svaric. Meanwhile, 4th position downwards is a lottery. Zhao, Chen, Wong, Liu, Weisen, Sun, then Rafael Kamal and Jackson. Susan Harlow is all the way back up in a 10th position. What a charge from the Aussie.
可以看到，目前在第2集团第4位的争夺是非常的激烈。在上旋，卢佑德原本是处在第4的位置，而现在他是已经被身后的3位选手所超过。现在赵子琳是上升到第4位，艾文劝现在是在第5，王鹤龄是在第6，而卢佑德现在呢是初步的是跌落到了第7位。而在超过了迪伦灿之后，马克兹瓦里奇现在也是要来尝试来追击目前领先的阿隆加西亚洛佩兹，但是现在2位车手之间的圈速上可以说是完全一致。阿隆加西亚洛佩兹现在是处在一个非常。 这个可以说是非常舒服的领先的位置。现在马克兹瓦里奇是做到47.426，而现在我们看到处在第5位的埃文劝现在是47.302，做出全场的最快单圈。
So now the battles in the midfield are still as intense as they were at the start. The only difference now is that they've dropped a long way back from our leaders. Drivers still trying to make a big battle of it, as that is Zhao versus Chen. They are battling over 4th and 5th positions. But still no change at the front. Garcia leads the way. Svaric in 2nd, and 3rd place is Dylan Tan. So there's still some big opportunities coming. But perhaps the leading 3 are already settled and decided. Everybody else wants to pick up the scraps of this race now. All of the intensity and the anarchy in the first couple of laps certainly decided things relatively early. But the drivers still feel that there's opportunities in these latter stages of the race here. So they'll still make as much as they can from these last few laps. Maria Yang did manage to get going again after her spin earlier on, and it might not be too long before Aaron Garcia closes up. This is about the point in the race when he lost the earlier one. It was an engine failure that took him out of the lead earlier on. Well, he's back in the lead, and if Lady Luck pays him another angry visit, he's going to be the maddest Spaniard in Asia.
那么对于阿伦加西亚洛佩兹来说，目前的整个情况对于他来说是最为有利的，因为考虑到他在上午或者说第1轮预赛当中所遭遇到的一个机械故障，如果他能够在这场比赛当中拿到第1的位置的话，将会非常好的弥补他在之前所出现的一个积分上面的损失。而当现在比赛进入到了下午的时分，可以说不论是赛道上的气温，还是我们整个赛场上的气氛都是非常的火热。那么对于我们所有的选手们来说，如何在这个长距离的比赛过程当中去保护好自己的轮胎，包括去节省自己的体能，也将会是非常的关键。现在比赛已经是进入到了半程阶段，阿伦加西亚洛佩兹依然是手握1.4秒的领先优势。斯瓦里奇现在是已经抛开身后迪伦灿有0.7秒的一个区间，而在第4位的争夺当中，可以看到赵子琳和埃文劝目前依然是前后相连，他们将会来争夺第4的位置。
Such is the way that this race has played out. The Maria Yang is now being shown the blue flags so that she can get out of the way and allow the leaders to come through. But Aaron Garcia leads. This is a big charge forward from Svaric and Tan as they try and close up on our race leader, Aaron Garcia. And we get ourselves closer to the finish. 4 laps to go for the Spanish driver, a former World title winner at this level. Aaron Garcia, a very supreme driver. Up the inside, no problems getting past Maria Yang. And this race has been very much child's play since that point. We've got a penalty of some kind, by the look of it, on the main straight. Not entirely sure who it is that's getting it, but we will get an opportunity to understand that very shortly. But oh, big accident. 2 karts have gone, 3 karts have gone together in at turn 3. So that's a big incident. 3 karts in the barriers, and that could end up being slowboards. Now that could tighten up this race in the closing stages, because we've only got 3 laps to go, and that is going to be slowboards, I think. We've got karts in a very dangerous position, just off to the side of the road, and the barrier's out of position. We've got double waved yellows, but I think that could end up potentially being slowboards. As up to the inside, that's Max Farage lapping Maria Yang. Slowboards around the track. So slowboards are around the circuit, and that will slow down the pace. That is a lifeline for everybody in this race, because the massive lead that Garcia held is now going to evaporate.
那么可以说，这一圈在3号弯是有出现3位车手是撞上护墙的一个情况。这3位车手呢，应该也都是离开了自己的赛车，进入到了安全的区域。那么我们赛会的工作人员也是要尽快的去清理掉我们的这个事故车辆，而我们这边赛会也是出动了慢速的驾驶板，也是需要告知我们所有的车手要降低自己的行驶的速度。那么这个情况对于目前领先的阿伦加西亚洛佩兹来说，并不是一个好消息，因为在之前他是已经手握了超过1秒钟的领先优势，而现在他将会和身后的马克兹瓦里奇以及迪伦灿又是重新回到一个集团。而在刚才我们可以看到第4位的争夺在赵子霖和埃万 Chan 之间也是在进行的非常的激烈。那么这一圈我们可以看到的是，受到事故影响的车手包括了216号车手卢思雨。那么也是非常遗憾，在比赛的后半段是发生了一个意外事故的情况。
So the big question now is, are we about to finish this race under slowboards, or will we have enough time to get a green flag restart? It is touch and go here, but it looks to me as though the barriers are still not safe to restart, because they obviously need to be put back into position. The marshals down there are moving them as quickly as they possibly can, but I think this race may end up finishing under slowboards. The last lap board is shown. Yes, indeed. I don't think we're going to get this race restarted under green. It is the only safe port, of course. So Garcia leads them around, but we're on the last lap. The barriers were not positioned back in good time. There's nothing we can do about it. Accidents are accidents, and safety has to come first. But we are now on the last lap, and we're still under slowboards.
那么比赛进入到最后一圈，那么我们赛会的工作人员呢，还是需要对3号弯外侧的这个护墙呢来进行一个修整。那么目前的这个情况来看，我们的比赛呢将会在慢速行驶的情况下呢来最终的完成。那么这对于225号车手目前处于领跑的阿伦加西亚洛佩兹来说，对于他来说现在应该是可以提前庆祝，因为他应该是能够以第1位的一个位置来完成这一场他的第2轮预赛。那么对于他第1轮预赛当中所遭遇的一个情况来看呢，这对他的积分会有非常大的帮助。
Well, the 3 drivers caught up in that incident were Marcos Agostinho, Lucy Yu, and Melvin Shane, all of them out of the race. But it means that we are going to finish this race under slow board conditions. No matter how hard we try to get it under green flags, it's not going to happen. Aaron Garcia will get his victory. The checkered flag flies, and he'll take the win from Mark Svaric and Dylan Tan. A very unfortunate end to the race, but at least it's a safe one. And Aaron Garcia bounces back from adversity after an engine blow earlier on. It's the win this time.
我们可以说，虽然我们非常激烈的这个成年组的 C 组和 F 组的第2轮预赛的是在这个黄旗的情况下来完成，但是我们也是需要去确保每一位参赛选手的一个安全。那么3号弯外侧的这个护墙的这个情况呢，需要被重新的来放置，以确保能够达到我们接下来比赛的一个安全的标准。所以说，我们这一场12圈的比赛呢，也是在慢速行驶的情况下来完成。阿伦加西亚洛佩兹最终是拿到了比赛的冠军，马克斯瓦里奇是获得了亚军，而迪伦灿是以第3位来完赛。赵子霖是获得了第4位 ，Evan Chen 是收获第5，卢佑德是在和王鹤龄的较量当中是占据上风，最终他是以第6位来完赛。王鹤龄最终是收获第7。拉斐尔·卡马尔是获得了第8的位置，孙一北是最终是以第9位来完赛，而以第10位完赛的则是229号的车手拉斐尔·韦森。
That's a sigh of relief for Aaron Garcia after a very tough race earlier on. We're going to see if we can have a quick word with the former X30 senior champion worldwide. Aaron, I mean, race one was miserable. Well, that's a bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, now it's okay. We finished P1. We were leading the last one, but yeah, the engine size. So yeah, we need to be happy. We need to keep working, and the final is on Sunday. So yeah.
You got really lucky in that one. Not only did you manage to get into the lead nice and early, but the battles behind you were so chaotic that you were able to pull clear.
Well, I found the gap, so I start to slow down a bit for the tire because there are 6 hits. So yeah, happy for that. Likely a bit. So yeah, let's move on to tomorrow and see what happens.
You've actually got a bit of a backhanded advantage going into tomorrow because not finishing race one and then finishing race two under slow boards, that means the tyres are not quite as punished as they would be normally. Is that something you're going to look forward to in race three tomorrow?
Well, I think we managed to save the tyre a bit, so yeah, we'll be better for tomorrow and see what happens.
A good job in that one. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
A little bit of a sigh of relief there for Aaron Garcia. And yes, not finishing the earlier heat and finishing that race under slow boards means the tyres can go a little bit further into heat 3, 4 and 5 over the course of tomorrow. So it's a difficult one, but it's 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward, hopefully, for Aaron Garcia. We can see just how difficult things are for the drivers. Come and have a look very quickly at the amount of wear that there is on the tyres. That is still red hot from the competitors, but you can see how tricky it is for the wear. That's on reasonably fresh tyres. That's gone from qualifying through heat 1 and heat 2, and you can see just how much the carcass of the tyre is melting through on this fresh resurface of the circuit. Thank you very much. Not easy to figure out who's going to have the best of it in terms of tyre management and tyre wear, and it's even harder now because we've had 2 very different sets of races for these particular competitors. Not sure how it's going to cook up, but we've still got 2 senior races today. On to the next one.
先赛一场，那么我们接下来呢将会进行到的是 B 组和 D 组的第2轮的预赛的角逐。那么这一轮预赛，我们也是迎来了非常多强有力的高手，在头排来进行起跑的246号车手丹尼卡雷尼尼，我们已经在第1轮预赛当中见证了他非常出色的一个表现。他在第1轮预赛自己的那个比赛当中呢是拿到了冠军。那么他在这场比赛当中将会从杆位来进行起跑，而在他身旁来起步的，同样也是在个人的第1轮预赛当中拿到冠军的269号车手安迪拉特尔呢，这2位车手呢势必会在这一场第2轮预赛的起跑阶段呢有非常强力的一个表现。而在他们身后来进行起跑的250号车手扎里耶夫雷克尔将会从第3位来起跑，而第4位出发的2025赛季IAME亚洲系列赛的 Senior 成年组的年度冠军299号车手于家宝将会从第4位来进行起跑。
So 2 races to go then here at Macau in the senior competition. And it's going to be Danny Carinini who goes off pole position alongside the Frenchman Andy Reutel. 2 big names from the international world of IAME X30. Great to see them here in Macau. Danny Carinini will always take a trip to Asia whenever his calendar allows him to. Last year he had a great opportunity to make the victory come his way. Not so far. But now an opportunity this year is definitely knocking. Andy Reutel chatting away there nicely to Ruben Moya. 2 men who know each other very well indeed on the circuit. Former teammates, of course, in Europe, and still very good mates indeed. They were former teammates at the Pantano Racing Squad back in the day. So friendships never really die in the world of karting. Good to see that everybody still enjoying the flavour of the competition. Yuk Capo from the Explorer Factory team, IAME Series Asia champion 2025, the first ever victory for the Explorer chassis on international competition. And look who gets to join them up at the sharp end of this incredible dais. It is once again the hard-charging superstar, and it is Zhao Zijun who's going to be there in 240 alongside Ruben Moya. You may have also spotted Zaria Vraikal going off third position after his win earlier. That's very good news indeed for the Malaysian. But there's also a big opportunity for the 257, a big charge forward for Zhao Yunchin. She has a great chance for the Xinjiang Racing team. Let's see what she can do. Already big speed so far this week. There's also a big chance for this man, Danish Chen. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That was the run on the far side there from Yuri Bichichka. My apologies, the 282. Nen Xiaomao Xuan. So big opportunities still coming through. And then alongside, that is Huang Zhizheng, 275, rounding up the top 10. Still big moves to come from others in the field. Chen Borun and Ethan Sito are going to be in the mix as well. There is Chen Boru on the Tony Kart. And there is a very popular man within the Infinity IAME Series Asia paddock, Ethan Sito. Sadly, doesn't always have the budget to do a full season, but he's certainly made his impact here in Macau. And what an opportunity it is for him to continue making waves in the X30 world. Li Mingyi, 262, lining up alongside Dian Orunchen, another very popular figure within the X30 brigade. Looking good for another exciting duel or two over the course of this week. Don't forget, the drivers in Senior X30 have it much tougher than the drivers in Cadet or Junior. They have 3 races each. Well, unfortunately in Senior, they have 5, which is definitely going to make tyre wear really prominent over the course of this week, especially now that the temperatures have elevated again.
那么刚才我们也是介绍到了全场前2排来出发的车手，那我们也是要来关注一下，在前10位发车的车手呢，都是有机会来向领先集团来发动进攻。那么第5位出发的240号车手将会是赵子俊，在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是去年亚米亚洲总决赛 Senior 成年组的冠军车手294号鲁本莫亚洛佩兹。他在这场比赛当中呢，将会从第6位来出发，而从第7位出发的将会是257号车手中国选手赵云清，是代表新港车队来参赛。在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是282号车手来自捷克的贝奇卡吉里。在他们身后所出发的第9位和第10位的选手将会是255号车手邵墨轩以及275号车手黄喜正。
2 races left then in Senior X30 today before we shut up shop for the night on this Coloane karting circuit, and it really has been a fantastic bout so far, but we are still just scratching the surface of what these Senior X30 drivers can give us. It's a long, long way from the finish line as out onto the circuit. Once again we go, and the battle will be joined once again as everybody gets themselves geared up and ready for another excellent display out on the course. So as the contenders get themselves dialed in and warmed up on the formation lap, it's all going to be about those duo of drivers on the front row of the grid. Danny Cadanini and Andy Rattel, the Italian and the Frenchman, who have travelled several thousand miles to be here. And what an opportunity for them to walk away with the first IAME Warriors Final Senior X30 ticket of 2026. That's what's at stake. That's what they all want.
那么我们刚才也是讲到呢，这场成年组的比赛呢，将会有26位选手来共同的参与争夺。那么考虑到我们 Senior 成年组一共会进行5场的预赛，那么在现在这个天气状况底下呢，对于我们所有的选手们来说，保护轮胎也将会是他们非常重要的一环。那么何时将自己的轮胎性能来使用到最为关键的时刻，那么在这一轮的预赛当中呢，将会是非常的关键。而这边我们也是看到我们领先的车手也是回到了最后一弯发车区 ，Danny Caronini 以及安迪拉特尔将会从头排来进行起跑。
B versus D, 12 laps of Macau. Is it going to be a clean green start? It is, and up we go. Fantastic start from Carinini and Raikal. Almost no start at all from Andy Metallico, and we spin off at turn 1, sorry, someone's pitched around already. We go through into the hairpin at turn 2, and already there's a little bit of wicing and dicing on the far side, but out in front, Carinini is already dominating away. Raikal has lost out to Zhao Zijun, and so it's absolute skittles from third position downwards. Raikal has made it stick there for P3, but everybody else is absolutely squabbling away. It's another one of those races in Senior X30, as out in front goes the leader, Danny Carinini. He's already stretching out in front of Zhao, and then in third is Raikal, and everybody else, well, it's already out and out war, but it's Yuka Po who's got there to P4.
刚位出发的丹尼卡雷尼尼可以说是成功的守住自己的领先位置，而从另外一侧头排起跑的车手安迪拉克尔可以说是完全没有把速度带起来。安迪拉克尔现在已经是落到第6的位置，这也是让从我们可以说是1号弯内侧起跑的这一排的选手呢，都是能够提升自己的名次。现在可以说赵子俊现在是已经来到了全场第2的位置，而加列雷克尔现在是已经来到第3，于家宝目前是上到第4位，鲁本莫亚洛佩兹也同样是提升了一个名次，来到第5位。
So we've already got one retirement. That's the kart that went off at turn 1. That's the Paralin that sadly dropped out of the brigade, and that is the kart belonging to Kwok Man, unfortunately. So he's out. The rest of the field are still battling away. Yuka Po is closing up on Zadia Raikal for third position. If they stay away from each other and just go to battle, they may be able to get some of this gap down to Zhao Zijun in second place. But for Danny Carinini, it's looking like this race is already won. Can he go for a second victory? It's absolutely extraordinary how much of a gap he's already been able to be given by the rest of the field, as the 263 looks to have been given a warning flag of some kind. That is Zhu Haoran. Oh, and a big issue. Couple of big moves there into the S's. Several drivers finding big gaps and deciding that there's no holds barred to make the moves. But Yuka Po has got ahead of Zadia Raikal. So into third comes Yu, the Explorer factory driver, now really putting on the charge. If he can go after the man in second place, Zhao Zijun, the reigning champion, can make a play here for P2. He's really going to have to work hard to close up on the SJM Theodore, but the Explorer factory driver, Yuka Po, is up in a third position.
第3位的位置在这一圈是发生了变化，于家宝目前是已经来到了第3位，而在起步阶段并不是那么出色的安迪拉克尔现在同样已经是回到了第4位，鲁本莫亚洛佩兹是来到第5，而扎里耶夫雷克尔在这一圈是跌落了非常多的名次，现在都是已经来到了第6的位置，而在最前方我们可以看到丹尼卡雷尼尼是已经逐步建立起了将近2秒钟左右的优势，他的上一圈是要比后方的赵子俊是要快到0.5秒钟，那对于赵子俊来说是否是要来进行一个审台的情况，但是这边我们看到于家宝应该是能够上升到第2的位置。于家宝在这几圈的表现可以说是非常的出色。现在于家宝他的下一个目标将会是领跑的丹尼卡雷尼尼。
What a comeback in this race from Yuka Po. He just has no off switch, charging forward, and the Explorer factory man has continued his charge forward, reigning Infinity IAME Series Asia champion. Now there's only one man standing between him and the win. Oh, Zhao Zijun has got back in front, and now it's Albany season. Zadia Raikal squeezes back through, comes up in a third place. Yuka Po down to P4 on the back straight. They're absolutely on it as they come up to the chicane, and Yuka Po down to P5. It's open season. Suddenly he was P2, now he's gone backwards. Everybody fancies a bite of this cherry. Rattel's come in, Moyer's come in, Raikal, Zhao and Zhao Yunqing. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, and it's given Carinini an even bigger lead as Arnie Rattel comes back in a second in front of Zhao, Moyer, Yu, Bachichka, Raikal and the fierce lady Zhao Yunqing.
第2位的争夺现在已经是愈发的激烈，在上一圈依然处在第2位的于家宝，在这一圈看起来是受到节奏上的一些影响，他是先后被安迪拉克尔、赵子俊以及鲁本莫亚洛佩兹所完成超越。现在于家宝现在是已经落到了第5的位置，安迪拉克尔现在是上升到第2位，而丹尼卡雷尼尼现在是已经建立起了超过3.5秒的一个非常巨大的领先优势。但是我们必须要来留意全场第2位的一个缠斗，依然是非常的精彩，看起来应该是有7台赛车有机会是向前列来发起冲击。
3 places lost for Zhao Zijun, and that's definitely given a little bit more crescendo to Moya, to Yu, and to Bachichka as Raikal now closes up on Zhao Zijun, hoping that there's another overtaking move in the offing. Down to the hairpin, big dive on the inside. That looks like Raikal. He gets his move on Zhao Zijun now. So not an easy lap at all there for the SJM Theodore Prema driver. Really struggling and losing a lot of ground. And next up in the mix to try and make the overtaking move is the fierce lady driver Zhao Yunqing. She's got a chance to work her way further forward for the Xingang Racing Team. Can she make a move up on the inside line and get the overtake on the SJM Theodore Prema? Yeri Bachichka, by the way, is right up behind Yukapo. That's for 4th and 5th, those two. Second place still on the Hotel. 3rd position for Ruben Moya. Here comes Yukapo, P4. He wants to work his way forward ahead of Yeri Bachichka.
第2位的争夺依然是非常激烈，而我们目前看到，在过去几圈速度并没有提起来。赵子俊现在他还是已经跌落到了第7的位置，安迪拉特尔现在依然是处在第2位，并且是守在这个集团的最前方。而目前排在第3的是鲁本摩亚洛佩兹，他正在受到身后于家宝以及贝奇卡吉里的一个进攻。而在上一圈，扎里耶夫雷克尔也是已经上升到第6的位置。但是这个情况对于目前领跑的丹尼卡雷尼尼来说，可以说是梦幻般的一个情况。
Well, this is definitely the easiest race that Danny Carinini has ever driven in Macau. He's absolutely streets away. As up on the inside, that's the move from Bachichka. He gets through on Yukapo. So Yukapo down to P5 at the expense of Bachichka. But here comes Raikal for support. They're going to be working on it. Raikal down the inside. It takes Yukapo. Sadiev Raikal up into P5. Now they come up to the braking zone for the hairpin. And the Malaysian is up into P5. Yukapo drops down to 6th. So Carinini dominating as ever. Rattel in 2nd. 3rd is Moya. Raikal does to the inside. There's no room. And it comes together. Oh, Raikal collides. Raikal makes the bid on Yuri Bachichka. There was not enough room. And Raikal into the barriers and out. And that gives Yukapo 2 bonus places. Back into P4 as Raikal is binned.
第4位的争夺，在这一圈是发生了意外的碰撞情况，扎里耶夫雷克尔的赛车是撞上了护墙，而且目前看起来他是没有办法来完成这场第2轮的预赛。目前的情况可以看到，于家宝是重新回到了第4位，赵子俊是排在第5，而赵云清是上到第6，而贝奇卡吉里在这一次事故当中也是受到了影响，他目前是已经跌落到了第7的位置。
Well, as Yeri Bachichka passes the scene of the DRM Paralympics, I'm sure he will feel that the punishment fits the crime. He is not at all happy with the way he has been demoted down this field, but it's certainly good news for Yukapo, who is now up again to P4. He's going to have a real job to close up on the top 3, particularly when we are running out of laps. We've only got 2 to go at the end of this one, so Danny Carinini is just skipping away out front. 2nd place, Arnie Rattel being caught by Ruben Moya, then Yukapo, Zhao Zijun, and it is the fabulous Zhao Yunqing. She's done a great job. 7th is Yuri Bachichka, 8th is Nordis Gafor. Great run from the Singaporean as Li Mingyi and Chen Boru are now in the top 10, just ahead of Ethan Sito.
比赛进入到最后的2圈，看到丹尼卡雷尼尼现在依然是处在领先，但是目前排在第2位的安迪拉特尔在上一圈也是做到了个人的最快单圈，他也是把和丹尼卡雷尼尼之间的秒数上的差距是缩小到2.2秒。鲁本莫亚洛佩兹依然是排在第3，于家宝目前是在第4位，赵子俊是来到第5，而赵云清则是已经上升到第6的位置，非常棒的一个表现。贝奇卡吉里现在是处在第7，他在这一圈同样是做出了个人的最快单圈。比赛呢马上将会进入到最后的一圈。
1 lap to go. We had a warning flag earlier on for Tianrun Chen, but he is not in the top 10. Danny Carinini, though, skipping his way to the front. Yukapo battling away. That's the duel for position with Zhao Zijun. Yukapo holds his line, and here comes Zhao Yunqing. She gets up into P5. Great work from Zhao Yunqing. Excellent opportunism as she breaks into the top 5 for the first time this week. Now giving chase to Yukapo. But it's all about one man up front. Danny Carinini has even backed off a little bit up front. He didn't need to hold such a big lead. He's just chilled in the closing stages as Danny Carinini on cruise control comes out of the final turn and takes the checkered flag. Carinini, 2 from 2. 2nd is Rattel, 3rd is Moya, 4th is Yukapo, 5th place for Zhao Yunqing. She has driven beautifully in the top 5. Excellent work from Zhao Yunqing. Definitely her drive of the season.
可以说最后一圈在第3位的争夺，也是让后方的赵云清这位来自新港车队的女车手是再度提升了一个名次，来到第5位。而最终我们可以看到的是，在整场比赛都保持着非常出色表现的丹尼卡雷尼尼，最终是还是以超过1秒钟的一个领先优势，是拿下了这场我们可以说是 B 组跟 D 组的 Senior 成年组的第2轮预赛的胜利，这对于他来说将会是非常有利的一个情况，因为他在个人的2场预赛当中都拿下了冠军。安迪拉特尔最终是收获第2位，而鲁本莫亚洛贝兹是拿下第3，于家宝是以第4位完赛，赵云清收获第5，贝奇卡基里是获得第6位，赵子俊是获得第7位。 非常出色的一个表现，对于丹尼卡雷尼尼来说，2场预赛的冠军可以让他收获100个积分。那么考虑到我们整个 Senior 成年组将会有5场预赛，那么100个积分在2场比赛里面拿到满分的一个表现呢，可以说能够为他在超级预赛当中取得一个比较好的发射位置是有很大的帮助的。
So far, so good, as the cavalry really has been on Danny Karanini's side today. 2 races, 2 victories. He looks pretty exhausted considering he's just cantered away up front. Danny, last year was a difficult one to come to Macau and put on a show. That looked like the easiest race you've ever had up front.
No, for sure, I have a good start. Gain a lot of time on the beginning, push a lot of laps and gain a lot. The speed is quite okay. After I manage a little bit the tires in the last laps, really happy.
How big a difference was race 2 compared to race 1 now that the circuit's got a bit hotter?
Yes, for sure, the difference is not a lot, but a little bit, yes, always.
Looked like you were just easing off there in the closing stages, allowing Rattel and Moya to get a little bit closer to you. You had the gap in hand. It's just an opportunity to look after tyres when you've got 3 races to go, I guess.
Yes, for sure, there are many hits in the pre-final to use the halters, manage in the last laps, and really happy.
The potential for rain tomorrow? Do you think the kart is going to have similar pace in the wet compared to the dry?
I don't know. I make only 1 session on the rain. We will see. For everyone, it will be a little bit random. If rain, we will rain, no problem.
Good job so far. You'll sleep easy tonight. Well done.
Thank you so much.
That looked way too easy, to be fair, for Danny Karanini, but it's been a while since he claimed that IAME Warriors Final trophy back in Adria in 2021. He's certainly looking to go and get a ticket for the next one in 2026. If his week continues as it is, it'll be plain sailing. It's very, very tricky out there now, as the heat has definitely intensified here at Macau. It's getting hotter, and therefore it's getting tougher. Just as well that we've only got 1 race to go.
那么稍后我们将会进入到 Senior 成年组在周5的最后一场第2轮的预赛呢，也就是 A 组和 E 组的预赛。那么在这一轮比赛当中呢，我们将会有27位选手来共同的进行角逐。那么在前排来进行起跑的车手呢，可以说都是具备争夺冠军的一个实力的。在头排出发的2位车手，293号车手来自 来自英国的车手扎克·德拉蒙德，他将会在这场比赛当中从杆位来进行出发，而在他身旁呢，将会是在亚米中国系列赛以及亚洲赛都有非常不错表现的261号车手中国香港车手陈玉琪，他将会代表 SJM 德力赛车队来出战。那么陈玉琪在今年呢，同样也是已经晋升到了单座方程式的比赛当中，是参与到了 F4 中国锦标赛的赛事。那么可以来关注一下陈雨琦在这场比赛的表现是否是能够帮助他再度向冠军来发起冲击。那么在第2排来进行起跑的将会是287号车手林敬轩以及259号车手来自芬兰的奥托皮科宁。
How about this for a front row of the grid for the last Senior X30 race of the day? The King of Scotland versus the King of Hong Kong. An amazing opportunity. Zach Drummond versus Kimi Chan. This is going to be electrically good. On the pole position then, the man who's come all the way to Macau to showcase what he can do on the world stage. Zach Drummond is never far from the top spot. He's on the top spot here. But Kimi Chan, 4 months out of the kart and still right up at the sharp end. Chinese F4 podiums over the course of this year as well. Last year's Senior X30 champion in Infinity IAME Series Asia. What a way to end his season it would be to claim the golden ticket for next year's IWF. But there's still plenty of opposition around them. It looks as though we're going to get a big charge here from Martin Lin, the 287. Looking forward to a very strong run. Lin Jingjuan looking very competitive. But then so too is the man who took the first victory of the day in senior, Otto Pikkinen, the flying Finn, under the tutelage of Christian Markussen. And of course, under the tutelage of Simon Parker, who's helped get that croc all the way from Britain to be here for this one. What about Kai Burke, though? Ended the season as a championship contender in the Infinity IAME Series Asia. Big opportunities for the 15-year-old from Bundaberg in Queensland, Australia. Plenty of opportunities for him to surge forward. And what about the man who starts alongside him on the grid? Big opportunity for Toby Gale. After a season of mixing it in Italy and across Europe, it's great to be back in Asia, I'm sure. Missed out on the title purely by having a busy schedule. He probably would have been champion had he managed to be there for the last 2 rounds of the championship. What a way to end the year in Senior X30 would be if he could claim a 2026 IWF ticket.
那么在后方我们也是看到有多位车手呢是具备冲击领先集团的一个实力的，包括从第5位出发的281号车手的凯伯克。那么他将会在这一轮比赛当中呢是从第5位来出发。那么他在第1轮预赛当中的表现呢同样也是非常的不俗的，包括像第6位出发的251号车手托比盖尔。那么他是 base 在泰国的这样一位选手，也是代表 Barrow Art Racing Asia 车队来出战。那么从第7位来出发的将会是268号车手来自印度的哈迪亚。那么他在第1轮预赛当中的表现呢同样是很不错。而在他身旁来进行起跑的将会是238号的车手，来自中国台北的蔡晨阳。
Don't count your chickens against another dramatic race here because there's a lot of opposition up at the sharp end who wants to take a victory. Zach Drummond, already very quick indeed in Macau. Kimi Chan, always quick in Macau. But Martin Lin looks particularly hungry here from the Free and Nova Racing team. I've got a feeling that Martin Ling, or Ling Jingjuan, is definitely going to have a very big opportunity here from 3rd on the grid. If he and Zach Drummond can get away and clear, and the Free and Nova driver can use his Asian experience in these hot conditions to really make it work. But Otto Pikkinen has proven that being out of his comfort zone is not a disadvantage. He has plenty of aggression under his right foot, and he put on an amazing show earlier on today to put on an amazing battle up at the sharp end of the field. And he can mix it, even when he's got the likes of Kimi Chan and Toby Gale to play with. He was the man of the 3 of them who came out on top. Another race like that, and he will definitely be looking good overnight.
那么进入到我们今天的最后一场 Senior 成年组的预赛呢，我们也是看到一共是27位选手来共同的参与到这场比赛当中。那么包括我们刚才也是一直在提到的，目前整体的澳门路环小型赛车场的一个天气状况呢，可以说是非常的火热。那么对于我们 Senior 成年组的选手们来说，如何去注重 在比赛当中的表现，同时去保护自己的轮胎将会是非常的关键。现在呢，只是进入到我们的第2轮预赛，而考虑到我们 Senior 成年组当中一共是有5轮预赛需要去来进行争夺的，那么我们所有的选手们呢，都是需要在比拼速度的同时，也要考虑到其他方面的一些因素。那么包括我们在刚才看到的另外一场的这个第2轮预赛当中，也是。这个 Danny Caronini 他在赛后也是说到，在比赛的后半程，他需要去保护自己的轮胎，以把最好的一个状态呢，去留到之后所进行的几场预赛当中。那我们也可以来关注一下，在这场比赛当中，我们的选手是否会在这个方面有更加多的考量。
So now we go into the last race of the day. Day 1 of race action, day 2 of the competition, and now it's an interesting end to the day that we will get in front of us here with the competitors across Group A versus Group E. This is only Heat 2 out of the 5 races that these drivers will take on before they get to the Super Heats. The cadets only have 3, the juniors only have 3, the masters only have 2, the seniors, they have 5. It's not easy to make these tyres go the distance for an entire season's week. And it's definitely very tricky indeed as the heat intensifies here. But the drivers already know what's at stake. There's a lot of potential behind the top 6. Don't forget Prasetyo Hardia, 7th on the grid. He's definitely going to be a contender for this one, alongside the man who's actually able to race in the Masters, Sai Cheng Yang. But the 33-year-old Fafas Nijar from Chinese Taipei doesn't want to be a master. He wants to be a senior. He is absolutely determined. He can still mix it at the sharp end of the Senior X30 field, so why not prove it? 9th position on the grid, the hard-charging Efim Derenov, the Kyrgyzstani, alongside the Thai Putter Yamchan. Let's see if there's going to be a big push from him to try and break it into the top 5. The last hurrah of day 2 of the 2025 IAME Series Asia Final. This is the one, the IAME Asia Finals here on the Coloane karting circuit. We will conclude Friday the best way possible with a Senior X30 Battle Royale.
我们2025亚米亚洲总决赛第2比赛日的最后一场比赛马上就将开始，这将会是 Senior 成年组 A 组和 E 组的第2轮的预赛争夺。我们刚才也是讲到27位选手将会参与到比赛当中，但是目前我们看到在发射区有3位选手的赛车呢，看起来是出现一些问题。这边应该是264号车手以及260号车手的赛车呢是落到了后方，而这边我们看到有一台赛车应该是没有办法来起步了，应该是252号车手奎诺斯的赛车，看起来他将没有办法参与到这轮预赛当中，非常遗憾的一个情况。
Miguel Quiñones is out of the race before it even starts. Unbelievable scenes down here for the Dr. Q Motorsport team. Disaster as he can't even get under starters' orders. They've pulled him off the starting grid. Now they put him into the pit lane. Can he start this race from the pit lane? It is tragedy for Miguel Quiñones. No chance of starting on the actual grid itself. So now he's got to go from pit lane if they can get the kart started. And they are determined to try. So up at the sharp end of the field, it's still going to be Drummond versus Chan off the grid. Then, of course, there will be big pressure from behind. Lin, Pikkonen, Burke, Gale, Harja, Tsai, Derenov and Yamchan. Are we going to go green straight away? Yes, we are! Great start from Lin, right in behind Drummond, and there's already pushing each other. Oh, there's contact in turn 1. Karts everywhere! Oh my goodness, it's skittled. At least half a dozen karts, maybe 10, have all gone together there in turn 1. Absolute carnage, as there are karts all over the shop. And now it's a case of who has basically made it through. Look at the clearance stop. Kimi Chan is in amongst them. Kimi Chan is one of them. Oh my goodness, that blows the week wide open.
可以说起步阶段是出现了非常混乱的情况，包括从第2位出发的
Pikkonen is in there as well. Pikkonen was a race 1 winner earlier. Pikkonen and Chan both involved.
陈玉琪和皮科宁2位可以说是争夺预赛冠军的热门选手，是在第1圈的事故当中是卷入了这个事故的情况，而现在我们看到赛会已经是给出了慢速行驶的状态。目前在完成第1圈的比赛之后，扎克德拉蒙德现在是依然守住自己领先的位置，林敬轩现在是在第2，而唐子轩现在是上升到了第3的位置，凯伯克目前是处在第4，第5位的是密西朗，而第6位的是埃姆维奇。但是第1圈非常惊人的一个场景，那就是陈雨琦以及皮科宁在第1圈的过程当中是发生了意外的事故。
Well, with karts all over the road and others abandoned in the middle of the circuit, it is disaster. We've only got 20 karts still running. We've lost Harja, Derenov, Chan, Pikkanen, Toby Gale. All sorts of big names have gone. Absolute disaster in the beginning of this race. We've gone to slowboards to slow down the pack, but how about this for chaos? Absolute disaster, as at the moment we have only got a handful of drivers still running at the sharp end that were. Gale is down to the back, he's recovered. Kimi Chan has also got going again. Harja's down to the back, so is Duranov. Chan and Gale. Pikkanen's not going any further, nor is Chang Junhao, and nor is Aaron Mechta. Well, big disaster, so many drivers caught up in it. The order at the moment is Drummond from Lin, Tang, Burke, Enoch Mi, and Wanapong Yamchan from Dominic Benedict, Thomas George, Kei Sachin, and Clifford Kanjanapis. That's how crazy the start was.
第一圈的事故呢，是有3位车手是卷入到了事故当中，并且没有办法重新回到比赛，包括259号的奥托皮科宁、237号车手张俊浩以及277号车手的艾伦梅塔是没有办法来继续进行到比赛当中。那么包括像陈玉琪以及251号车手托比盖尔，现在是重新回到了比赛当中，但是他们现在已经是跌落到了。整个车阵的后方，那对于他们的这个预赛的成绩将会有非常大的影响。现在呢，我们整个比赛依然是处在慢速行驶的状况下，现在扎克德拉蒙德依然将会带领车阵。
So the slowboards ensure we've at least got a race of it, but there's still a lot of work to do to clear the circuit after the absolute chaos of this first lap. We're still under slowboards as we complete this lap. So that is lap number 2 completed, and we've still got a lot of drama to come if this race is going to get started under green in the next couple of laps, because already we've got Zach Drummond and Martin Lin pretty much alone up at the sharp end. All the pushing and shoving into turn 1 has just caused destruction all the way round. The only drivers caught up in that chaos that actually got going again were Sera Kojima, Rosetio Harja, Evim Derenov, Kimi Chan, and Toby Gale. Everybody else, Otto Pikkanen, Chang Junhao, and Aaron Mechta, out on the spot. But it's absolute chaos in this first start, as at least 8 drivers, maybe 9 or 10, all getting caught up in that one. Several drivers taking avoiding action, and all of a sudden, Miguel Quinones, who had to start from the pit lane, well, he's back in the top 20. Just keep going, you never know what's going to happen. And it's red flags here. So the race has actually been stopped. Well, that's the first time that's happened today. So the drivers are going to be brought out then onto the start-finish line. By the look of it, either that or they will be waved into the pits. No, indeed, they're going to be brought onto the start-finish line. And so that is going to be, well, it's not going to be a fresh restart, is it? Because we've already completed 2 laps of the circuit. In fact, we've completed 3. So that's not going to be a full race distance completed. That's 3 laps done. If you've completed 2 laps or less than 2 laps, then you can start the race afresh. But we've completed 3 laps, so I don't think this is going to be a fresh restart. I think this is going to be all of the karts in the positions they're currently in. Well, I'm not sure. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll wait for confirmation.
目前看到赛道上，在比赛开场阶段的这个意外状况呢，也是让赛会选择触发红旗，这也是我们整个周末第一次有出现红旗的状况。在红旗的情况下呢，我们所有的选手需要将他们的赛车是停到整个发车区的这个大直线路段，那么需要等待我们赛会工作人员呢来对1号弯处的这个事故车辆来进行清理。我们刚才也是看到有几位车手呢，也是在1号弯的这个缓冲区的这个地方在进行了一个讨论，因为刚才1号弯的这起事故呢，也是卷入到了多台的赛车。这边我们得来看一下赛会何时能够把这个场上的事故和混乱的情况呢来重新清理。而我们现在的比赛呢已经是完成了3圈，那么我们的预赛呢预计是将会进行12圈的里程。那么我们现在在发车区的这个车手们呢，也是暂时能够下车来进行一个我们说 cool down 的一个环节。那么在稍后我们比赛的重新恢复阶段呢，需要让我们的车手们能够尽快的再度恢复到一个比赛的状态。但是现在我们的比赛是处在红旗的情况下。
So at the moment, we've got the situation where the drivers are now on the start-finish line in the order that they were in when the red flags came out. And we are now just waiting for the decision and the official confirmation as to whether this is going to be a restart under current race positions or whether it's going to be a fresh restart. But to my understanding of the regulations, they have completed 2 laps. In fact, they've actually completed 3. So I'm not entirely sure this is going to be a fresh restart. I think this is going to be a restart in the conditions they're in. The reason, of course, we've gone to red flags is because the amount of time it would have taken to recover the karts and clean the circuit up at turn 1, we wouldn't have had a race of any kind at all. So it makes sense to stop the race under red flags at this point, allow the marshals to clear the circuit, and then we can at least have 8 laps or so of green flag running. The drivers are brought to the start-finish line where the race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, will guide the drivers as to what the procedure is going to be. The drivers stood in position on the main straight, just waiting for the consultation. Alessandro Ferrari is gathering the drivers at the back of the queue to come to the front of the queue. And clearly he wants to have a discussion with the drivers caught up in the incident to remind them, guys, you're Senior X30 drivers, you know perfectly well that you can't win the race in turn 1, but you can definitely lose it. And prior to the red flags, that was pretty much their state of affairs. They had already thrown away the race at turn 1. Just too many karts into too small a space. Who pushes who first is completely irrelevant at that point. The pandemonium and the karts skewed all over the race circuit. That's high speed at turn 1 as well. Thank goodness we didn't have a major injury on that first corner, because once you've committed to that first corner at speed, even on a main start, that can get very scary. Got 3 karts being gathered up there at the tail end of the field. Those are the karts of Otto Pikkanen, Chang Junhao and Aaron Mechta. So they are going to take no further part in this race, whether we restart under full restart conditions or not. So the drivers are currently in discussion with each other down there on the main straight. Plenty to talk about. Did you push me? No, I think it was someone else, mate. Are you sure? Because I thought you were alongside me. No. It was definitely somebody else. So all of the drivers having a rather banterish conversation with each other, potentially. Some of them will still be trying to shake off some of the adrenaline from that original start. But it's up to the discretion of the race director, Alessandro Ferrari, as to what the restart procedure is going to be. I have to say, I don't see any urgency to reset the karts back into their original grid positions. So for the moment, I think we can only assume that the race is going to start as it was at the red flag, which is great news for anybody in the top 10, miserable news for anybody out of it.
那么可以说，我们现在在红旗的状况下呢，我们需要来等待赛会何时能够重新恢复比赛，以及我们需要根据怎样的一个顺序去重新启动我们的这个比赛程序。那么如果说，那么现在比赛呢应该是完成了第3圈，那么根据规则呢，我们应该是要来按照现在的这个状况，现在的这个排名，红旗状况下的排名来重新进行我们的比赛的这个重启的阶段。那么这个情况对于在1号弯卷入到事故的几位争冠的选手，包括像陈玉琪，包括像托比盖尔，这肯定不会是一个好消息，因为他们现在已经是落到了车阵相对靠后的一个位置。如果说他们的这个红旗之后的重启顺序将会按照比赛开始时候的这个顺序的话，对于陈玉琪来说可能会是一个好消息。不过现在我们依然需要来等待赛会做出最后的判决。
Right, well, there's some movement down in the pits. Otto Pikkanen and his mechanic, Christian Markussen, are hustling around the Mad Croc in the hope that they're going to be allowed to restart. Okay, so the restart, they've just declared that it's going to be restarting in 10 minutes' time. Now, that suggests that anybody who essentially can get their kart started again that were involved in that can do so. So Christian Markussen delves for the toolbox, and it's up to him and his buddy Otto Pikkanen to try and get this race restarted again. Come on, we can get back into this race, surely. But I think it's been made clear to them that this race is not going to restart on lap 0 going into lap 1. It's going to restart on lap 3 going into lap 4. And if that's the case, then rather sadly, Otto Pikkanen is going to be 3 laps down regardless. That is devastating for the man who took victory in the very first Senior X30 heat of the day. If that is the case, and he's not going to be able to restart on the same lap as everybody else, if he's going to be 3 laps down, then that is disastrous. What a shame for Otto Pikkanen after a great start to this week.
那么刚才赛会也是给出指示，我们的比赛呢将会在10分钟之内来进行恢复，而我们在这个发射区的地方，我们也是看到了刚才在1号弯卷入到事故的芬兰车手奥托皮科宁，他们的车队成员呢也是提供了一台这个备用的赛车，要在这个红旗在比赛重启之前，要来对这台赛车进行准备，来帮助奥托皮科宁能够重新回到比赛过程当中。因为必须要留意到的是，在预赛当中，尽管他现在的名次呢是跌落到25名开外，但是如果他能够完成这场比赛的话呢，他依然是有机会来拿到预赛的积分的。所以车队一定会竭尽全力去帮助他去完成这一场预赛的较量。
Well, the defiance and the obstinance of Christian Markussen and Otto Pikkanen is fantastic. They have just decided, look, even if there's a slim chance we can get this kart ready for the restart, we're doing it. We're going to get this kart going again, even if we're not allowed to. We're still pushing. We're still going to get it ready. What an opportunity this is for them if they can get it going, but there doesn't seem to be any major hurry in getting this grid reset to the original. I think we're going to have the grid as it was. If that's the case, then Zach Drummond is going to be the leader from Martin Lin, then Tang Zhizhuan, Kai Burke, Enoch Mi, and Warapong Yamchan, then Dominic Benedict from Thomas George, Kei Sachin, and Clifford Kanjanapas, then Zachary Boyce from Rui Sato, Yang Shimo, and Paco Miguel Sarmiento, then Tancho Yang, Kosei Sato, Saichun Yang, and Sera Kojima, with Miguel Quinones in front of Prasetyo Hardia and Kimi Chan. Zach Casagrancha and Efim Dedanov are down at the back along with Toby Gale, and that's it. There's nobody else in the race because we've already lost Aaron Mehta and Chang Jun Hao, but Otto Pikkanen and his mechanic is absolutely desperate to get this car going again. It wouldn't be so bad, but he'd already won the first race earlier today, so he's got a lead to try and maintain, and there is absolute chaos to try and get this kart started, and he's not the only one. Prasetyo Hardia is running down pit lane now as well. He is desperate to try and get his kart working ready for a restart because he actually managed to get it going again, so he is still on the lead lap. So if they can get his kart fixed, then Prasetyo Hardia has a chance to come back and get a top 5 finish.
我们现在看到有越来越多的车队成员是帮车手来准备采用备用车。那么这边我们也看到，目前处在第20位的，那么同样是在刚才1号弯卷入到事故的印度车手哈迪亚，他的车队成员呢也是要来尽快的来帮助他去准备好这台备用车，来参与到接下来的这个第2轮预赛的角逐当中。
Guy Burke is also in pit lane, desperately trying to fix his kart. He wasn't initially caught up, I think. He was in P4, but I wonder if there was some body damage to the kart when somebody sliced into him. So, oh no, sorry, that's Kai Burke down on the grid itself, so it's his teammate that's in trouble. That's the other Biralat Asia kart that's in the mix there. We've got Prasetyo Hardia in there, but we've also got Miguel Quinones is running down pit lane now as well, because obviously he ended up down at the back of the field, and I wonder if he had some problems with the kart that put him into that dire straits in the first place. So I'm trying to make out which of the Biralats it is that's getting some repair work done up at the sharp end. 5 minutes to the start. So 5 minutes before this race gets underway again, and I stress once again, I'm not seeing any urgency to reset this grid to original positions, so it looks to me as though it's going to be a race restart in their current positions rather than the original positions. The kart in the pits under dire stress is Toby Gale in the Biralat, so he's having problems obviously after his initial impact on the first lap. But it looks to me as though this race is going to get started in the positions we were in during the red flag as we completed 3 full laps And so that means that this race is not going to be restart in original grid positions. It's going to be restarted at the end of lap 3. So that is very bad news indeed for Otto Pikkanen. But for everybody else in the top 10, it's absolute joy.
那么刚才赛会也是给出指示，我们的比赛呢将会在5分钟之内来恢复。而这边我们已经看到出车区有非常多的选手呢将会来采用备用车来投入到接下来的比赛当中。除去我们刚才提到的这个在1号弯卷入到事故的259号车手皮克宁之外呢，包括应该是托比盖尔的赛车呢也是有出现一些问题。那么他呢也是选择采用了备用车要来进行到接下来的比赛，包括268号的车手哈迪亚，那么他的赛车呢，应该也是要准备就绪，要来进行这个比赛的重启工作。而这边我们看到哈迪亚的赛车呢，应该是已经准备就绪，要准备来推上赛道。那么需要来等待赛会的一个确认，这台赛车呢是否是符合规则来投入到接下来的比赛当中。这边看到在出车区已经有越来越多的车手已经准备好备用车来投入到比赛。
Well, we've got some confusion here now as it looks as though neither Prasetyo Hardia or Toby Gale are going to be able to start this race from the back of the queue. They went into pit lane to repair their karts and now they are being told to go back into the pits and start the race from there. And that is very unlucky news for both Toby Gale and Prasetyo Hardia, two drivers caught up in that red flag incident. So there is consultation with race director Alessandro Ferrari. Our scrutineers are down there, of course. Neil McCauley in conversation with Toby Gale. And the regulations have to be followed. So everyone down there is just making sure that everybody gets what they need to out of this restart. Well, Toby Gale and Prasetyo Hardia don't get what they want. They wanted to join in at the back of the field, but it looks like they're going to have to start this race from the pit lane. Or are they? I think they're being told they can start from the back of the grid.
这边看到我们的赛会的工作人员呢，也是来到了出车区来进行最终的检查。我们这边看到应该是托比盖尔以及哈迪亚的赛车呢，现在是要来推上发车区。那么我们需要来关注一下他们是否会需要从队尾来进行起步，因为是在红旗状况下来使用备用车来进行比赛的工作。而我们这边在出车区也是看到还有2台赛车，也是想要投入到这个比赛的争夺当中。而现在我们比赛呢已经是完成了3圈，所以根据规则呢，我们的比赛呢将会按照现有的一个红旗下的顺序来进行重启。所以目前扎克·德拉蒙德将会从第1位来进行重启，而林敬轩呢将会从第2位来重启。
And it looks like Miguel Quiñones is going to be starting this race from the pit lane. Not at all sure what Otto Pikkanen is going to do, but it looks as though they are basically getting the repair work done from that first lap incident in the pit lane rather than in their awning, because it looks as though Otto Pikkanen isn't going to be going any further in this one. That's a real shame. He was doing such a good job in the first part of the day. Won a brilliant race in the duel with Kimi Chan and Toby Gale earlier on. But this time, he has sat in the pit lane, or stood in the pit lane, I should say, with absolutely zero chance of winning this one. That is such a difficult situation when you know you've got a fast car, you know the team have done all the hard work, and you can't even get out onto the race to prove your worth. That terrible start that took out at least 8 or 9 karts on that first corner. Some able to continue, others not so lucky. Some being treated a bit like a pinball out there on the course, unfortunately. But because the 3 first laps of the race were completed, the race grid is not being reset to its original positions. We are going from the restart, and there go Christian Markusson and Otto Pikkanen walking away from the pits. What a shame. They deserved so much better from this race, and they don't get to complete it. Because the race is restarting at the end of lap 3, they are already 3 laps down. Their race is over.
那么我们看到芬兰车手皮克宁原本呢，他希望和他的车队成员呢共同来进行备用车的一个准备，但是目前看起来他们已经是回到了围场当中，应该是不会来继续参与到这场第2轮的预赛的角逐了。那么我们比赛呢是已经完成了3圈，接下来呢将会有9圈来进行 竞争。我们看到所有的车手们现在都是已经回到了他们的赛车旁，进行最后的一个准备工作。而我们看到在出车区，应该是奎诺内斯的赛车呢，应该将会从这个出车区，而不是从我们的这个发车大直线上来进行起跑。
So now we basically just wait for the time to elapse. All of the karts that can start the race again are going to do so. That's only Procetio Hardia and Toby Gale. Everybody else that tried to start the race again on the track are not going to be able to do so. Otto Pikkonen is out. Miguel Quiñones will restart, but it will be from the pit lane, not from the starting grid. So Dan Ashton, the assistant director, just having a conversation with our pole sitter, Zach Drummond. He just wants to understand what the situation was at the start. I don't know what happened. It was behind me. What happened? Go and watch it back later, Zach, then you'll understand. For the moment, he's got a race to win, and that's got to be the only priority for him right now. And he's not going to have it easy, even though some of his big contenders are down the order. Lin Jingzhuan and Tang Ziswan are definitely going to make it tough for him going into that first couple of corners. And don't forget that Kai Burke is right there in P4. So if anybody's going to come through the pack and give him a challenge, it's going to be the Aussie from Bundaberg.
我们目前看到的是，我们依然在等待赛会给出进一步的重启的这个时间。刚才呢是已经出示了5分钟的倒计时板，那么我们接下来需要等待3分钟的倒计时牌。那么现在我们可以看到，领先的车手扎克德拉蒙德现在依然在和赛会的工作人员在进行一些讨论的情况。那么或许呢，可能和起步时候的一些发车的意外状况呢，他需要和赛会的工作人员需要进行一些沟通。而我们看到后方的2位车手，都是来自中国的车手林敬轩以及唐子轩，目前呢是分别排在第2和第3的位置。而不要忘记281号车手凯伯克也是有机会向前垒来发起冲击的。从目前排在第5的将会是273号车手密西朗，而244号车手埃姆维昌将会从第6位来进行重启。那么多米尼克·本尼迪克特将会驾驶289号赛车从第7位来进行重启。272号车手托马斯·乔治将会在第8位来重启。
So Dan Ashton has walked his way down the line, the assistant race director, in assistance to Alessandro Ferrari, just to ensure that all the drivers know the restart procedure. It's fairly straightforward. The race will restart in the same positions they were in after the red flag, as the red flag came out after 3 completed laps. 1 minute start. And so it's going to be an interesting race for the drivers up in the top 10. They're certainly going to have a very tricky race of it. Now, Miguel Quiñones has fired up the engine in the pit lane, but surely he's going to have to start this race when we go green at the pit exit, rather than, I don't know, is he allowed to join the back of the queue? He certainly thinks he can, but he's going to have to wait in position. So he's being moved to the end of the pit lane as the 30-second notice goes up. But Miguel Quiñones in the Pierce Sexton racing kart is going to find a very disappointing position for him now, by the look of it, as we go back to slowboard positions. Slowboard conditions around the course once again then. And we go back into the race on lap 4, I do believe. So that's going to be an interesting restart for our pole sitter, Zach Drummond. But we go back to full course yellows, slow boards around the circuit, and back under racing conditions under slow boards.
我们这场 Senior 成年组 A 组和 E 组的第2轮预赛呢，马上将会来进行重启。那么在重启之后呢，我们比赛将会进入到第4圈。那么我们的所有的选手呢，将会在慢速行驶的区域的情况下呢，来进行一个重启。而这边我们看到252号车手奎诺内斯，应该是要从这个维修区来进行起步呢，他将会落到所有车手的队尾。而这边我们看到你的工作人员挥动黄旗，那么我们的比赛呢是正式的重启。目前看到领先车手扎克德拉蒙德将会是从第1位来进行重启，而这边我们看到后方有一位选手应该是这个发生了一个打滑的情况。那么考虑到我们的赛车在赛道上面已经是停了非常多的时间，那么整个轮胎的情况呢，也需要让他们在短时间内快速的进入到一个比赛的正常的状态。
Problems off the grid for the Japanese driver, Kosei Sato. Kosei Sato's not going anywhere. So this is a disaster for the Japanese driver who does not get the kart restarted, and he's had to pull it to the end of the pit lane in the hope that he can get it restarted. But it's game over, I think, for Kosei Sato. Absolute heartbreak for the Japanese racer. So Kosei Sato doesn't look like he can get going, and so it's game over. That is disastrous because, of course, we've got 2 laps under slow boards, so that means he won't be able to join in until he's 2 laps down already. So it's game over for Kosei Sato. What a shame.
这边我们看到日本车手佐藤黄兴的264号赛车是在重启的过程当中并没有能够启动，而且目前看起来赛会的工作人员呢应该是要将这台赛车是拖出了这个比赛的区域，那么也就代表着这位日本车手将没有办法来参与到接下来的比赛的过程当中。而这边我们看到领先集团现在依然是要在这个慢速行驶的情况下，要来把自己的轮胎。 把整个赛车的状态重新提升到一个最佳的竞技状态。
I think Zach Boyce has broken down under the slow boards as well. So Zach Boyce is also in trouble. The only one to not complete the slow boards procedure on the restart. Well, 2 now, sorry, Kosei Sato and Zach Boyce. It looks as though Zach Drummond's got an issue with the transponder, but he's still up at the front end of the field, so that'll obviously get corrected very shortly. But for Zach Drummond, he will lead the field around, as whoever is left will now get a chance to battle for position. It'll be Drummond from Lin, Tang, Burke, me, IAME Chan. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Green, 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 green. As Zach Drummond takes the lead up front. So now he will charge his way round, and we go up towards the hairpin. Already Martin Lin fancies his chances into turn 2, and there's already some badinage as Kai Burke is trying to get onto the inside line there to move forward. And as that put him into 3rd position, not quite yet, he's right on the tail of Tang Jizwan. So Tang Jizwan holds his nerve for the moment. Drummond is your leader, then Lin, then Tang, then Kai Burke. Although Enoch Me fancies a shot of it as the drivers are working their way through. A little bit of grass kicked up. Still green flag conditions all the way round, but Drummond leads the way as everybody is hoping for a clean continuation for the remaining 6.5 laps of this race.
比赛在重启之后呢，我们看到领先集团的车手们都是顺利的通过了赛道的前半段。现在扎克德拉蒙德依然是处在全场领先的位置，林敬轩目前是处在第2，唐子轩目前是在第3，但是唐子轩现在受到了身后第4位凯伯克的一个进攻。现在密西朗依然是处在第5，埃姆维昌是在第6位。而这边看到进入到2号弯当中，领先集团的几位车手呢，依然是保持在一个安全的距离当中，进入到一个自己的比赛的节奏当中。接下来我们看一下，当整个赛车的车阵在愈发的紧密的时候，会不会出现名次上的一个变化？
So Drummond has the advantage and a little bit of breathing space between himself and Martin Lin. So as they go through, up to the right, kick out through the left, the top 3 drivers have definitely pulled clear as Kai Burke has lost out to Enoch Me. Enoch Me getting into 4th position, but Kai Burke wants to get back in for P4. Enoch Me holds the inside radius, and behind them, that is the hard-charging Wadapong Yamchan. So the Thai has got himself up into P6. As they run their way through the first turn, it's easy doors for Zach Drummond on the inside. Kai Burke wrestling to get ahead of Enoch Me. He really tried to thread the needle on the inside line, but he can't make it, and so now Putter Yamchan is trying to work his way through. Big slide from Kai Burke. That's going to be enough for Putter. Will he get through into P5? No, he can't. He has to bail out of it.
这边这圈我们已经看到密西朗在对前方的凯伯克发动了进攻，并且是成功完成了超越。现在密西朗呢是已经来到了全场第4位，而这边我们看到凯伯克是落到第5，而这边有多位的车手呢也是在进行名次上面的一个争夺，非常的激烈。现在我们看到密西朗是来到第4，凯伯克第5，埃姆维昌现在是在第6的位置。我们看到好像埃姆维昌已经完成了对于凯伯克的超越，埃姆维昌现在应该是能够上升到第5的位置。
So we currently have Kimi Chan up to 15th place, Prasya Tiohardia has come up to 12th, and Toby Gale's up to 19th in their comeback charges. But meanwhile, the race lead is still being debated by Drummond, Lin and Tang. But we've got 4th place up for debate as Enoch Me is now ahead of Wadapong Yamchan. Yamchan now P5 in front of Burke, and here come the 2 Birulats. That is Benedict and George, dueling with Sachin and Harja. Harja's going to slam dunk it up the inside. Prasetya Harja trying to conquer them all in the midfield. Kimi Chan is in amongst them now as well. Toby Gale trying to pick off a few drivers in the mix. So it's a very tricky comeback drive, but Prasetya Harja fancies his chances as he now knocks on the door of the top 6. It's going to be the mother of all Hail Marys he's going to need in the last 4 laps. Last 2 laps, my apologies.
目前我们看到第6位的争夺也是非常的激烈。现在凯伯克是领先这个集团，而包括后方多米尼克·本尼迪克特以及托马斯·乔治都是要来尝试争夺名次。目前看到本尼迪克特现在是在第7，而这边看到哈迪亚现在是已经上升到第8的位置。哈迪亚在1号弯是卷入到了事故当中，但是现在他已经是来到第8位。同样在1号弯卷入到事故的陈玉琪，现在也是已经上升到了第13的位置。中游集团的缠斗依然是非常激烈。我们的比赛呢只剩下最后的2圈了。对于所有的选手们来说，整个名次的情况都是非常的重要。
Brasetio Hardia rolls up his sleeves in turn 1 and goes for broke on Dominic Benedict. What a slam dunk maneuver from Brasetio Hardia to move up another place. So it's not done yet. Drummond leads the way, then Lin, Tang, final lap. Enoch Me in front of Wadapong Yamchan. Then it is Kai Burke, then it's Brasetio Hardia on Dominic Benedict. But here comes the move around the outside. Whoa, Brasetio Hardia really hustling as they move their way up towards the braking zones. He wants every single gap he can find and turn it into an overtaking move. Those last couple of moves are coming from Brasetio Hardia up at B6 as he makes the bid on Kai Burke. There are a few big last slam dunks up on the inside trying to skate their way through. Kimmy Chan and Toby Gale are trying to pick up those last couple of manoeuvres, but it's easy pickings for the flying Scotsman. Zach Drummond is going to get it done up in the sharp end. Checkered flag flies. Zach Drummond is your winner. Second place for Martin Lin. Third for Tang Ziswan in front of Enoch Me and Wadapong Yamchan. But what about everybody else? How does the comeback finish off? Brasetio Hardia comes through 6th in front of Kai Burke and Kimmy Chan. Toby Gale comes through for 17th position by the look of it. I think he was actually in the top 10 at one point, but he got a 5-second penalty, and that has dropped him down the order to 17th. Well, big disasters for some, but for Zach Drummond, easy pickings in the end.
虽然我们这场比赛是受到了红旗的影响，但是最终并没有影响到扎克德拉蒙德拿下这场 CME 成年组的 A 组和 E 组的第2轮预赛的最终的冠军。扎克德拉蒙德在重启之后是保持了非常不错的一个领先的态势，并且最终是以拿到全场最快单圈的方式去拿到了第2轮预赛的一个胜利。林敬轩是以第2位来冲过终点线，唐子轩获得第3位，密西朗是收获第4，埃姆维昌是以第5位完赛。而在比赛开场阶段遭遇到事故的印度车手哈迪亚以及陈玉琪都是在比赛重启之后有非常不错的表现。哈迪亚最终是以第6位完赛，凯伯克呢是获得第7，陈玉琪最终是从20开外的一个名次，最终是追到了第8的位置。托马斯乔治是获得第9，而在第10位完赛的将是萨米恩托。
Hey, tomorrow I will crank the pressure up. Yeah, good job.
Well, that was dramatic, and that was only the end of Friday. Let's have a quick word with our race winner, Zach. Not the easiest way to get a victory, but certainly one you can be happy with. What was it like out there in the closing stages?
Yeah, through the race it was just red flags, which ruined the rhythm a little bit, but I just got straight back into rhythm and just got my head down and tried to pull the biggest gap I could.
For your first appearance in Macau, it's not exactly been a bad day at the office to kickstart the week. It's a lot of hard work that's gone into it from the boys that have got you here.
Yeah, I just thank the boys so much at Zero Lag Motorsport and Fusion Elite and everybody that's helping as well. Probably couldn't do it without them. This is my first time here, so wasn't expecting much, but to put it in pole and get a heat win is pretty good.
Considering how competitive it is and there are so many world-class drivers around them, yourself amongst them, how difficult is it going to be to keep a lid on those tyres through the 3rd, the 4th, probably the 5th heat as well tomorrow?
Yeah, tyre management is a big factor. The tyres degrade quite a lot on this track because it's very hard on the tyres, but I'll try and manage them as best as I can. Like in that heat, I was just trying to drive as smooth as possible, but trying to maintain the gap between me and the guy in 2nd place.
Good performance. Well, I hope you have another good one tomorrow. Good job, Zach.
Thank you.
Great start for Zach Drummond after a victory from one of his 2 heats and a pole position in time qualifying. Well, certainly day 2 here in the IAME Asia Finals have been dramatic, they've been long, they've been hot, and they've definitely been exciting. So over the 4 categories, for across Cadet, Junior, Senior, Master, we've had a little bit of a taster of what's to come. That's the hors d'oeuvres all settled. Tomorrow you'll get a meaty main course before the dessert on Sunday. But tomorrow is definitely going to be tough, particularly amongst the Senior X30s. Tyre degradation will be high, desire will be higher still. So we'll take a breather. Tomorrow we'll come back and do it all again. From Jake Sanson and from Eric Liu up in the stands, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
赛车大赛及2025亚米亚洲总决赛的第2个比赛日的比赛呢，就为各位放送到这里。可以说，今天我们是看到了4大组别有非常精彩激烈的一个角逐。在明天，我们将会进入到第3个比赛日，我们的4个组别呢将会继续来进行我们的预赛的角逐。那么我们所有的预赛完成之后，将会在最后一天，也就是我们的周日进行我们的超级预赛以及最终的正赛角逐。那么谁将赢得我们今年2025亚米亚洲总决赛的各个组别的最终的胜利，也是欢迎我们的车迷朋友们继续锁定我们的比赛直播。我是今天的中文解说陆建新，和我的英文解说搭档 Jake 一同，我们在明天的直播和各位不见不散。
夠咯喎，聽講今日。
攞啦，有都攞晒佢啦。
我知啊，即係今日啊，幾乎唔夠咯，聽日攞2 pack 咯，我諗要。
係啊，11 pack 夠啦。
1 pack 夠。
阿啤最後攞走咗，每人攞 pack 夠啦。好嗰啲啦。
乜聽日冇咁熱？
准备下班。準備下班啦。
留翻支黃旗咪得咯。綠咧？
後開始。
佢真係堅到爆，我就係覺得阿球，屌你入錯行啦！運動員又睇到，喂，其實我班車邊嘅嗰個時段咧，你要出嚟個2.3好易入波啊！其實我要正經下可以入波啊！真係入波行幾個。
Attention in the pit lane. Attention in the pit lane. Sense what re-practice sessions will start in 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
咪即係傳意係咯，嗱乜專攻體育咯。
Attention to Sense Cup drivers. Pre-practice section is starting now. Attention to Sense Cup drivers. Pre-practice section is starting now. What time is the
即刻攞到俾你睇喎，馬上喎。佢哋嗰啲咧影到係人哋新聞嘅唔會買。
天见，拜拜。